Is my life really going to end just like this? My intimate paradise hasn't even been finished yet. In the final instant, before he lost consciousness, Jiraiya remained filled with unwillingness. Yet he had already sunk into the sea, and this life seemed destined to reach its full stop. However, Jiraiya's story did not end there, for he once again opened his eyes. He did not know how many days had passed before he finally awoke. Gazing at everything around him, he felt both estranged and oddly familiar. Where is this place? Is anyone there? Jiraiya called out in a weak voice. Stop shouting, your injuries haven't healed yet. A soft, timid voice sounded from nearby. Jiraiya froze. That voice sounded somewhat familiar to him, so he immediately began to survey his surroundings. What entered his field of vision was a small slug busily treating his wounds. A slug. Had he come to Shikatsu Forest? Is this Shikatsu Forest? Jiraiya could hardly believe it. I am treating your injuries. You were gravely wounded. Had we been a second later, you would have drowned. More than half the cells in your body had already died, the slug said. The slug spoke. Thank you, Jiraiya said. Is Tsunade here? At the sight of the slug, Tsunade came to his mind at once. Tsunade doesn't know yet. We haven't told her, and she hasn't summoned us during this period, the slug replied. The slug continued, and Jiraiya said, that might actually be for the best. Let's give them a surprise. I'll try to return as soon as possible so they won't worry about me. That is a bit troublesome, the slug said. If Tsunade doesn't summon us, it's difficult for us to take you out. Then how did I get in here? Jiraiya asked, puzzled. He could not help but feel doubtful. To put it simply, you are truly fortunate. We happened to encounter you and used reverse summoning to bring you back, the slug said. The slug spoke. But how could reverse summoning even work on me? I never signed a contract with you, Jiraiya said, utterly perplexed. He knew of such a technique, but had never understood how it was actually used. In fact, it is possible, the slug explained. However, when the person has not signed a contract, it consumes an enormous amount of our chakra and leaves us utterly exhausted. Under normal circumstances, we would never use it. Jiraiya felt much more at ease upon hearing this. Coming to Shikatsu Forest was after all a very safe outcome. He no longer had to worry about pain finding him. After several more days of treatment, Jiraiya felt he had recovered to his peak condition. Yet one arm torn off by pain could never return. Though he had been trying to adapt to life with one arm, it still affected him to some extent, leaving him feeling distinctly ill at ease. With one arm gone, his strength had inevitably diminished. He could no longer form chakra the way he used to, which meant he would scarcely be able to invoke sage techniques again. That had once been his trump card. Now deprived of it, he felt he had lost his foundation. His long-held confidence had always stemmed from his sage mode. Yet he had no choice but to accept this reality. Fortunately, he could still form a Rinnegan with one hand and use several ninjutsu directly. It would merely cost him more chakra than before. Observing his steadily improving condition, Jiraiya began to place the matter of returning to Konoha onto his agenda. He simply lacked a suitable opportunity. Day after day passed, and Jiraiya eventually found it unbearable. Life here was somewhat dull. He longed to hurry back to Konoha, to see Tsunade, to see Naruto. Fortunately, the food here was at least acceptable. The slugs ate vegetables and fungi far better than his days on Mount Myōboku, where there had been nothing but endless insects to eat. One day, as Jiraiya wandered idly through Shikatsu Forest, a slug suddenly came to inform him that the slug sage wished to speak with him. Jiraiya held deep respect for the slug sage. Since he had been summoned, he set out at once and came before the sage with utmost reverence. Little Jiraiya, I can see that your aptitude is exceptional. On Mount Myōboku, you only grasped a fraction of sage techniques. If you truly wish to grow stronger, we can impart to you the sage arts of Shikatsu Forest, the slug sage said. Hearing this, Jiraiya could hardly believe it. In his understanding, how could a single person sign contracts with two different summoning beasts at the same time? Perceiving Jiraiya's doubts, the slug sage said directly, "This also depends on one's aptitude. Tsunade's talent is insufficient, she cannot even learn our Shikatsu Forest sage arts. Your aptitude is something rarely seen in 100 years. You have the chance to learn 2 kinds of sage techniques." Though Jiraiya felt the sage might be speaking a bit too freely, he still clung to a sliver of hopeful expectation. After all, the slug sage should have no reason to deceive him. He understood well the power of sage techniques. If he could truly learn the sage arts of Shikatsu Forest, he might once more return to his former peak. Moreover, he could scarcely use the sage arts of Mount Myōboku now. Learning another form of sage technique would be a genuine step forward for him. In the days that followed, Jiraiya's life was no longer monotonous. Beyond his daily routines, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to sage training, accompanied by several slugs, and the thought of returning to Konoha was temporarily set aside. It had to be said, every art has its own specialty. The sage arts of Shikatsu Forest differed somewhat from those of Mount Myōboku. Though both were sage techniques, the ones from Shikatsu Forest placed far greater emphasis on self-healing. Once he activated the sage arts of Shikatsu Forest, he could feel his body being supplied with an unending stream of energy, an unprecedented sensation somewhat akin to Tsunade's Byakugo no Jutsu. Seeing his Rinnegan once again infused with sage chakra, Jiraiya felt an indescribable joy. With his foundation in the sage arts of Mount Myōboku, learning those of Shikatsu Forest became far easier. Compared to condensing chakra with both hands, the sage arts of Shikatsu Forest required only that he gather chakra within his body, allowing him to enter sage state in an instant. It seemed he had mastered these techniques even better than those of Mount Myōboku. Jiraiya could not help but sigh to himself. "I can finally be like Minato, that naturally gifted genius. I once envied how he could enter sage mode in an instant. I never expected that I would one day be able to do the same." Yet this pleasant time did not last long. Shortly after he mastered the sage techniques, the slug sage summoned Jiraiya once more, seemingly with something important to tell him. Jiraiya was no fool. He immediately sensed that the atmosphere had turned wrong. The surrounding slugs all looked at him in the same way, saying nothing, yet their silence only deepened the fear in his heart. "You now have the chance to return. Have you made your preparations?" the slug sage asked. "Oh, really?" Though Jiraiya had always wanted to go back, now that this opportunity abruptly appeared before him, he still found it hard to believe. However, the voices of the slugs betrayed them, and Jiraiya still felt a trace of unease. "Has something happened?" Jiraiya asked. "Konoha has been attacked. Tsunade is summoning us," the slug sage replied. Hearing this was like a bolt from the blue to Jiraiya. Without another word, he immediately prepared to return to Konoha. "You have now learned sage arts as well. Go back and save Konoha," the slug sage said. Remembering that he had signed a contract with the slugs, Jiraiya knew that as long as he formed the hand seals, he could immediately return to Konoha. With that thought, Jiraiya, carrying a faint anxiety in his heart, slowly formed the seal with one hand. In that instant, he had already imagined 1,000 times in his mind the sight of Konoha reduced to ruins. With a puff of smoke, he found himself standing atop the head of a massive slug. Yet no one noticed him. Slugs were arriving one after another without pause, and everyone was busy with their own tasks, so no one paid attention to just one more among the countless slugs. Although his appearance went unnoticed, this was hardly the time for Jiraiya to admire his own entrance. Jiraiya could scarcely believe that this was Konohagakure's smoke and dust filled the air. Nearly all the houses had been destroyed and hardly any remained intact, save for the Ichiraka ramen shop standing unscathed. There was no time for prolonged shock. The animal path of pain sent a bird-like summon swooping toward him, its beak aimed straight at Jiraiya's head. But Jiraiya was no pushover. He instantly sensed the approaching danger, and without hesitation unleashed fire, released flame bullet, blasting the oncoming bird back. On the ground, the Deva Path of Pain, who had been about to deliver the final blow to Kakashi, witnessed this scene through shared vision. He said calmly, "This complicates matters." The words had barely left his mouth before in the very next instant, he readied a nail and shot it toward Kakashi. At this moment Kakashi was pinned in the debris, nearly unable to move. His body was covered in wounds, his chakra almost completely exhausted. If that nail struck Kakashi, not even a god descending from the heavens could save him. Yet Jiraiya intervened. At the very moment the nail left Pain's hand, Jiraiya stepped in front of Kakashi and performed ninja art Needle Jizo, transforming his hair into hardened needles that wrapped around his body, defending against the Deva Path's attack. Seeing Jiraiya ruin his kill, the Deva Path's face remained eerily calm. Although he had not killed Kakashi outright, in his current condition Kakashi could not possibly survive until nightfall. "I have already learned everything about you. It's not too late for you to turn back," Jiraiya said angrily, clearly enraged by Pain's invasion of Konoha. "Jiraiya Sensei, even your appearance cannot change this reality," the Deva Path replied coolly, and then turned and left the area. Sensing that Pain was about to commit something even more terrifying, Jiraiya immediately moved to stop the Deva Path. Yet before he could reach him, several giant hellhounds blocked his path. Seeing these hellhounds, Jiraiya's anger flared. He had been tormented by these beasts earlier, and now, if he wanted to get rid of them, he knew it would still take considerable effort. Even so, he was not helpless. He had gained some combat experience against them, and had already managed to kill one of their summoners. What puzzled Jiraiya was that although he had clearly killed the one capable of summoning these creatures, they were still being summoned. Could it be that he had not killed the summoner at all? Or was there some deeper secret? Jiraiya knew that the more he fought these beasts, the more their numbers would grow. They could not be killed, only restrained. If he used the technique of summoning a giant toad from high above to crush his enemies, with sheer falling weight, there were so many Konoha shinobi nearby that he would almost certainly cause collateral damage. While Jiraiya hesitated, another ninjutsu surfaced in his mind. There was no time to overthink. He rapidly formed hand seals, slammed his palm onto the ground and shouted, "Earth Release Swamp of the Underworld!" Instantly a massive swamp appeared beneath the hellhounds' feet. Their legs were ensnared. They tried to leap, but could gain no purchase, as though ropes bound them tight, dragging them inexorably downward. Seeing the hellhound seemingly trapped, Jiraiya finally felt a slight sense of relief. Next he had to go after Pain. At this moment only he possessed information on Pain, and only he was capable of confronting him. Though he was not the Hokage, he was still the man who had to stand up and protect Konoha. This was the responsibility borne by one of the legendary three Sannin. Before Jiraiya could move, a faint voice sounded behind him. "Jiraiya Sensei." Hearing the voice, Jiraiya immediately turned around to see Kakashi barely clinging to life, looking at him with a satisfied smile. "Looks like Makeout Paradise can continue to be updated." Jiraiya stared at the grievously injured Kakashi and asked, "What exactly happened?" He immediately summoned a slug to help treat Kakashi's wounds. "This group of Pain came here to capture Naruto," Kakashi said. Seeing Jiraiya return alive, he instantly felt the arrival of hope. Although Jiraiya had lost one arm, in the hearts of the villagers of Konoha, he would forever remain the Sannin who protected them. "Where is Naruto now?" Jiraiya asked. "Don't worry. Naruto isn't in the village. He went to Mount Myōboku to learn sage arts," Kakashi replied. Hearing this, Jiraiya let out a breath of relief. On one hand, Naruto was temporarily safe. On the other, Naruto would be able to take another step forward. "Leave the rest to me. Choji, take this information to Tsunade. I'll go stop Pain now," Jiraiya said, noticing Choji nearby, who was grieving his father's death. Before Choji could rise, the Azura Path of Pain, whose body had been damaged earlier by Kakashi's lightning cutter, suddenly moved again. Using the last of his strength, he aimed at Jiraiya and Choji, and fired 2 shells at once. Originally, Kakashi believed that with Jiraiya saving him, the situation would improve. However, he was taken by surprise when 2 missiles suddenly struck. Jiraiya had enough strength to deal with the missile. With a fire release technique flame bullet, he directly hit the missile flying towards him. The missile exploded in midair with tremendous power. However, Pain was quite clever. The two missiles were not launched simultaneously, so Jiraiya could only take down one at a time. The other missile targeted Choji, who was fleeing. The rapidly moving missile made it impossible for Jiraiya to ensure an accurate strike, as his fire release was an area attack and could easily harm Choji in front of him. Just when Jiraiya hesitated, the missile suddenly vanished mid-flight. Shocked, Jiraiya's first thought was of Kakashi. He knew that only Kakashi could achieve something like this. He immediately turned around to look at Kakashi, who was staring up at the sky with his eyes closed, blood streaming from them. Jiraiya understood that Kakashi must have used his Sharingan abilities. He urged the slug to hurry and heal him, hoping there was still a chance. However, the slug responded, "His chakra is completely exhausted. We no longer have the ability to save him." Jiraiya was momentarily at a loss for words. Just a second ago, he had felt joy at saving Kakashi, but now Kakashi was leaving right before his eyes. Turning to look at Choji, who had already fled to deliver information, Jiraiya felt somewhat better in his heart, yet still a deep sadness remained. There was no time to mourn. The village was in dire straits. All he could do was quickly find the pain created by Inoki, who seemed to be the most powerful and influential. But just as Jiraiya set off, Konan expressionlessly blocked his path, saying, "Jiraiya-sensei, please do not interfere with our plans." "Konan, how can you still be so obstinate? Aren't you the ones who detest war the most? Is this truly what you wish to see?" Seeing Konan in front of him again struck Jiraiya's heart once more. "A true understanding of peace is beyond what a teacher can grasp, and you cannot comprehend us either." Konan seemed unable to bear any teachings from Jiraiya. He never expected that after their last confrontation she and her group would attack the entire Konoha village. There was nothing to negotiate. Yet Jiraiya couldn't bring himself to kill Konan. Although she was a bit troublesome, he felt confident in dealing with her. With one arm missing, Jiraiya found himself somewhat outmatched in the physical confrontation. After several exchanges, he began to fall behind. Though Konan's physical skills weren't particularly strong, they were sufficient to deal with Jiraiya at the moment. Seizing the opportunity, while he was taken off guard, she landed a side kick directly to his waist. Jiraiya instinctively raised his arm to block, but upon realizing he no longer had an arm there, it was too late. The kick sent him stumbling back a few steps, widening the distance between them. Since he was at a disadvantage in physical combat, he would have to rely on ninjutsu next. However, when he actually made his move, Jiraiya still held back. Using the technique Raging Lion's Mane, he quickly ensnared Konan's body, but did so gently, simply intending to trap her. Yet Konan was not so easily trapped. She instantly transformed into countless sheets of paper, disassembling her body and escaping Jiraiya's ninjutsu. Now free, Konan immediately wrapped Jiraiya in paper, attempting to suffocate him, resembling a retaliatory strike. However, while Jiraiya couldn't bear to strike Konan with lethal force, she was determined. The paper contained explosive tags, intending to take this opportunity to blow Jiraiya to bits. Still, Jiraiya remained composed after all he had taught Konan. If he couldn't handle her, it would truly signify he was getting old. Jiraiya thought to himself that he was in the prime of his life, enjoying the pleasures of the hot springs. How could he be easily defeated? "Ninjutsu Needle Earth Prison!" Jiraiya shouted loudly. Instantly the paper was pierced by white needles, and he appeared unscathed right in front of Konan. Konan immediately used her paper dance technique, soaring into the air and transforming her body into sheets of paper, quickly surrounding Jiraiya in a circle and trapping him inside. Jiraiya remained calm, not worried at all. He understood Konan too well. He could roughly predict what she would do next. Sure enough, just as Jiraiya expected, Konan spread her paper wings and transformed into numerous paper spears, launching indiscriminate attacks at him within the circle covering the entire area. He had essentially locked himself inside. After all, a circle of paper surrounded him, and he couldn't escape. Yet Jiraiya was not panicking. Since he couldn't flee, he would face her head-on. Jiraiya shouted, "Earth Release Earth Flow Wall!" Instantly a massive earthen wall appeared before him, blocking the descending paper spears. However, this couldn't go on forever. Conan's paper spears were endless. If the earth flow wall disappeared, he would be in danger again. Rather than sit and wait for doom, he decided to take the initiative. However, resorting to ninjutsu only to counter Conan's paper spears was not the way. His priority now was to attack Conan. Without any hesitation, Jiraiya unleashed a fire-release flame bullet beneath him, quickly forming hand seals, and a gigantic fireball erupted from the ground below Conan. Faced with the sudden fireball from below, Conan had no choice but to evade, halting her attacks. Jiraiya did not revel in the relief of averting the crisis. He knew he had to remain vigilant. Just as Jiraiya contemplated whether to summon Fukasaku for assistance, Conan did not launch another attack, but softly said, "Farewell, Jiraiya-sensei." Jiraiya was momentarily at a loss for what that meant, but he did not pursue the departing Conan. For some reason, he felt his heart soften. But why did Conan suddenly fly away? As Jiraiya watched Conan fly away, he suddenly saw another shadow in the sky. The sun was somewhat blinding and Jiraiya couldn't make out who it was. Although he could only see a rough outline, an ominous premonition suddenly washed over him. In his heart, Jiraiya silently chanted, "No! No!" Yet disaster was still destined to arrive, and there in the sky was Pain's Deva Path. The Deva Path of Pain rose to its highest point, overlooking the devastated Konoha, which had long since become a shell of its former self. "From now on, let the world feel pain." After speaking the Deva Path of Pain, with a hint of disdain, for Konoha unleashed its most powerful Shinra Tensei. Centered around the Deva Path, a shockwave rapidly spread throughout the village of Konoha, accompanied by the blinding sunlight. The land and buildings in its path were all reduced to rubble. Jiraiya observed everything before him without a change in expression. He was the one who understood the Deva Path's strength best, and he remained surprisingly calm in the face of such devastation. To the villagers of Konoha, everything felt like a dream. When they awoke once more, the paradise they once relied on had transformed into a hell on earth. The ruins left behind looked as if they had been struck by meteorites. Nearly everyone was left homeless. Uncle Irika was quite fortunate, as he looked at his ramen shop at Shiraku standing intact, and let out a deep sigh of relief. At that moment, Tsunade was kneeling on the ground, staring blankly at everything before her, feeling somewhat at a loss, as waves of helplessness and guilt surged within her. Without a word, Jiraiya rushed to the center of the ruins, which was a massive pit. It seemed it was time for him to make his appearance. Jiraiya's sudden appearance brought new hope to the previously despairing crowd. At that moment, he stood before them like a savior. Tsunade heard the commotion around her, and looked up only to find that standing before her was Jiraiya, who had already been reported dead. In that instant, she found it hard to believe, and even slapped herself, thinking she was dreaming or that she had died, and was seeing Jiraiya in heaven. "Are you all right, Tsunade?" Jiraiya spoke gently. Tsunade immediately burst into tears, her longing and pressure from the past few days finally releasing at that moment. Under Jiraiya's leadership, Konoha had unexpectedly come to the brink of destruction. One had to admit Tsunade was just an ordinary woman. In the face of such events, her true nature was also fragile. However, being in the position of Hokage forced her to pretend to be strong. At that moment, Jiraiya really wanted to go and give Tsunade a hug. Who could refuse a crying, pouting Tsunade? But now was not the time to be swayed by emotions. Jiraiya took heavy steps and approached the Deva Path of Pain. At this moment, the Deva Path was somewhat weakened due to the chakra consumption from the recently unleashed Shinra Tensei. He had yet to launch another attack. Under the watchful eyes of the villagers, Jiraiya slowly began to form hand seals. If he was only going to deal with these few pains, it would still be a bit challenging. Then, accompanied by a puff of smoke, the three summons from Mount Myōboku appeared in the center of the arena. It turned out that Jiraiya had used the summoning technique to call forth the Toad Summon. However, he found himself standing atop Gamakichi, which left Jiraiya somewhat speechless. Was his strength limited to summoning just Gamakichi? What Jiraiya did not expect was that Naruto had also appeared alongside him, standing on Gamakichi's head. Gamakichi squatted on top of Gamabunta with Gamakichi and Gamahiro behind. With the three summons from Mount Myōboku, Jiraiya felt a bit more at ease. Naruto had been gazing ahead just a moment ago, not believing that this was Konoha. Before he could reflect on it, he noticed the person beside him. Naruto turned his head to see that the person was none other than Jiraiya. A flood of emotions and experiences surged within him, and his eyes reddened. But Jiraiya merely smiled slightly and said, "Kid, you've learned Sage Mode, huh? It seems you've become much stronger." Jiraiya saw the changes in Naruto, and knew he had successfully returned with Sage Mode, feeling a bit pleased inside. "Yeah, I feel like I'm filled with power now," Naruto said. "That's good. Let's go! Side by side we'll drive them out of Konoha." As Jiraiya spoke, he began to attempt to gather chakra with one hand, preparing to once again use Sage Mode. "I've waited a long time for this day. I can fight alongside you again. Little Jiraiya, it's so good that you're not dead," said Fukasaku and Shima from Naruto's scroll. The 6 paths of pain had all gathered, and a great battle was inevitable. However, Jiraiya's attempt to enter Sage Mode failed. He couldn't gather chakra with his other hand, and was unable to activate the Sage Mode of Mount Myōboku. The only Sage technique he could activate instantly was from the Wet Bone Forest. Watching as Jiraiya unleashed an unprecedented Sage technique, Naruto's eyes were filled with envy. "Pervy Sage, your Sage Mode is amazing, isn't it? Kid, let's see whether the Wet Bone Forest Sage techniques are superior or Mount Myōboku's," Jiraiya joked. But the Deva Path of Pain couldn't wait for them to joke around. The Azura Path charged towards Tsunade, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to her, while she was lost in self-doubt. Jiraiya and Naruto exchanged glances, both understanding each other. Naruto stepped in front of Tsunade and unleashed a Rinnegan, striking the Azura Path of Pain in the back. The power of the Rinnegan was not to be underestimated, especially with Naruto's Sage Chakra infused into it. Its strength soared to new heights. The Azura Path of Pain could not withstand such an assault and crumbled as soon as it was restored. "Now there are only 5 left." Jiraiya decided not to save Tsunade, and instead aimed directly at the remaining pains. He hadn't even turned back to look, knowing that Naruto had taken down one of the pains. That was the trust he had in Naruto. The remaining 5 pains quickly formed a formation as they saw Jiraiya approaching. 3 blocked in front of the Deva Path, 1 behind, preparing for defense. Jiraiya knew that the Deva Path was currently weakened. To capture the leader first, defeating the Deva Path would make the remaining pains much easier to handle. However, from a distance, Nagato, who was controlling the pains, had been taught by Jiraiya, and knew exactly what Jiraiya was thinking. He had ways to counter. Before even reaching pains, Deva Path pains, Animal Path began summoning beasts. However, these summoned chameleons and rhinos were left to be dealt with by the 3 rascals of Myōboku Mountain as Jiraiya leapt into the air. "Super large Rasen Shuriken!" Jiraiya shouted, and a massive Rinnegan appeared in his hand, continuously gathering chakra. Seeing Jiraiya hovering above, Nagato quickly instructed the Hungry Ghost Path to stand in front of the Deva Path, preparing to absorb Jiraiya's attack. However, just as the Hungry Ghost Path positioned itself in front of the Deva Path, it was inexplicably struck. Before it could react, it was hit again in the stomach, toppling it to the ground. "If you want to block the perverted sage's attack, you'll have to get through me first," Naruto declared from the side. Just as Jiraiya was about to succeed, the human path suddenly jumped into the air, using its body to block the super large Rasen Shuriken. The remnants of the human path exploded in the air, scattering around the Deva Path. After landing, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. Opportunities to strike from such a height were rare. Seeing Jiraiya take down one of Pain's bodies, Naruto immediately approached to claim credit, saying, "That frog summoning technique I just used was impressive, right? You know the frog summoning technique?" Jiraiya replied, clearly surprised. It seemed Naruto's progress was indeed beyond his expectations. Before they could further praise each other, the animal path's crab unleashed a water-release bubble jutsu, spraying foam towards the two of them. Seeing the torrent of foam rushing towards them, Jiraiya quickly used fire release. Compared to the water release, fire release would likely be more effective in countering it. Sure enough, the combination of water and fire erupted into a large cloud of steam, enveloping the entire battlefield.
Little Jiraiya, Naruto, are you both okay?
Frogmonta called out from within the steam. The number of summoning beasts was increasing, and he couldn't handle them all, leading to a few getting loose.
We're fine, don't worry about us. Just focus on yourself,
Naruto replied. His vision was obscured, and he didn't dare act recklessly. Pain was right across the steam, and there could be a scheme at play. Of course, the heavy steam also obstructed Pain's vision significantly. However, it seemed this did not affect Pain much. As long as one of them stepped outside the steam, they would regain their sight. Nagato also had this in mind, realizing that their visibility was hindered. As long as he had sight, he would be at an advantage, so he prepared to have the human path move outside. But before the human path could move, a gust of wind suddenly blew in, dispersing the steam. Naruto then realized that it was Jiraiya using wind release. Naruto instantly became a little fanboy, as he had never known that Jiraiya could use wind release. It seemed he truly had many hidden talents.
I'm not some great master of wind release, I just use it to look cool, so don't try to learn from me,
Jiraiya explained. The reason he hadn't called out the technique's name earlier was that he felt his wind release was not executed well.
I'm also a wind release ninja, so you need to properly teach me next.
Naruto had not forgotten that he was a wind release ninja, and had long vowed to become the best wind release ninja.
We'll talk about that later. First, we need to deal with him.
Jiraiya thought it unwise to directly teach Naruto about wind release. What if he led him astray? He could only find an excuse to deflect it. However, after the steam cleared, there was no sign of Pain, and his group left. It seemed they had escaped. Upon seeing Pain leave, everyone immediately cheered, believing that Naruto and Jiraiya had driven Pain away. But was it really that simple? Jiraiya still had a premonition that such an event was surely ominous. Since they dared to come directly to Konoha, it indicated that they were quite confident. Yet now, facing only him and Naruto, to retreat like a turtle seemed a bit hasty. There had to be an issue. It turned out this was just Nagato's delaying tactic. Pain had not truly left Konoha, but had retreated to the woods outside Konoha. Now Nagato's condition was worsening. The previous Shinra Tensei had already consumed a lot of energy. If he had to face Naruto and Jiraiya again, he couldn't guarantee the Deva Path's chakra victory would be challenging. So currently it was merely a brief rest, not a genuine escape. Nagato planned to keep only the Deva Path and Animal Path, as these two were currently the most useful to him. Concentrating chakra on the two Pains would also make them easier to control. The Animal Path's summoning beasts primarily served as support to exhaust Jiraiya and Naruto, while the Deva Path was responsible for offense. As long as it could capture Naruto in the end, he would consider it a success. Konan quietly watched the coughing Nagato from the side, wanting him to rest well. They could temporarily abandon the plan to capture Naruto. However, Nagato still refused. If they didn't capture Naruto now, it would only become more difficult later. Moreover, they were already so close. What reason did they have to give up? Konan knew she couldn't convince Nagato. Although she was worried about his health, she respected his decisions. After a brief recovery outside Konoha, the Deva Path's chakra was now sufficient, and Nagato manipulated both the Deva Path and Animal Path to return to Konoha, ready for a new round of confrontation. At this time, everyone began to busily clear the battlefield. The previous joy had vanished, with many families shattered and bodies continuously discovered, leaving everyone's mood heavy. Suddenly a child cried out, and everyone thought a body had been found. But following the child's voice, they saw two Pains standing atop a large stone at the edge of the ruins, watching the villagers of Konoha. Pain's return brought an oppressive feeling once more. It was an unexpressible pressure, a presence that felt unattainable. With such power, few in the entire ninja world could contend against it. Panic began to spread. Ordinary citizens started fleeing, while ninjas and Umbu immediately stood up blocking in front of everyone, showing no signs of retreat as they faced this formidable enemy. But at this moment Jiraiya had already anticipated it. He was prepared for Pain's return and once again stood in front of everyone like a savior.
The art of summoning.
Jiraiya knew that those summoned beasts would give him quite a headache, so he prepared to summon a suitable beast in advance to make things a bit easier for himself. After signaling those around him to retreat, Jiraiya could finally let loose. He was about to unleash a wide-range ninjutsu, and if anyone remained it could lead to unintended casualties.
Why is it not over yet?
Fukasaku Winta found it puzzling to be summoned back to Konoha.
This is Pain. Last time we nearly perished at their hands. It won't be that easy to defeat me,
Jiraiya replied. Winta upon hearing this drew his sword saying,
Looks like it's time to get serious. I was hoping to go back and enjoy a feast of frogs.
Jiraiya shouted.
Get ready. I need to borrow your toad oil. You have some stock left, right?
As Fukasaku Winta unleashed a large quantity of toad oil, Jiraiya stood on Winta's head and swiftly used fire release. The range of the toad oil fireball was vast, instantly transforming into a sea of flames directed at Pain, who stood not far away. With the addition of toad oil, the temperature of the fire release surged. Even the Umbu lurking nearby felt an unprecedented heat. Seeing this, Pain's animal path summoned a crab to use water release boiling wave, which once again countered the fire release. However, this time the power was significantly greater than the previous fire release. Even the crab, using all its strength, was engulfed in the sea of flames within moments. Yet this fire release did not overwhelm Pain's Deva path or animal path. Pain's Deva path unleashed a Shinra Tensei, deflecting Jiraiya's attack. Jiraiya was not surprised, as he understood that Pain would not be easily defeated. Knowing both himself and his opponent filled him with confidence. As he saw the animal path summon a bull charging towards him, Jiraiya jumped off Fukasaku Winta, letting Winta handle it, while he focused on dealing with Pain. Suddenly Naruto appeared beside him, and without a word threw a punch at him. Jiraiya was startled and instinctively tried to dodge, not expecting Naruto to attack him. However, he hesitated as he trusted Naruto. This punch did not land on him, but created a shockwave beside him. Jiraiya then realized that a chameleon had stealthily approached him, preparing to strike. Naruto had just used the frog kata, and even without directly hitting the chameleon, he could still strike it.
Well, perverted sage, your sensing ability in sage mode is still quite strong,
Naruto remarked. This reminded Jiraiya that if he were to use sage mode again, he might become even stronger. The sage techniques of the wet bone forest were still unfamiliar to him, and he had not fully developed them in battle. If he could continue using the techniques from Mount Myōboku, he would truly be in his element. Unfortunately, he was no longer the same Jiraiya he once was.
If I want to use sage mode, I need to gather chakra,
Jiraiya said to Naruto.
But I can only use one hand, making it difficult to gather chakra. That's easy. Leave it to me.
Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately formed hand seals and used shadow clone technique, summoning 4 of his shadow clones. Each clone raised their Rinnegan and rushed towards Pain. At that moment, Naruto extended his hand towards Jiraiya, saying,
Perverted sage, use mine.
Knowing that Naruto was deliberately stalling for time with his shadow clones, while lending his hand to help Jiraiya gather chakra, Jiraiya felt genuinely gratified. This kid had really improved a lot. Having learned the sage art of wet bone forest, it became significantly easier for him to gather sage chakra this time, and soon he activated sage mode. Both Fukasaku and Shima returned to Jiraiya's shoulders, sighing.
It's been a long time, young Jiraiya. You seem to be in good shape. But there's no time for idle chatter. I summoned you here to help me take revenge,
Jiraiya said with a smile. With the enhancement of Sage Mode, Jiraiya felt as though he had returned to his peak state with powerful energy surging within him. It was time to unleash a grand performance. Nagato realized that Jiraiya had once again entered Sage Mode, knowing that this would be troublesome. Looking at the entire Konoha, Jiraiya in Sage Mode could be said to have the highest combat power. With Naruto and Fukasaku went to restraining the animal path, Jiraiya only needed to focus on dealing with Pain's Deva path. Nagato planned to take the initiative, attempting to pull Jiraiya closer with a universal pull. After all, Jiraiya was still human and was pulled closer. However, Jiraiya was not to be underestimated. He quickly concentrated a sage art Rinnegan in his hand, waiting for the moment he got close to Pain's Deva path to strike. Yet Pain was cautious, knowing Jiraiya had countermeasures, so he only pulled him halfway and did not let him fly directly towards him, instead thrusting a black rod at Jiraiya. Jiraiya was aware of the black rod's potency. He had been pierced by it like a hedgehog last time, so he immediately used the Rinnegan to shatter the rod. Though neither side gained any significant advantage from this exchange, their positions had closed in. The next step would be a battle of physical skills. In Sage mode, Jiraiya's physical abilities had increased slightly, but facing Pain's Deva path was still somewhat challenging. The two exchanged blows back and forth, ultimately achieving nothing. Seizing the moment when Pain's Deva path was slow to react, Jiraiya reached out to grab its neck, but Pain used Shinra Tensei to directly repel Jiraiya. During the battle, Jiraiya had long realized that whenever Pain's Deva path used such ninjutsu, there was usually a cooldown period. Since it had just used Shinra Tensei, it could not use it again so soon. Just as he was repelled and created some distance, he could unleash ninjutsu, ensuring a wide enough range that Pain's Deva path could not evade. Sage Art, Thousand Needles of Death. Jiraiya crouched on the ground, hardening his hair and launching it like a torrential downpour. This was the fastest technique among all his ninjutsu, with the broadest attack range. This move seemed likely to succeed. Pain's Deva path did not have time to evade and had nowhere to hide, watching as the needles were about to strike. A stone panda descended from the sky, blocking the path of Pain's Deva path and intercepting all of Jiraiya's attacks. Clearly, it did not have any effect. With the support of the animal path, Pain's Deva path was indeed not so easily defeated. Jiraiya stepped forward and executed a sweeping kick. Pain's Deva path immediately retreated into the air, thrusting a black rod down at the ground, but Jiraiya dodged it. As Pain landed, Jiraiya launched an uppercut. Pain's Deva path swayed its body, skillfully avoiding Jiraiya's combination of punches, then quickly turned and executed a flying kick, striking Jiraiya. Jiraiya was immediately sent flying several meters away, creating a cloud of dust on the ground. The villagers of Konoha watched this scene, unable to help but feel anxious. Before the dust settled, a fire-release great fireball was unleashed directly from the dust, aimed at the position of Deva path. Pain used universal pull, drawing a massive stone toward himself to block the fire release. However, the stone couldn't hold out for long. Pain's Deva path quickly evaded the fire release's range, leaping into the air once again. Meanwhile, Naruto had seized the opportunity to shake off the animal path and jumped behind Pain's Deva path, wielding a wind-release Shuriken, aiming to knock him down. However, Pain's Deva path remained unperturbed, using universal pull to deflect Naruto's attack. Naruto crashed to the ground with his Shuriken, causing it to explode and leaving a crater nearly 100 meters wide. If Sasuke knew of its power, he would surely be envious. Jiraiya immediately followed up with a Sage Art Rinnegan directed at Pain's Deva path. Pain's Deva path sidestepped and pulled out a black rod, striking at Jiraiya. Jiraiya instinctively wanted to block with his hand, but once again forgot that his arm was already gone. This was indeed a fatal issue. Just like that, a black rod successfully pierced into Jiraiya's shoulder. In addition to the pain, there was another sensation, as if his own chakra was being controlled. Jiraiya could clearly feel his concentration wavering, making it difficult to gather chakra as before. It seemed that this black rod was indeed a troublesome object. However, turning misfortune into fortune, Jiraiya in Sage mode sensed a powerful chakra controlling the pain before him. If he could defeat the person behind this, then the pain in front of him would likely become useless.
Naruto, hold them off here. I'm going out of the village and will be back soon.
Jiraiya understood the principle of capturing the leader first. Moreover, his intuition told him that with Konan and Yahiko here, the one controlling Yahiko should be Nagato, especially since all 6 pains possess Nagato's unique Rinnegan. He believed Nagato had such strength. Seeing Jiraiya trying to escape, Nagato still did not realize the seriousness of the situation and ordered the animal path to summon hellhounds attempting to entangle Jiraiya through constant splitting. Frog Wanda jumped over, driving his sword through one of the hellhounds' heads, stating, "You are facing me." Seeing Frog Wanta buying him some time, Jiraiya felt relieved and immediately fled the gates of Konoha, darting into the surrounding forest. Naruto also noticed that both Pain's animal path and Deva path were about to attack Jiraiya. He used the shadow clone technique to summon a clone, each going to deal with one of the Pains. Naruto was prepared even if he couldn't when he would hold them off until Jiraiya Sensei returned. He threw a left hook at Pain's Deva path's face. Pain's Deva path retracted its head, successfully dodging, and then pulled out the black rod again. But this time Naruto would not let Pain's Deva path succeed, grabbing his hand and declaring, "I won't let you succeed again." He then unleashed a Rinnegan at Pain's other arm. Pain tried to dodge, but was caught, leaving him with little room to move, resulting in the Rinnegan grazing his arm. Seeing that Pain's Deva path had lost half of his arm, the animal path rushed over, aiming a black rod at Naruto from the side. Naruto quickly released his grip on Pain's Deva path's hand, leaping into the air, preparing to strike down with a flashy big Rinnegan. The last Raisen Shuriken had been deflected, which was somewhat less impressive. However, before Naruto reached the highest point, he felt a force pulling him down, and his body began to descend rapidly. In a moment, he fell face first to the ground, crashing down hard, and a black rod pierced him into the earth. Yet, at the moment of his descent, he still managed to fling the Rinnegan outward, but not towards Deva path. He abruptly changed direction, catching the animal path off guard. The animal path did not expect this, and immediately tried to evade. However, the explosion range of the Rinnegan was massive, flipping him over, and sending him flying far away, barely clinging to life. Challenging a god is foolish. Pain's Deva path saw Naruto defeat the animal path, took out another black rod, and slowly walked toward Naruto, preparing to stab him just as he had done to Jiraiya. But at that moment, Naruto's shadow clone suddenly approached from behind, grabbing Pain's Deva path, preventing him from attacking Naruto, even attempting to use the backlash of Sage Art to turn Pain into a stone frog. However, Pain used Universal Pull again, directly repelling Naruto's shadow clone, and denying Naruto any chance to harm him. After being attacked, the shadow clone instantly disappeared. "Don't you understand yet? Everything you do is in vain. Do you truly understand peace?" Pain's Deva path spoke to Naruto again. "Compared to you, what we do is true peace." Naruto clearly had full confidence in Jiraiya, knowing he had done his best to buy time for him. Although he believed Jiraiya would bring good news, he was indeed unable to hold on much longer, struggling against 2 Pains. Naruto instinctively glanced at Frog Wanta. There were simply too many summoned beasts: a bull, a chameleon, a crab, and hellhounds. Even if they were powerful, escaping was difficult, and he was gradually falling into a disadvantage. Seeing that Naruto had no way to retaliate for the time being, Pain's Deva path decided to let him truly experience pain by turning his gaze toward the villagers. Despite Naruto's desperate shouts, he could not stop Pain's Deva path's advance. Jiraiya continued to sense the location of that chakra, constantly updating his path in search of the right direction. At that moment, Konan appeared before Jiraiya, again wanting to stop him from moving forward. Upon seeing Konan emerge, Jiraiya felt a strong sense of certainty, knowing that his suspicions were likely correct. "Teacher Jiraiya, some things are better left untouched by you." Konan's tone held no emotion, resembling that of a reading machine. "Konan, I do not wish to be your enemy, but after you repeatedly act against Konoha, I have no choice but to turn against you," Jiraiya said. "Teacher Jiraiya, you have no understanding of true peace," Konan emphasized, once more seemingly resolute. "How is Nagato's condition? With such chakra output, it must be greatly harming his body." Jiraiya's tone suddenly shifted, sounding somber. Konan was taken aback by this statement. Though she had prepared for Jiraiya to guess Nagato's identity, she did not expect him to care about Nagato so much. Sweat dripped down Conan's forehead. Although she felt a pang of emotion, she still forced herself to appear indifferent. Jiraiya could easily see through Conan's feigned calmness, and decided to continue employing psychological tactics, believing he could still assess his disciple accurately. However, Conan held an unwavering commitment to the Akatsuki that Jiraiya found hard to fathom. Although she had just been touched by Jiraiya's words, she was determined to stop him here. Conan was prepared that if she could not stop Jiraiya, she would go down with him. She understood Jiraiya's strength well. If they truly fought, she knew she would not be his match. No matter what Jiraiya said, Conan remained unmoved. Jiraiya realized that a true and fierce battle was unavoidable. Before the two could engage, a loud explosion echoed from a distance, the shockwave frightening the birds away from the trees. They both turned to look in that direction, seeing smoke billowing, obscuring what lay beyond.
It seems something has happened in the village.
Jiraiya immediately felt anxious, but hid his distraction from Conan. Conan also began to worry about Pain's Deva path, knowing that this explosion was not caused by him, which implied that someone else was responsible. What kind of person could create such a large explosion? Conan could only bury her concerns, yet she found it hard to face Jiraiya, her mind in disarray. In fact, the recent explosion was not the work of Pain's Deva path, but of Naruto. At that moment, Pain's Deva path had chosen to abandon his target on Naruto, and shifted his focus to the entire Konoha village. The Umbu who had been waiting nearby saw Pain defeat Naruto, and rushed forward to stop him from attacking the village. However, the oppressive force of Pain's Deva path was not to be underestimated. Within moments, several approaching Umbu fell to his might. Tsunade, as the Hokage, had also exhausted much of her chakra in healing everyone. Yet at such a critical moment, if she did not stand up, what right would she have to call herself Hokage? Tsunade staggered to stand before Pain's Deva path, declaring,
"I admit, I once feared your strength, but now I must let you know that Konoha Ninja Village is not a place you can just come and go as you please."
Looking at the woman before him, who bore the 100 healings mark on her forehead, Pain's Deva path said nothing but charged at her directly. This time Tsunade showed no signs of retreat. She charged forward with a punch aimed at Pain's Deva path. Pain did not evade but pressed on, preparing to thrust his black rod at her. It seemed both were prepared to exchange blows. Tsunade was struck hard in the chest, the sensation causing her to lose some of her will to resist. Pain was also directly hit by Tsunade's punch, sent flying several meters away, rolling on the ground, before finally coming to a stop. At that moment, Pain realized the severity of engaging Tsunade directly, and decided to abandon his plan for a physical assault. Tsunade, having recovered somewhat, pulled the black rod from her body and tossed it aside. Having regained some composure, Tsunade slammed her fist into the ground, instantly causing a large chunk of debris to erupt. She then struck the air once more, and the debris flew toward Pain's Deva path, as if under control.
"Shinra Tensei!"
Pain's Deva path's resonant voice rang out, causing the stones to be repelled, scattering in all directions, with one landing squarely on Naruto's rear, who was lying on the ground. Otherwise, he would have been seriously hurt. However, when Tsunade attempted to press her attack, Pain's Deva path used a universal pull, drawing Tsunade's body toward him involuntarily. Tsunade planted her feet firmly on the ground, hoping to have some leverage. Yet the pull from Pain's Deva path was too strong, lifting her off the ground. Having already spent much chakra, Tsunade's condition was not great. Now, compared to the restored Deva path, she was indeed at a disadvantage. Poor Tsunade was toyed with by the Deva path, who held her suspended in the air, repeatedly slamming her into the ground, inflicting damage. Seeing that Tsunade was on the verge of death, Pain casually tossed her aside, allowing her to crash to the ground, barely conscious. Watching Tsunade being treated like a toy and thrown to the ground by Pain, Naruto's fury ignited, and he exerted all his strength to try to break free from the black rod. Pain's Deva path immediately noticed Naruto's movements and approached him, pulling another black rod from his sleeve and thrusting it into Naruto, ensuring he could not move.
This is pain, but it is still far from enough. Once you truly understand, I will take you back,
Pain's Devapath said. No sooner had he spoken than a powerful shockwave hit Pain from behind. Naruto managed to lift his head slightly, and saw Hinata attacking Pain's Devapath. However, it was only a brief attack, after which she was sent flying into the air by Pain, and landed impaled by black rods. If it were him suffering, Naruto could have tolerated it. But how could he bear such a scene before him? Suddenly Naruto broke free from the restraints of the black rods. The chakra of the Nine Tails erupted uncontrollably, and he instantly entered the Six Tails state enveloped in chakra. Pain's Devapath was somewhat surprised, but he had previously captured the Six Tails, so it was nothing new. However, the enraged Naruto had lost his rationality, and launched a tail beast bomb at Pain's Devapath. But it was deflected, flying into the forest outside the village, resulting in a massive explosion. This was the explosion that Jiraiya and Konan witnessed. Although Naruto in his berserk state is quite difficult to deal with, Nagato is still prepared, calmly controlling the pain of the heavenly path. As for the animal path, Nagato has given up on it, and is now concentrating all his chakra on the heavenly path. However, the berserk Naruto is reckless, unleashing his full power. He is rampaging, destroying everything around him, constantly roaring as if venting something. The heavenly path attempts to use several stone pillars to block Naruto's onslaught. However, Naruto, having lost his sanity, has significantly increased his combat power. These stone pillars cannot stop him. Even calling in the second pillar would be futile. Nagato is somewhat taken aback. Compared to other tail beasts, this level of power is extraordinarily overwhelming. Before he can react, a tail comes crashing down from above the heavenly path. The heavenly path can only dodge, as a heating confrontation would be quite disadvantageous. Waiting for an opportunity is the wisest choice. But how can he escape? Relentlessly attacking without giving him a moment to breathe shatters the last bit of calm in the heavenly path. Soon, with a left kick and a right punch, the tail beast Naruto, disregarding martial ethics, launches a sneak attack. A powerful punch sends the heavenly path flying out of the village's walls. But the tail beast Naruto does not intend to stop. With a leap, he follows out of the village. Meanwhile, Jiraiya is engaged with Konan, who is finally facing him. Watching her continuously change her body, Jiraiya keeps switching his tactics, believing there must be a way. Konan aims to surround Jiraiya with paper explosive tags, then detonate them. However, Jiraiya anticipates this and escapes from her grasp. The explosion is naturally void, producing a massive cloud of smoke that conceals Jiraiya's position from Konan. Initially, she thought Jiraiya would choose a more conservative approach to avoid harming her. However, this time Jiraiya seems resolute, suddenly appearing behind Konan and placing a kunai against her neck.
Jiraiya Sensei, it seems you still uphold the peace in your heart,
Konan says calmly, showing no intention of resisting. Jiraiya remains silent, simply urging her to cooperate, assuring her that she will not come to harm. Suddenly, sunlight vanishes around them, as if something is blocking it, and the ground begins to tremble. Before Konan can speak, she sees a massive object in the sky resembling a giant meteor blocking the sun.
What is that?
Jiraiya exclaims, recognizing it as a technique only the heavenly path could execute. Yet he is still astonished. He has never seen such a jutsu.
This is the planetary devastation, a sealing technique of Nagato,
Konan responds. Though outwardly calm, she internally breathes a sigh of relief, realizing that capturing the Nine Tails has been accomplished. However, things are not that simple. The meteor first remains silent for a moment, before exploding, sending debris scattering throughout the surrounding forest. Before she can recover from her shock, a red monster bursts forth from the meteor and dives towards the ground. Konan senses that something is amiss, and wishes to break free from Jiraiya's control to assist the heavenly path. Yet she knows she cannot confront it hidden, and must find a way. However, the situation is urgent. Explosions continue to erupt nearby, indicating a fierce battle. Unable to wait any longer, Konan grabs Jiraiya's hand and instantly transforms into paper, scattering in all directions. To her surprise, the one who had been restraining her was not Jiraiya, but rather his shadow clone. The real Jiraiya had likely slipped away long ago. It is easy to guess where Jiraiya has gone. This leaves Konan in a bind, having to choose between aiding the heavenly path or returning to stop Jiraiya. Before she can make up her mind, an object suddenly flies towards her from a distance. Konan instinctively dodges just as an explosion occurs beside her. It is a thrown Rinnegan. It seems the battle between the heavenly path and Naruto has escalated to her vicinity. Konan steels herself, convinced that Jiraiya will not harm Nagato, and decides to assist the heavenly path before her. When she reaches the heavenly path's side, she is almost incredulous. Pain is already disheveled and clearly injured from his recent battle with Naruto. Seeing Pain battered and bruised and Naruto standing unharmed in front of her, Konan does not hesitate. She activates her Shikigami dance, launching a barrage of attacks at Naruto with her paper spear. However, after a flurry of actions, the heavenly path suddenly commands Konan to stop.
Why?
She asks, puzzled.
Come back, Jiraiya-sensei has found me,
the heavenly path states. Upon hearing this, Konan understands Nagato has been located by Jiraiya. She immediately halts her attack and returns alongside the heavenly path, leaving Naruto bewildered, having just been on the receiving end of an onslaught, now suddenly retreating. However, Naruto will not let this group off easily, and he instantly gives chase. Yet Naruto watches as the two enter a tree, dumbfounded, rubbing his eyes again to confirm that they have indeed disappeared into the tree. This is the first time he has seen such a thing in his life. Feeling a mix of anxiety, he approaches the tree, wondering if he can enter. Once inside, Nagato and Konan hear Jiraiya say,
"It seems everyone is here."
The two do not speak, moving directly to Nagato's side like guardian deities.
Nagato, at this point, do you still cling to your beliefs? It is a mistake.
Jiraiya is taken aback upon seeing Nagato's appearance, not expecting him to have deteriorated so much.
All my friends and family died before me, all for the sake of so-called peace. That is merely the peace you use as an excuse.
Hiriko died like this.
Nagato starts off calmly, but grows visibly agitated when mentioning Hiriko. Did you experience things I am unaware of?
Jiraiya responds.
What we have endured far exceeds your imagination, but it no longer concerns you. Nagato's tone becomes cold again, as if the person before him is a stranger.
Jiraiya wants to say more, but finds himself at a loss for words. The lustful immortal surely would not want you to do this. What you call peace is nothing but a village filled with slaughter and death. At this moment, Naruto suddenly interjected from behind.
You are just a newborn calf, what do you know?
Nagato clearly disagreed with Naruto's words.
I may not have experienced much, but I know that as a ninja, the more important duty is to protect, not to kill,
Naruto said. Nagato was momentarily speechless, but still insisted on his viewpoint. Seeing both sides still locked in a standoff, Konan wanted to say something, but was stopped by a glance from Nagato. The atmosphere became awkward. However, Naruto did not give up, and continued to express his reasoning. At this moment, Jiraiya unexpectedly bowed to Nagato, and Konan reluctant to raise his body. This surprised Konan and Nagato. Konan instinctively wanted to help Jiraiya up, but hesitated.
Let me bear your mistakes. It is my failure as a teacher not to have guided you onto the right path,
Jiraiya said, requesting Konan to hand him a kunai. Konan surely refused and did not give the kunai to Jiraiya. They both understood.
Jiraiya-sensei, this matter has little to do with you. You don't need to do this,
Nagato said.
But I regard you as my own. If you made a mistake, then let me bear it.
Jiraiya seemed resolute.
You are not a god, you cannot bear so many lives.
Nagato did not want Jiraiya to take on this responsibility, as it was indeed unrelated to him.
No one wishes for war. I once met you in the midst of war and taught you. My goal was to help you escape the shadows of war. Yet you have become the creators of war,
Jiraiya said.
What we are doing is only for true peace, and we have to pay some price in the process,
Nagato replied.
That is merely the peace in your eyes. Everyone has their own vision of peace, and it cannot be achieved through your so-called unification.
Jiraiya argued back. This left Nagato momentarily at a loss for words, wanting to say more, but unsure of what to express.
The people of Konoha living their lives in peace suddenly turned into the scene of death due to your unexpected attacks.
Jiraiya became emotionally charged.
If they had voluntarily handed over Naruto, it likely wouldn't have come to this situation.
Nagato replied.
Stop making excuses. If there was no intent to kill, how could there be acts of slaughter?
At this moment, Naruto could no longer hold back and stood up. The atmosphere fell silent once again, everyone staring at each other in disbelief.
I once firmly believed you were the child of prophecy. I entrusted everything to you,
Jiraiya said with a hint of tears in his voice.
What you say, Jiraiya Sensei, is what I have always believed in.
He once entrusted his beliefs to me, and I have been upholding them from the beginning. This is the power of bonds,
Naruto echoed.
Nagato and Konan looked at each other, wanting to say something but finding themselves at a loss for words. Another moment of silence ensued. Suddenly Nagato laughed heartily.
Maybe I was wrong, but can you ensure that you will lead the ninja world to true peace?
Jiraiya and Naruto nodded in perfect sync, as if they shared a connection.
Then carry on with your beliefs, Naruto. You still have much room for growth.
After finishing his sentence, Nagato used the last of his chakra to perform the rebirth technique. Although Jiraiya and Naruto did not know what technique Nagato was using, they felt inexplicably at ease. As they watched Konan take Nagato and Hiroyuki away, Jiraiya reflected on the three innocent children who were once under his care. His heart stirred with emotions. After returning to Konoha, Jiraiya and Naruto discovered the village was bustling, a feeling they hadn't experienced in a long time. Everyone who had died was revived, and they embraced each other, crying together. Such a surprise was hard-earned. Jiraiya and Naruto exchanged glances and smiled in unison. Naruto then went to where he had been impaled, where Hinata lay on the ground. When Hinata saw Naruto approaching, she forced a smile despite the pain, saying,
Naruto, you're back.
This smile made Naruto feel guilty, and he immediately called a slug to heal Hinata. He then pulled out the rods one by one from her body. Each rod that he removed felt like a needle being pulled from his own heart, and this sensation brought Naruto a sense of relief. Hinata was injured because of him, so he should be the one to save her. Looking at the black rods scattered on the ground, Naruto, in a fit of anger, stomped on all the rods, as if the pain brought by pain shattered at that moment with the breaking of the rods. Jiraiya then ran to Tsunade's side, for in his eyes Tsunade was currently the most important. Tsunade was already on the verge of death, lying on the ground and gasping for breath when Jiraiya found her. Jiraiya approached and helped Tsunade up, knowing that her chakra was depleted, so he immediately summoned a slug to restore her chakra.
You alone treated the entire village. You are indeed a capable Hokage,
Jiraiya praised. Tsunade immediately burst into tears, burying her head in Jiraiya's chest.
I couldn't save anyone. I can't lead the charge like my master. I could only watch everyone fight. You did very well, Tsunade. Without your help, the village might not have survived until I and Naruto return,
Jiraiya comforted. But Tsunade continued to cry uncontrollably. Only in front of those she trusted could she cry so freely. The long-standing pressure was suddenly released. Jiraiya felt a bit pleased inside, as such an opportunity to hold Tsunade openly was rare. However, he still had to feign restraint, not allowing his true feelings to show too soon. Throughout the battle, the entire village of Konoha maintained a high level of unity and strong will, which was the enduring spirit of the fire passed down through generations. Now that the battle has ended, the next step is to build a new homeland. This naturally requires Da's excellent wood-release genes. Day stepped into the middle of the road and immediately erected buildings on both sides with a technique akin to a 3-bedroom layout. Though it was merely a framework, it provided the people with a place to reside, and everyone was quite pleased. All the villagers were busy with construction, while Might Guy, who had just returned to Konoha, stood bewildered, unsure of what had happened. He had merely gone out to complete a mission. How had things changed so drastically? The village hardly resembled a village anymore, as everyone was preoccupied with building their own houses. Was this a collective relocation? Before he could process his surprise, he noticed that his house was gone as well. Might Guy's anger flared up immediately. Without a word, he activated the 6th gate of the 8 gates. The people around him were dumbfounded. What was he about to do? Without a second thought, Might Guy began hauling wood, hammering nails, and digging up soil and stones. It turned out he was merely using the 8 gates to build a house, and everyone had been alarmed for nothing, but this was a method that only Might Guy could devise. After the battle, Tsunade's chakra had been severely depleted, compounded by the psychological impact. She would not be able to assume the role of Hokage again anytime soon. Clearly, finding a new Hokage was urgent. But who would be more suitable? Many turned their gaze to Jiraiya. A hero's return, saving the critically endangered Konoha and becoming Hokage was naturally within reach. However, Jiraiya had already expressed his disinterest in becoming Hokage and had personally recommended Tsunade. He was genuinely uninterested in the position, aiming for broader horizons instead. But when Tsunade found him, she got straight to the point. You know, the position of Hokage is still vacant, right? Jiraiya remained silent as he peeled an apple for Tsunade. I know you may not be interested, but I still want to pass this position on to you. I think you are the only one in the entire Konoha with such reputation and strength right now, Tsunade continued. Jiraiya smiled but still did not speak, which put a lot of pressure on Tsunade. Just take over for a while. When I am ready, I will continue as Hokage. Tsunade was afraid Jiraiya would misunderstand her intentions. After hearing this, Jiraiya's expression finally changed. He seemed to want to say something, but the words were swallowed back down. After much back and forth, Tsunade insisted on temporarily entrusting the position of Hokage to Jiraiya. Seeing Tsunade's determination, Jiraiya had no reason to refuse. Mainly because Tsunade assured him that if he helped her act as Hokage during this time, she would agree to go on a date with him afterward. This was a scene he had never even dreamed of. Though it was just a brief date, he had waited a long time for this situation. Having initially considered Tsunade and the village, Jiraiya was beginning to entertain the idea of becoming Hokage. With Tsunade's assurance, he felt a renewed vigor. The most important reason was that Jiraiya knew Danzo had long coveted the position of Hokage. Although he had the strength of one, Jiraiya was even stronger. The reason was simple. After the Great War, Konoha needed peace and development. If Danzo took over, it could lead the village into dark times. But he still agreed to only temporarily take Tsunade's place. When the time was right, he would return the position of Hokage to her. The various daimyos in the meeting felt that Jiraiya was a suitable candidate, so they prepared to finalize and assign the position of Hokage to him. Although Danzo, who also attended the meeting, did not openly express his refusal, everyone could see he would not be willing. This matter quickly spread throughout the village, and everyone knew Jiraiya had become the new Hokage, leading to cheers and congratulations for him. Kakashi was the first to congratulate Jiraiya, as he was also a candidate for Hokage, and the first to learn about the news. Before they could chat for long, Kakashi's expression turned serious as he led Jiraiya to a small corner, seemingly to discuss something. Seeing Kakashi's mysterious demeanor, Jiraiya thought it was because he had taken Kakashi's Hokage position, and that Kakashi was feeling resentful, thus planning to retaliate. However, since he was to become Hokage, he had to be prepared and feign nonchalance as he followed Kakashi to the corner. Kakashi glanced around to ensure no one was nearby, then placed his hand behind his back as if retrieving something. Jiraiya immediately went on guard, but he couldn't act too conspicuously, as it would imply he didn't trust Kakashi. Instead, he clenched his fist tightly, remaining vigilant. In a flash, Kakashi pulled out a book titled Aika Paradise, and said to Jiraiya, "When is the next volume of this book coming out? I've been waiting for a long time." Jiraiya had completely forgotten about that. Indeed, it had been a long time since he had gathered material for Ika Paradise. Now that he was about to assume the role of Hokage, he could no longer collect material so openly. Thinking about this, Jiraiya felt a bit guilty towards Kakashi, his loyal fan, and promised that as long as Tsunade continued as Hokage, he would update Ika Paradise at the earliest opportunity. Naruto may not have been the first to congratulate him, but he was the most prepared. He approached swaying, while carrying a large box, and as soon as Jiraiya saw it, he rushed forward to help Naruto. Once Naruto set the box down, he smugly said,
"Guess what's inside?" "I won't guess,"
Jiraiya replied deliberately. Naruto was momentarily speechless. But his excited heart was hard to calm, and he couldn't help but exclaim,
"This is a bowl of Ichiraku ramen I saved up for over 2.5 years.
There are over 100 of them."
Upon seeing the box filled to the brim with ramen, Jiraiya couldn't help but shiver. How long would it take to eat all this? Only this kid was so obsessed with noodles.
Thinking about how he had just become Hokage, and was still unfamiliar with many matters, he needed an assistant. Since Naruto wanted to become Hokage as well, he could start as his assistant. Jiraiya quickly shared his thoughts with Naruto, who was immediately excited upon hearing the news.
"Perverted sage, when do we start working? I can't wait." "You start tomorrow, you better be ready. No tardiness or he'll punish you by not letting you eat ramen for 3 days,"
Jiraiya said. Naruto kept Jiraiya's words in mind and arrived at the Hokage office promptly after finishing his ramen on the first morning, ready to showcase his skills. What he didn't expect was that Jiraiya would arrive even earlier than him. Naruto excitedly inquired about the tasks for the day. Jiraiya furrowed his brows. Upon learning that his task was merely to review the mountain of scrolls and documents piled upon the desk, Naruto instantly deflated, having fully expected to discuss matters of grave military importance only to be confronted with trivialities. Yet having already arrived, it would have been awkward to refuse outright. He had no choice but to steel himself and assist Jiraiya in the review. Naruto listlessly picked up a slip of paper reading Yamanaka Ino's flower shop has recently caused repeated allergic reactions due to pollen. Could they please take greater care? Naruto was utterly dumbfounded. Did such petty matters truly require the Hokage's personal attention? Jiraiya remarked, "This is precisely your responsibility. Sift through these seemingly unrelated petitions yourself and prioritize the most urgent ones for me." Naruto, speechless, set that slip aside and picked up another. Could Yamato continue planting trees around the village? Hearing that Lord Jiraiya has become Hokage, I offer my heartfelt congratulations. My master's master is my grandmaster. We 3 generations of masters have all ascended to the title of Hokage. The final note, written by Konohamaru, left Naruto utterly speechless. With responsibilities already overwhelming, why add such flattery to the official docket? What kind of administrative document was this? Still brimming with silent exasperation, Naruto reached for another scroll, only for his expression to shift markedly, as if he had just glimpsed something extraordinary. Observing Naruto's prolonged silence, Jiraiya grew curious about the contents, and promptly took the scroll from his hands. A single glance silenced him. He placed the scroll upon his own desk. It was intelligence recently delivered by the Anbu Uchiha. Itachi has been slain by Sasuke. After an extended battle, Itachi fell following the emergence of a colossal crimson form. Naruto's heart sank. Sasuke had finally slain his elder brother, but would Sasuke ever return? Indeed, Sasuke had not returned in a long time. Their last parting felt like ages ago, and on that occasion Sasuke had truly sought to kill him. Jiraiya too wore a troubled frown. Given Itachi's formidable prowess, how could Sasuke possibly have overcome him? Had Sasuke truly attained such strength? Yet Itachi's true circumstances remained obscure to him. The massacre of the Uchiha clan seemed rooted in deeper causes, and Itachi himself had always been an inscrutable figure. Still, Itachi's death at Sasuke's hands likely stemmed at least in part from love. If Itachi had harbored no affection for Sasuke, the boy would surely have perished alongside the entire clan. Jiraiya's thoughts drifted momentarily before returning to his duties, but Naruto remained deeply unsettled, resolved once more to set out in search of Sasuke. When he voiced this intention to Jiraiya, he expected understanding, yet Jiraiya refused outright. No explanation was offered. Naruto did not press further. Though he yearned to go, Jiraiya's firm refusal left him unable to insist. To refrain from asking was one thing, to abandon the resolve was another. Inwardly Naruto swore he would bring Sasuke back, no matter what. Meanwhile Sasuke, now privy to the truth behind Itachi, vowed to slay Danzo in vengeance. Learning that Konoha had been devastated, he seized the opportunity to infiltrate the village and eliminate Danzo. Should Danzo have fallen during Pain's invasion, so much the better. Yet Sasuke feared Danzo might remain hidden in shadows, making a personal incursion the only reliable course. Without hesitation, Sasuke led the Taka squad to Konoha's outer gate, where the four perched silently atop a single tree, heedless of whether its branches could bear their combined weight. What stunned them, however, was the stark discrepancy between intelligence and reality. Kisame had assured them Konoha lay in ruins after Pain's assault, yet before them stood only faint traces of war, nothing resembling total devastation. The buildings appeared newly restored, streets bustled with citizens. Such rapid reconstruction was unprecedented. The entire village had regained its vitality within mere days. The Taka members exchanged glances, uncertain where to begin. Sasuke alone ascended into the treetop canopy, spotting several shinobi standing guard at Konoha's main gate: Shiranuigan Makamazuru, Kino Gantetsu, and Yamakawa Aoba. Though assigned only to gate duty, Sasuke had no desire to confront any of them. Lacking ultimate techniques, they nevertheless possessed terrifying collective strength. Passing them would cost flesh if not life. Infiltrating the village via the main gate seemed unwise. Aerial entry or stealthy penetration would be far safer. "Sasuke, shall we enter or not?" Suigetsu asked beside him, his hesitant expression betraying reluctance even before he spoke. No one understood Konoha's true strength better than Sasuke, and none held a higher estimation of his own capabilities. Now Sasuke judged that among the four squad members only he possessed the skill to complete the mission. The others he feared faced near certain doom. Weighing strategic necessity, he resolved to infiltrate Konoha alone. When Sasuke announced his decision, Karen objected immediately. "We came together. How can you go in alone?" Moreover, as a missignan, Sasuke risked immediate targeting by the ANBU. Sasuke offered a faint wry smile, thinking, do they truly believe such obstacles could hinder my ascent? At any moment, I could invite a thorough beating from the ANBU. Kagaya Jugo and Suigetsu echoed her concerns, clearly convinced that Sasuke's solo infiltration was perilously reckless, and that all four should enter together. Yet Sasuke deemed the others a liability. Bound by courtesy, however, he could not voice this plainly, so he resorted to a delaying tactic and withdrew temporarily. Besides, he lacked an immediate viable plan to assassinate Danzo. He was no longer a rash youth. He would analyze the situation carefully, strategize with precision, and honor Itachi's legacy of calculated brilliance. At that very moment, Naruto walked along a village street, and suddenly sensed a strange resonant pull. Instinctively, he turned toward the village's outer perimeter, only to see a few crows take flight into the sky. Nothing else stirred. Under Jiraiya's governance, the village recovered swiftly, and most of the reconstruction work was completed. News of the 5 Kage summit also reached them. As Jiraiya passed by Ino's flower shop, he intended to discuss the pollen issue with her, while also wishing to buy a bouquet for himself, hoping to see Tsunade today. With time passing, the village had recovered well, and Tsunade should have also made a remarkable recovery. It seemed it was time to consider the possibility of a date. When Jiraiya arrived at Tsunade's house, she was making breakfast. After seeing Jiraiya, she poured him a glass of milk and offered him some bread. Jiraiya took out the flowers he had hidden behind his back, scratched his head, and shyly said, "These are for you." Tsunade was a bit surprised but pretended to be indifferent. After accepting the flowers, she casually placed them in a nearby vase. Jiraiya wanted to return the position of Hokage to Tsunade, hoping she would continue in that role and attend the 5 Kage summit in her capacity as Hokage. Watching Jiraiya passionately deliver his speech, Tsunade not only had no thoughts of taking over, but instead smiled and said, "I think you could easily replace me now. I'll take a step back." "What do you mean by that?" "I have completed my mission, and I'm still waiting for you to go on a date with me," Jiraiya thought to himself, feeling elated, as the moment held great potential. "You have indeed done a good job with the recovery of the village, so I still think you are more suited to be Hokage," Tsunade said, as she approached Jiraiya, speaking in a commanding tone. As Jiraiya looked at Tsunade standing before him, he couldn't help but stand up, both of their faces turning red. From his seated position, he couldn't see Tsunade's face, only her ample. "I know you stepped up to be Hokage for the sake of the entire village. Being Hokage is not something you enjoy, it's merely a responsibility and duty," Tsunade continued. Jiraiya wanted to say something, but Tsunade placed a finger on his lips, interrupting his words and thoughts. That single finger surprisingly helped him calm down. However, once Jiraiya regained his composure, he immediately stopped Tsunade's action, taking her hand away and saying, "Don't try that with me, I'm not falling for it." Tsunade had initially tried to reason with him, but since Jiraiya was resistant to gentle persuasion, she no longer held back. With a clenched fist, she smashed the table to pieces. Jiraiya was instantly terrified into silence at the sight before him. He was well aware of Tsunade's temperament, and if he continued to hesitate, she would likely unleash her strength. Seeing this, Jiraiya had no choice but to leave reluctantly. However, as he reached the door, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. After all, he had completed his mission. Why should he feel so stifled? Just as he was about to turn back to reason with Tsunade, he looked over his shoulder and saw that she had activated her 100 healings technique, so he hurriedly left without looking back, running around the village 3 times before daring to stop. Rock Lee and Guy were practicing their handstands around the village. Upon seeing the frantic Jiraiya, they couldn't help but exclaim, "This is youth. The Hokage leads by example." The two rewarded themselves with an additional 50 laps around the village. Later, Shizen arrived at Tsunade's home, where the table had already been tidied up, as if nothing had happened. Shizen had been called by Tsunade, and was clearly unaware of what had transpired. However, her keen eyes noticed that there was an additional bouquet of flowers in the house. Just as she was about to approach and admire them, Tsunade called out to her. "Do you know why I called you here?" Tsunade asked. Shizen thought to herself, "If I knew, would I have come?" But she couldn't voice that thought, and could only smile, saying, "Please, Lady Tsunade, enlighten me. Today Jiraiya came by wanting to return the position of Hokage to me, and asked me to attend the 5 Kage summit. What I mean is, I still want him to continue as Hokage," Tsunade continued. "Yes, I understand that. What I mean is, you should help Jiraiya and be his assistant. This will serve as a transition. If I need to take over Hokage again later, it won't be a complete break," Tsunade explained. "All right, I understand." Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Shizen immediately got up, not daring to show any sign of laziness, especially since she was home alone with nothing to do. Jiraiya returned to the Hokage office feeling a bit stifled. He picked up a yellow magazine and began to read. During this time as Hokage, he had been too busy to find time to read. Just as he opened it, and had not read more than 2 lines, he heard a squeaking sound from outside. When reading something risque, one's nerves are heightened, and even the slightest movement could alert him. Jiraiya quickly closed the book, pretending nothing had happened, and secretly tucked it between the documents. He hurriedly asked, "Is someone out there?" Sure enough, someone responded, and after receiving Jiraiya's permission, they pushed the door open. Jiraiya looked up, and was surprised to see an unexpected visitor, Shimura Danzo. Jiraiya sensed that the visitor meant trouble, but he could only force a smile, as Danzo was an elder and a prominent figure in the village. Before Jiraiya could pour tea for himself, Danzo got straight to the point. You know about the 5 Kage summit, right? Yes, I do. You shouldn't be attending, right? In other words, the village is still recovering and somewhat vulnerable, and the Hokage cannot leave at this time, Danzo stated. Jiraiya immediately understood Danzo's intentions, but could not refuse overtly. He replied, I am still planning this, I will arrange it properly. I have a foolproof plan. I think it would be better for me to attend the meeting while you stay back in the village. The relations between the 5 great nations are complex, and you might not be able to handle it. Jiraiya did not expect Danzo to express his thoughts so openly, without any pretense, as if it were an implicit threat. He did not regard Jiraiya highly. Jiraiya could only smile, considering the 3rd Hokage's favor. I think it would be more practical for me to go. After all, we need to gain experience in diplomacy with these great nations. Though Jiraiya did not want to go, it was still better than Danzo attending. Just as they were discussing inside, Shizune had been lurking outside for quite a while. They were originally discussing the candidates for the meeting, when suddenly Jiraiya and Danzo both stopped, as if they sensed someone outside. Danzo alertly approached the door, then suddenly opened it, catching Shizune off guard. The two stared at each other, both having only 3 eyes in total, with a pair of pig-like eyes fixated on Danzo. Fearing the situation would escalate beyond control, Jiraiya immediately stepped in to interrupt.
Shizune, why are you here at this moment? Is something wrong?
Danzo glanced at Jiraiya without saying anything, directly walking over to sit on the office sofa, clearly intending for Jiraiya to handle Shizune's presence alone, serving as intimidation. Jiraiya called Shizune outside and whispered,
Did you hear something just now? I couldn't hear clearly, your voices weren't loud.
Shizune replied. In truth, Shizune heard most of it, but wanted to avoid revealing herself.
So what are you doing here? Tsunade is no longer the Hokage, and you're not here to continue being her assistant,
Jiraiya said with a hint of complaint.
You're mistaken, I truly came here as an assistant,
Shizune replied.
However, I am here on Lady Tsunade's orders,
Shizune added. Seeing Jiraiya's confused expression, she could only explain the situation to him. After Jiraiya acknowledged her, he quickly found an excuse to send Shizune away, as it was inconvenient for her to be seen by Danzo. Before leaving, Jiraiya repeatedly reminded Shizune not to tell anyone else about this matter. However, Shizune was ultimately not Jiraiya's but Tsunade's. Once back at Tsunade's home, Shizune relayed everything she had heard. After listening, Tsunade said nothing, engrossed in rolling dice, as if calculating something. Shizune was puzzled. Why was Lady Tsunade uninterested in such matters? Just as she wanted to say something, Tsunade halted her, as if aware of what Shizune intended to say. Shizune had a lot to say, but with Tsunade's clear stance, she could only hold it in.
I will have my own plans and solutions for this matter.
Danzo is not someone to be trifled with. Tsunade paused her dice, speaking intently. Meanwhile, after Shizune left, Danzo still seemed somewhat dissatisfied, as if he felt the conversation had been overheard. Jiraiya intended to speak well of Shizune, but Danzo's expression made it difficult for him to find the mood to speak. Seeing that Jiraiya probably wouldn't relinquish the position for the 5 Kage summit to him, Danzo fell silent, gazing out the window at the village without saying a word. The atmosphere in the room became extraordinarily awkward. Neither spoke, each harboring their own thoughts.
Perverted sage, I've recently researched a new seduction technique. Want to hear about it?
Naruto said, as he walked down the corridor before even entering the Hokage's office. As soon as Naruto stepped through the office door, the 3 of them exchanged awkward glances, making it extremely uncomfortable for all of them. Realizing he had just said something inappropriate, Naruto immediately began to act foolish.
Hello Hokage-sama, and hello to you, sir.
This remark only added to Danzo's already sour mood. It was one thing for a brat to be called a hero of Konoha, but now he didn't even recognize him. Jiraiya quickly tried to explain for Naruto, but Danzo preemptively stated,
I think I will take my leave now. I will await your notification tonight, do not delay.
Though it sounded like a discussion, it was actually pressure on Jiraiya. Jiraiya could only try to handle Danzo first. Watching Danzo leave Naruto didn't think much of it, and merely mumbled,
"Who is that strange uncle anyway?"
Jiraiya immediately covered Naruto's mouth, then closed the door peeking out into the corridor, to ensure Danzo had left before finally letting go of Naruto's mouth.
A whiff of floral fragrance. Looks like the perverted sage has had some luck lately,
Naruto remarked, noticing the floral scent on Jiraiya's hands.
You really are a newborn calf not fearing tigers saying whatever comes to mind.
Jiraiya patted Naruto on the back of his head. Naruto was increasingly confused. How had this perverted sage become so mysterious in just one day? However, Naruto was not one to keep things to himself, directly asking,
"What are you doing? Why aren't you answering my questions?"
But Jiraiya had no time to explain the matters of luck and romance. He walked over to the file storage area, flipping through documents one by one. Seeing this, Naruto internally marveled.
I never expected this perverted sage would take the initiative to work.
Yet he didn't say this out loud, feeling that things weren't so simple. Jiraiya was searching these files for information regarding the 5 Kage Summit. He would not let Danzo participate, so he had to do his homework and attend personally. After a while of busy work, Jiraiya emerged with a pile of scrolls documenting all 5 Kage Summit records since the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Though Naruto knew nothing about it the moment these scrolls were placed on the table, he understood he had work to do, instantly feeling a sense of purpose and motivation. As long as Jiraiya needed him, Naruto would enthusiastically help with making tea and fanning him. However, since the last time, Naruto had no desire to actively engage with documents and scrolls unless Jiraiya requested it. Meanwhile, Danzo, who had already left, wouldn't let it go easily. He had coveted the position of Hokage for a long time, and had finally driven Sarutobi Hiruzen away, only to find Tsunade and Minato standing in his way. He never expected that even the irresponsible Jiraiya could become Hokage by defeating Pain to save Konoha, and he had long felt unjustly treated. If he didn't take action soon, he would lose any voice in the matter, and drift further away from his dream of becoming Hokage. Now was the best opportunity. Danzo didn't go anywhere else. First, he headed to a pond, then made his way to his base. Oil Woman Tsurugi and Kamizuki Wind had been waiting there for a long time. Seeing Danzo return, the two immediately asked,
"What are your orders?"
Danzo's lips curved slightly, his gaze sharp. Without saying anything, he took out a frog he had caught at the pond. Unknowingly, night had fallen, marking the last deadline given to him by Danzo. Naruto had already returned, leaving Jiraiya alone in the office. The office door was knocked twice, and then opened directly. The person entering was none other than Tsunade. Tsunade held sushi in her hand, placing it on the desk, and said to Jiraiya,
"You've been busy and haven't eaten, have you?"
In fact, Tsunade was bored. After dinner, she had been wandering the streets, originally wanting to see if there were any casinos, but ended up finding the Hokage office still lit. Usually at this time one should be resting. Considering the events of the day, Tsunade knew that Jiraiya was definitely anxious about the 5 Kage Summit. She understood him well. Thus she brought sushi to visit him. Normally Jiraiya would have jumped up in excitement, but now his mind was filled with thoughts of the summit, and he simply said thank you. Tsunade went straight to the point.
"What exactly are you planning to do?"
Upon hearing this, Jiraiya realized that Tsunade must have learned what happened, probably from Shizune. However, it didn't matter to him whether Tsunade knew or not.
"I don't want Danzo to go, but I don't know how to resolve the issue with him. He insists that it must be him."
Jiraiya expressed his thoughts to Tsunade because he trusted her enough.
"As long as you have the courage, let Danzo take sick leave."
Tsunade smiled and said,
"This isn't the time for jokes. Besides, do you really think you can make Danzo take sick leave?"
Jiraiya knew that Danzo's strength was not to be underestimated. Tsunade understood that Jiraiya was currently indecisive, so she encouraged him.
"Can you not face this directly? You are the Hokage, not him. Everyone supports you."
With Tsunade's words, Jiraiya felt somewhat reassured. Yet he still expressed his concerns.
"But what will happen to the village after I leave?"
He trailed off, clearly having prepared for the worst.
Konoha still has me as long as I'm here. Danzo won't dare to act openly.
Tsunade patted her chest in reassurance. Looking at Tsunade's reassuring gesture, Jiraiya decisively chose to trust her without any hesitation. With Tsunade's guarantee, he felt brave enough to directly refuse Danzo's demands, knowing he could trust her with the village. With that in mind, he had nothing to worry about. Logically, he could go back to rest now. However, since Tsunade had come, how could he let her leave empty-handed? So Jiraiya mustered his courage again.
It's getting late, let me walk you home. It's unsafe for a girl to go back alone.
Although Jiraiya called Tsunade a girl on the way back, his walking posture was not as dignified as hers. Instead, he was following behind Tsunade. But as they got closer to her home, Jiraiya noticed that Tsunade was walking slower and slower. Both of them understood each other, yet nothing was said. As they approached Tsunade's house, Jiraiya could no longer hold back, suddenly leaping in front of her, hesitating to say something. Tsunade said nothing, her eyes fixed intensely on Jiraiya. But unlike usual, there was a rare tenderness in her gaze. The atmosphere became tense. Jiraiya always wanted to speak, while Tsunade was eager to hear him, and their distance grew closer and closer. Jiraiya pointed into the distance and said,
"Let's go gamble at a casino. I suddenly want to bet some money."
Upon hearing about gambling, the atmosphere lightened significantly. Tsunade's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she immediately pulled Jiraiya towards the casino. At first, Jiraiya was inexperienced, and didn't dare to place bets, merely following Tsunade around. But seeing him so hesitant, Tsunade reached into Jiraiya's clothes. Jiraiya's face flushed instantly, as he allowed Tsunade's hand to wander inside his clothes, his expression slightly enjoying it. But before he could react, Tsunade took out her wallet and tossed it onto the gambling table. Of course, gambling with Tsunade only led to one result: losing everything but his underwear. However, Jiraiya didn't mind at all being able to spend more time with Tsunade, and seeing her happy made him content. When they returned to Tsunade's house, it was already very late. After they bid each other farewell, they returned to their own homes. Even as he lay down in bed, Jiraiya couldn't help but chuckle foolishly. Meanwhile, Danzo glanced at his clock. It was already past midnight. He still hadn't received any news from Jiraiya, which made his intentions clear. However, Danzo remained unfazed, seemingly aware of Jiraiya's choice. He approached the toad he had captured during the day, and thrust a kunai into it, killing it instantly. With the 5 Kage summit looming, Jiraiya prepared to set off, taking only Naruto and Shizune with him. As he left the village gate, Jiraiya glanced back. Having left Konoha many times before this time, he felt an unusual sense of reluctance, perhaps due to the shadow cast by the previous incident with Pain. Not long after leaving Konoha, Jiraiya felt something was off, an unusual atmosphere. To confirm, he asked Naruto and Shizune along the way, but they couldn't articulate anything. That feeling grew stronger, and Jiraiya regretted not bringing any Anbu with him. At least, they could help scout the area. If he relied on Naruto, he feared he would have been assassinated long ago. Jiraiya was indeed correct. Danzo had brought Oil Girl Shino and Yamashiro Alway to follow them, with a clear goal to directly kill Jiraiya and seize his position as Hokage. However, Danzo was not an ordinary person. He wouldn't directly take the blame upon himself. So he had long planned to follow them and wait for an opportunity to strike, fabricating it as an accidental injury, thus avoiding blame. Yet Jiraiya was still unaware of any of this. He only knew that Danzo would not give up easily, and never imagined that Danzo would directly harbor murderous intent towards him. Unaware of the passage of time, Jiraiya and his companions decided to rest by the riverbank, planning to resume their journey at dawn. Around the crackling campfire, Jiraiya remained ever vigilant. Naruto, however, felt no such restraint. He pulled out a cup of Ichiraka ramen from his pack, fetched water from the river, and began boiling it. The rich aroma soon wafted through the air. Shizune wandered nearby with Tun-Tun, foraging for edible wild fruits and vegetables to replenish their supplies. Yet she found nothing. Her search gradually devolved into little more than a quiet stroll with Tonton. All appeared serene, yet unseen shadows concealed lethal intent. Danzo fixed his gaze intently upon Jiraiya, and Naruto, his mind racing with strategies for an ambush. Yui Kurenai approached silently from behind and whispered, "Shall we strike directly? 3 against 2 gives us the advantage. We hold the darkness while they stand exposed. This should be effortless." Danzo waved his hand, dismissively rejecting the suggestion. "Neither of those two is ordinary. Do not overestimate our odds." Frustrated and searching for inspiration, Danzo paced alone to the river's edge. Then suddenly insight struck. He activated his Sharingan, piercing the water's surface to see every fish with crystalline clarity. With a single flick of a kunai, he impaled a fish. Repeating the motion, he hauled several more from the current, not for sustenance, but to deliver them to Yui Kurenai, intending for him to coat them with poison. Yui Kurenai hesitated briefly. Poisoning them via tainted fish was acceptable. It could easily be disguised as a tragic accident. But how could Jiraiya be induced to eat the poisoned fish without suspicion? Danzo remained unruffled, and turned his gaze toward Yamanaka Fu. In that instant all three understood. Fu belonged to the Yamanaka clan, inheritors of the ancient mind-body switch technique. If Naruto could be seized, compelling Jiraiya to consume the poisoned fish would become feasible. Yet their current position was unfavorable, too distant for reliable execution. Success demanded proximity, the technique required precise spatial alignment. With Danzo's silent approval, Fu slipped into the underbrush, encircling Naruto's group, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. But Jiraiya's vigilance proved unrelenting. The moment Fu entered the thicket, Jiraiya sensed movement, rising instantly and striding toward the rustling foliage. Fu tensed at the sight of Jiraiya standing, paralyzed, unable to move lest he betray himself outright. Discovery would mean combat, and in open confrontation, he stood no chance against Jiraiya. As Jiraiya drew nearer, Fu's palms grew slick with sweat. He braced for preemptive action, fingers tightening around his kunai. But Jiraiya, ever cautious, halted short, and instead hurled 2 kunai into the brush as a probe. A sharp cry pierced the silence, followed by frantic wrestling. Yet emerging from the thicket was not Fu but Taunton. Jiraiya froze in astonishment. Taunton? Then the scream must have been Shizen's. Without hesitation he rushed forward. Indeed, Shizen lay wounded by 2 kunai, groaning in pain. She had mistaken the attack for enemy infiltration, only to realize with wry disbelief that it was Jiraiya who had struck her. Yet, as a guardian of the Hokage, she had long accepted such risks. Jiraiya swiftly summoned his slud technique to treat her wounds. Fortunately, the injuries were non-fatal. Had they struck vital organs, Tsunade would surely have flayed him alive. Fu watched silently from the periphery, heart hammering. He pressed a hand firmly to his chest, stifling the frantic rhythm. While Jiraiya attended to Shizen, Naruto, still innocently slurping noodles, was seized unawares by Fu's mind-body switch technique. Caught utterly off guard, Naruto yielded to Fu's control, and obediently proposed to Jiraiya that he fetch food to nourish Shizen. Jiraiya noticed nothing amiss in Naruto's demeanor, and acquiesced without question. Moments later, Naruto returned bearing several freshly caught fish. Before Jiraiya could inquire further, Naruto placed the fish directly onto the fire. Soon they sizzled golden brown, and with eager warmth he offered portions to both Shizen and Jiraiya. Still, Jiraiya asked how Naruto had so swiftly procured them. Naruto stammered vaguely, "Just grabbed some, you know," offering no coherent explanation. An instinctive wariness surged within Jiraiya. Though the fish came from Naruto's hands, his sixth sense recoiled. How could anyone catch fish so effortlessly in the dead of night? He withheld his bite. Shizen, however, thought nothing of it, and raised a piece to her lips, when Taunton suddenly barked urgently, signaling her not to eat. Uncomprehending, Shizen assumed only that Taunton was hungry, and tore off a morsel, offering it to the pig. Taunton responded with even more frantic, distressed cries, refusing the gift entirely. Jiraiya seized Naruto's arm, demanding, "Is something wrong with these fish?" Naruto denied it vehemently, even shoved a piece into his own mouth to dispel suspicion. Seeing Naruto consume the fish, Jiraiya ceased his questioning, but kept his guard high, secretly summoning a slug to test the meal for toxins. To avoid arousing Naruto's suspicion, he feigned turning away to eat, whereupon the slug urgently relayed this is an exceedingly rare toxin, likely derived from a specialized insect. Jiraiya immediately thought of the Yui clan, yet he possessed no proof implicating them in treachery. From his vantage, Fu observed Jiraiya eating Naruto, having already consumed his portion, and Shizune too now swallowing hers. Relief flooded him. With utmost care, he withdrew into the shadows. Upon hearing Fu's report, Danzo did not rejoice. Instead his unease deepened. Until he witnessed Jiraiya collapse, success remained uncertain. He voiced no reproach toward Fu, not when manipulating Naruto into self-poisoning revealed such ruthless resolve. Danzo watched their camp from afar, outwardly impassive, inwardly taut with tension. Deceiving a man like Jiraiya demanded flawless precision, the slightest misstep would shatter the illusion. Mid-contemplation, Jiraiya suddenly cried out no, and lunged to Naruto's side, where the boy lay, collapsed, limbs trembling faintly. Without a word, Jiraiya immediately stepped forward to help Naruto with his treatment. Several slugs wrapped around Naruto, diligently aiding him in expelling the toxins from his body. At this moment, Tauntaun's nose nudged Jiraiya's rear. Jiraiya turned around to see that Shizune was also in trouble, so he moved to her side to provide treatment. The Oil User clan's poison is a secret technique rarely seen in daily life, and the slugs were treating Naruto slowly. Seeing no improvement for a long time, Jiraiya was truly enraged, suspecting that someone was sabotaging their efforts. Knowing that the perpetrator had not yet left, Jiraiya planned to set out in search of them. However, he worried about what would happen to the two people beside him if he left. To prevent Naruto and the others from being ambushed, Jiraiya performed a frog mouth binding technique, summoning the stomach of the rock-welling toad to surround Naruto and the others. Before leaving, he specially instructed,
"This is not food, don't let them digest it too quickly."
Only then did he leave with peace of mind. Jiraiya felt quite confident about this defense. Itachi could only create a hole with the combined use of Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. As expected, once Jiraiya stepped into the woods, he sensed a wave of killing intent, and immediately remained on high alert, reminding himself that there must be someone nearby. Danzo knew that Jiraiya had come looking for him. He glanced back at Kamizuki and the Oiluser, secretly calculating that 3 people should be able to handle one Jiraiya. With a command from Danzo, the 3 of them immediately spread out, each taking up concealed positions, waiting for Jiraiya to take the bait. At this moment, Jiraiya was unaware that he had already fallen into Danzo's trap. As Jiraiya approached, Danzo began to sweat. Despite Jiraiya having lost an arm, his intimidation factor was still formidable. Suddenly it seemed Jiraiya had discovered something. He stopped abruptly, took up a defensive stance, and scanned his surroundings with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Danzo felt a rush of alarm. Could he have been exposed? Regardless, Jiraiya had already entered his attack range, so he prepared to strike first, not giving Jiraiya a chance to react. At this moment, Jiraiya seemed to have picked up on Danzo's whereabouts and suddenly spoke.
"Come out, you cannot hide."
Danzo had already completed his hand seals, but upon hearing Jiraiya's words, instinctively lowered his hands. Kamizuki and Kamizuki remained on standby, knowing they would act only if Danzo did. Just as Danzo was about to step out and confront Jiraiya, a rustling came from the nearby bushes, and several figures slowly emerged. One person stood at the front, followed by 2 others, with one person trembling behind. The ones who emerged were none other than Team Hawk. Jiraiya, looking at the Akatsuki organization attire, showed no expression on his face, instead calming down considerably.
"Sasuke, is this what you can accomplish? What do you think of Naruto?"
Sasuke placed his hand on his sword, clearly ready for action. However, he had no intention of engaging Jiraiya in battle, as there was no need.
"What does this have to do with Naruto? I'm here to take other lives."
It was evident that Sasuke was referring to Danzo. However, Jiraiya misunderstood, thinking that Sasuke intended to take his life. Although he couldn't fathom why Sasuke would want to kill him, he remained in a combat-ready state. Seeing Jiraiya's overwhelming killing intent, Suigetsu melted away, hiding behind Jugo, who was also prepared to enter curse seal mode at any moment.
Joining the Akatsuki organization, it seems you have embarked on a path of no return, Sasuke,
Jiraiya expressed with genuine regret.
This is my own path. Right now, I only seek revenge. Everything else is unimportant to me,
Sasuke replied. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback by this statement. Did he really have a deep-seated grudge against Sasuke? After considering that he had never seduced a member of the Uchiha clan, he felt a bit more at ease. Thus Jiraiya's thoughts began to wander. Who exactly was Sasuke seeking? It couldn't possibly be Naruto, could it? But Sasuke had already said it wasn't Naruto. Could it be Shizune? But Shizune and Sasuke have no connection whatsoever. Surely it couldn't be Tonton. As these thoughts lingered, Jiraiya could not bear to contemplate further. He simply could not believe that Sasuke would desire Tonton's flesh.
Wasn't Itachi already defeated by you? Why seek revenge?
Jiraiya suddenly thought of something.
I now know the truth. I want revenge on Danzo. What's wrong with Danzo?
Jiraiya inquired, relieved to hear that Sasuke's target was not him and his group.
You don't need to worry about that. We just happened to meet here. Naruto's matter has nothing to do with me. Well then, I will take my leave to rest,
Sasuke replied. Knowing that Jiraiya would not attack him, Sasuke swaggered away. In fact, Sasuke's appearance here was not coincidental. After arriving in Konoha last time, he had not left and had been gathering intelligence around Konoha, waiting for the right moment to strike. After several days of fruitless searching, Sasuke was just about to leave when he unexpectedly encountered Jiraiya and the others tonight. Earlier, Sasuke had noticed that Naruto was poisoned, but he felt no urge to help. When Karen wanted to treat Naruto, Sasuke rejected her, deeming it unnecessary to expose himself. As Sasuke left, Jiraiya did not stop him. His subconscious told him that the one who struck was not Sasuke but someone else. Sasuke's words served as a reminder that Danzo was also a threat that could not be ignored. After Sasuke left, Jiraiya prepared to continue searching until he felt there was no longer any security risk. Suddenly the nearby wood stirred and Jiraiya turned to look, realizing that a few owls had taken to the air. He dismissed it and continued searching. However, no matter how hard Jiraiya searched, there was no sign of movement. Just then the slug informed him that Naruto and the others were showing some response, prompting Jiraiya to abandon his search and hurry back. Danzo and the others had already left. Upon learning that Sasuke sought revenge against him, Danzo realized that Sasuke had likely discovered the truth about the Uchiha clan. Although he was not afraid to fight Sasuke, he knew now was not the time. To avoid stirring up further trouble, Danzo chose to retreat for now. He needed to find an opportunity to take Sasuke's Sharingan and keep it for himself. Having defeated Itachi, Danzo became increasingly curious about Sasuke's Sharingan. When Jiraiya returned, he indeed found that Naruto and the others had shown some improvement. Their faces had regained some color, much better than the previous pallor. However, they still needed some time to recover. Jiraiya contemplated returning to Konoha, as bringing Naruto and Shizune along, both in poor condition, would be less effective than letting them return to Konoha for treatment. But going back and forth would take 2 days, and the date for the 5 Kage summit was approaching. As the newly appointed Hokage being absent or late would likely tarnish the image of the Land of Fire. After much deliberation, Jiraiya chose to set out alone, first instructing the slug to relay a message to Tsunade and commanding Kakashi to bring Yamato and Might Guy to rush over. The next day at dawn, Jiraiya prepared water and gathered some food. Seeing that Naruto and Shizune had awakened, he finally felt relieved. Naruto appeared completely bewildered, unsure how he had been poisoned. When Jiraiya questioned him, he had no recollection of what had transpired. Jiraiya suspected that Naruto had been controlled, but by whom? A puppet master. Yet a puppet master couldn't control Naruto's thoughts. He couldn't leave yet, as danger lurked nearby, and Naruto and Shizune were still vulnerable. They waited until noon, when Naruto and Shizune could barely stand. Suddenly a rustling sound came from a distance. Jiraiya immediately rose and looked in the direction of the sound. Before long, 3 figures appeared before him. Jiraiya didn't have much time to explain what had happened and quickly arranged my guy take these 2 back to Konoha safely. Kakashi and Yamato will follow me to the 5 Kage summit. Kakashi and Yamato immediately accepted the order, but Guy seemed unwilling. Who else but me can protect the Hokage? Let me continue to bask in my youth. The other 3 were well aware that this was a meeting with the 4 great nations, not a discussion about youth. Jiraiya could only smile and refuse my guy. Kakashi seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. We are all Anbu members, very reliable. He even gave my guy a knowing glance. Without hesitation, my guy activated the 8 gates and opened the door of death. This sudden action left those around them dumbfounded, unsure of what he was doing. Yamato was so startled that he created a 3-room apartment with wood release on the ground. With steam rising all over him, Guy picked up Naruto and Shizune and headed towards Konoha, leaving behind the words, "The first duty of an Anbu is to follow the Hokage's orders." He carried one in each hand, both legs flailing, eager to return to the village. Guy was so focused on his youth that he completely missed Shizune's shout, "I didn't bring Taunton." Watching Guy disappear in a flash, the remaining 3 exchanged glances. The awkward atmosphere was suddenly interrupted by a loud wailing sound. The 3 followed the sound and saw Taunton sitting on the ground, sprawled out with a look of despair. Kakashi, helpless, had no choice but to pick up Taunton and take him along to the 5 Kage summit. Otherwise, leaving Taunton alone would likely mean he would become someone else's meal, and he couldn't return to explain to Shizune and Tsunade. However, with several big men being clumsy, it was indeed difficult to manage Taunton. So Kakashi immediately summoned a pack of ninja dogs, hoping to have them escort Taunton back. The ninja dog Parker patted his chest and assured them Taunton would arrive safely in Konoha, which eased the 3 big men's worries. With 2 former Anbu members by his side, Jiraiya felt inexplicably more at ease. Their reconnaissance and combat capabilities were indeed reassuring. The journey began to smooth out, and they quickly reached the land of iron. However, at that moment a figure appeared, blocking their path. This figure was none other than Obito. The 3 immediately prepared for battle, recognizing the Akatsuki's cloud-patterned cloak, knowing that the newcomer was not to be trifled with. However, Obito did not seem inclined to fight. Instead, he calmly crossed his arms and said to Jiraiya, "You can go back now." "What do you mean by that? We came according to the agreement to attend the 5 Kage summit. I hope you don't obstruct us, or we won't hold back." Seeing that the individual before him had no intention of attacking, Jiraiya didn't want to provoke trouble either. Obito smirked. "Danzo has already replaced you inside. You have become substitutes now. If you go now, you'll only show the 4 great nations the internal conflicts of the Land of Fire." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya clearly did not believe it. How could Danzo have gotten in before them? Moreover, he had no reason to trust the person before him. But after Obito spoke, he did not offer further explanation and vanished into thin air. This left Jiraiya and the others in shock. What kind of ability was this? Was it a space technique? Since Minato, Jiraiya had not seen space-time ninjutsu again. Kakashi stood by, dazed, feeling that this ability was familiar yet strange, creating an unsettling feeling. To avoid delaying their progress, Jiraiya did not dwell on Obito's presence and immediately headed to the conference room, ready to enter the meeting. However, the guards from the Land of Iron barred Jiraiya and his group from entering, stating that the meeting had already begun and no outsiders were allowed in. Jiraiya had a foreboding feeling, but still asked, "Is it acceptable to start the meeting without the Hokage?" "Hokage Danzo has already entered. Who are you?" the guard replied coldly. Only after the guard spoke did Jiraiya believe the words of that Akatsuki member. It was indeed true. But how could he know? Yamato suggested going in directly to expose Danzo's true face. Kakashi glanced at Yamato, surprised that this guy was quicker to betray Danzo than he was to watch intimate paradise. However, Jiraiya still refused, just as Obito had said entering now would be tantamount to declaring the internal conflicts of the Land of Fire to the other nations, damaging its diplomatic image. After weighing the options, Jiraiya decided to retreat for the time being. Staying here was of no use, and they should find another place to observe the situation. Not long after Jiraiya and his group left, a loud noise rang out, and chaos erupted not far away. Upon hearing this sound, the three individuals immediately turned around, only to see smoke suddenly rising from the previously intact building entrance. They instinctively remarked,
"This must have been struck by lightning."
Without a moment's thought, they hurriedly ran back. As expected, there were indeed signs of lightning strikes. Could it be that refusing them resulted in being struck by lightning? But the sky was clear without a cloud in sight. Where could the lightning have come from? Was there someone else involved? As the three circled back to the entrance, they found that indeed it was Sasuke, the stubborn one leading the Hawk Squad. He was ruthless and spoke little, and with a swift chidori, he blasted open the door. Sasuke watched the samurai pouring out from the building without any inner turmoil, even as his chidori was already primed. Kakashi, seeing this, stepped forward and grabbed Sasuke's hand.
"What are you doing? Don't get in the way,"
Sasuke said, as he activated his Sharingan and immediately cast a Genjutsu on Kakashi. Kakashi, caught off guard and unprepared, fell victim to the illusion once again. However, after the torment he endured from Itachi's Genjutsu for 3 days and nights, Kakashi's body mysteriously developed some resistance to illusions. Coupled with the fact that Sasuke's Genjutsu was not yet perfected, he barely managed to stay upright, leaning slightly backward. Jiraiya, witnessing this, rushed forward to catch the staggering Kakashi and pulled him back. Yamato stepped up to try to stop Sasuke, but was blocked by Heavy. Sasuke then unleashed a Chidori that wiped out the charging samurai, opening a path into the building. He glanced back at Jiraiya and the others before walking straight inside. He even left behind a remark.
"Only those who can enter by brute force dare to come in." It seemed Sasuke and the others had been observing Jiraiya for quite some time.
Watching the Hawk Squad enter, Jiraiya began to hesitate, wondering whether he should follow. Would he be seen as Sasuke's accomplice? If that were the case, things would become troublesome. Considering Kakashi's condition and the unfolding situation, Jiraiya decided not to enter the building for now, choosing to observe from a distance and intervene if necessary, as it seemed safer. A sense of ominous premonition enveloped Jiraiya. With the murderous intent Sasuke brought in, it was bound to be a bloody storm inside. As expected, not long after, an explosion echoed from within. The Raikage, furious upon learning that Sasuke, who had killed Killer Bee, had ventured here, blew open the wall and stormed into the hall to confront Sasuke. As the sounds of combat echoed on, Kakashi grabbed Jiraiya's hand, seemingly pleading as he said,
"Please don't let Sasuke die. Can you go in and take a look?"
While he outwardly requested to check, Jiraiya understood that Kakashi's true intent was to ask for help for Sasuke. After all, Sasuke was someone he had raised himself. In this dire situation, it was certain that Sasuke would be in grave danger. Jiraiya didn't want things to escalate further. After all, if Sasuke were to die, how heartbroken would Naruto be? Moreover, if news got out that Sasuke disrupted the meeting, it would be a slap in the face to the 5 Kage. After ensuring Kakashi was alright, Jiraiya entered the building with Yamato. Just as they stepped inside, they were met with a shockwave. Heavy was delivering a devastating blow to the Raikage. Jiraiya assigned Yamato a task.
"Quickly sneak into the meeting room and keep an eye on Danzo."
Without a word, Yamato vanished without a trace, proving once again the efficiency of the Umbu. Jiraiya quickly found cover, wanting to observe the situation before taking action. By coincidence, Konan was hiding there, secretly watching the battle. The two exchanged awkward glances, creating a particularly tense atmosphere. Jiraiya's sudden appearance scared Konan half to death. Jiraiya immediately interrogated,
"How dare Sasuke charge into the meeting of the 5 Kage to assassinate Danzo? Wouldn't it be better to wait until Danzo comes out to kill him?"
Konan stammered, not knowing what to say. She was just following Sasuke's lead, and was unclear about the rest, managing to say,
Maybe Sasuke just wanted to test this Susanoo. Susanoo, a powerful weapon of the Uchiha clan. It seems Sasuke has reached a new height.
Jiraiya felt no joy in Sasuke's progress, rather he was filled with worry. Jiraiya thought that since Sasuke had gained Susanoo, it was understandable for him to dare to crash the meeting of the 5 Kage. However, they were all cage-level powerhouses, and Sasuke still wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. As he pondered, Jiraiya caught sight of the Raikage unleashing a lightning javelin, lifting Sasuke high before slamming him down. The ground of the hall cracked open instantly, dust spreading rapidly accompanied by a surge of lightning. Konan gasped, instinctively clutching Jiraiya's hair. Jiraiya, while shouting in pain, tried to comfort her, saying,
it's okay, smoke doesn't cause harm."
Sure enough, as the smoke dissipated, Sasuke's Susanoo had wrapped around him, and he had not sustained any fatal injuries. The Raikage, seeing this, was somewhat surprised, not having expected that this kid had such a trick. However, the Raikage would not let it go easily. Even with the power of Susanoo, he still aimed a fierce strike at Sasuke's forehead. But Sasuke was not one to sit idly by. He immediately enveloped Susanoo in Amaterasu to defend against the Raikage's assault. What he hadn't expected was that the Raikage's recklessness exceeded Sasuke's imagination. Ignoring the risk of injuring his own hand, he charged straight at Sasuke. Who could withstand that? Sasuke was directly knocked to the ground. Seeing the opportunity arise, the Raikage leapt into the air, preparing to deliver a final blow to Sasuke. Sasuke, realizing the imminent danger, hurriedly used the Kagaya technique, wrapping his Amaterasu in a sharp blade-like form around Susanoo. Looking at the Raikage in fear, he began to panic, as he had never tested it in real combat, and was uncertain of its power. The Raikage had long lost his reasoning, and was determined to kill Sasuke, otherwise this brat would get away with it. Seeing the situation unfold, Jiraiya knew that if that kick landed, it would surely result in both sides being gravely injured. Thus he immediately emerged from his hiding spot, running and forming seals, preparing to stop this attack. Suddenly Gaara's sand flew out, blocking the Raikage's assault. Jiraiya also quickly halted his ninjutsu release. Since Gaara had intervened, there was no need for him to step forward. Gaara activated his mouth-to-mouth mode, allowing the Raikage to temporarily spare Sasuke. He then approached the battlefield's edge and decisively severed his arm that had been tainted by Amaterasu. However, as a rogue ninja of the Akatsuki organization, Sasuke still had to die. Gaara, Temari, and others unleashed their ninjutsu together, seeking to end Sasuke here. After a loud explosion, Sasuke successfully showcased a higher level of Susanoo, which appeared in the center of the hall, blocking all incoming attacks. Although the purple Susanoo appeared rather abstract, it was undoubtedly Sasuke's best choice for showing off. The Raikage was also taken aback, not expecting Sasuke's defense to be so formidable. What kind of existence is this kid? Sasuke recklessly destroyed everything inside the hall, with Susanoo creating a whirlwind of chaos and dust, and then seized the opportunity to escape with Shorin. Jiraiya watched from the side, hesitating whether to pursue Sasuke. At that moment, several warriors from the Land of Iron approached him, inquiring about Jiraiya's situation. Once the hall settled down, Gaara noticed Jiraiya trapped, and quickly went to his side, gesturing for the warriors to step aside, and helping Jiraiya break free. Jiraiya visibly sighed in relief, realizing that his worries were not unfounded. He could easily be mistaken for Sasuke's accomplice, but fortunately, there were people here who recognized him. Gaara glanced at Jiraiya and pointed at his arm, clearly expressing shock at Jiraiya's missing limb. Jiraiya smiled slightly, saying,
"I was injured during my last battle with pain, and it turned out like this. I've gotten used to it."
Gaara didn't say much more, as it wouldn't be wise to rub salt in the wound. He then changed the topic to inquire about Naruto's situation. Jiraiya reported truthfully, including the fact that Naruto had been poisoned. After all, there was nothing to hide from someone who looked up to Naruto as a role model. After listening, Gaara felt regret that Naruto hadn't been able to reach here as planned due to the poisoning, and he worried about Naruto's health, unsure if he had recovered. Of course, Naruto had recovered. Even if he wanted to die, the Ninetales inside him would never allow it. After returning to the village, Tsunade personally treated Naruto, and within a day, he was able to move around on his own. However, Naruto ignored Tsunade's advice, and planned to secretly find Sai and Sakura to once again head to the Land of Iron to meet Jiraiya, while also looking for any leads on Sasuke's whereabouts. Without hesitation, Naruto quietly snuck out of his hospital room while Tsunade was absent, and rushed to the street, immediately going to eat a bowl of Ichiraka ramen, as he felt uncomfortable all over. After satisfying his hunger, Naruto remembered the important matter. He boldly approached Sakura's house and knocked on the door, but no one responded. So Naruto directly climbed up the water pipe to Sakura's balcony on the second floor. As soon as he landed, he shouted inside, "Sakura! Come out and help!" However, there was still no response, causing Naruto to doubt whether the balcony window was too soundproof. Seeing that no one responded, Naruto decided to go look for Sai. But just as he turned to leave, his little mind started to think Sakura usually stayed home to beautify herself at this time. Why wasn't she there today? Could something have happened? A sense of foreboding immediately overtook Naruto's mind, prompting him to shout inside once more. Still no response. After a mental struggle, Naruto pushed open the balcony door. Although Naruto knew that directly entering Sakura's room wasn't appropriate, her safety was the most important thing. He would be the hero saving the beauty. Seeing that Sakura was not in the room left Naruto's small head filled with big questions. Before he could figure it out, a scream from downstairs pierced the air. Sakura was in danger. How could he stand by? Without a second thought, Naruto kicked open the door and rushed down the stairs. As he stepped down, he heard movement coming from the bathroom. Naruto's first reaction was that Sakura had harmed herself in the bathroom, so without hesitation he kicked open the bathroom door. Before him, smoke swirled, and inviting scents filled the air, as if he had stepped into a dream, and the smooth skin of a woman appeared before Naruto. He was momentarily dazed, clearly taken aback by the unexpected sight. Before Naruto could react and take a good look, a bar of soap was thrown directly into his mouth. He immediately spat it out, not having the chance to say anything before hearing a loud shout from inside. "Naruto! Pervert!" As Naruto was about to explain, a woman in a white robe rushed out, landing a perfectly aimed punch straight to Naruto's left cheek. Naruto flew several meters back, stopping only when he collided with the wall. Even the Ninetales inside him was stunned. What kind of woman could throw such a punch? Sakura had been enjoying her bath when Naruto suddenly barged in, and she was furious, not expecting that Naruto would be the kind of person to peep at her while bathing. Naruto could only recount the events leading up to this moment, but Sakura wouldn't hear any of it. Regardless of his reasons, he had peeped at her bathing, and 10 punches wouldn't be enough. Naruto felt wronged, and had no place to voice his grievances, so he could only sulkily say, "Then why did you scream so loudly?" Sakura adjusted her robe, which still felt a bit ill-fitting since she had hurriedly put it on. "My soap slipped, can't I call for help?" Just after she picked up the soap, you charged in. Naruto felt utterly frustrated. He stood up intending to apologize to Sakura, but she showed no mercy and ordered him to leave her house immediately. Naruto had no choice. He couldn't add fuel to the fire any further. He could only walk away while saying, "I actually wanted you to come with me to find Sasuke." Upon hearing the mention of finding Sasuke, Sakura immediately stopped Naruto, clearly intrigued by his words. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Naruto quickly returned to Sakura's side and began to excitedly share his plan. After hearing him out, Sakura didn't immediately refuse. She only said she needed to think about it, as leaving the village without permission was a serious crime. However, Naruto patted his chest, assuring Sakura that it would be fine. With Naruto's assurance, Sakura became even more convinced that leaving without permission was a no-go. Thus, she prepared to consult Tsunade about the matter. While the two were conversing, a sudden knocking at the door interrupted them. Sakura smiled and said, "The door isn't locked, just come in." But just as she finished speaking, Sakura's robe seemed to cooperate, suddenly slipping off, exposing her once again in front of Naruto. This time Naruto had learned his lesson and immediately turned away, insisting he hadn't seen anything. However, to his surprise, it was Hinata who walked in just in time to witness Sakura standing naked in front of Naruto. Sakura quickly picked up her white robe and covered her private parts. Naruto was in a state of panic, his mind racing with how to explain this to Hinata. Naruto-kun. Hinata still couldn't believe what she was seeing, feeling a mix of emotions. After a few seconds of being stunned, she immediately turned and ran away. Naruto hurriedly chased after her, realizing that if he didn't clarify things soon it would be disastrous. Hinata ran quickly with tears in her eyes, while Naruto pursued her even faster, with Sakura calling out from behind, "Close the door!" After running through a street, Naruto finally caught up to Hinata and led her into a small alley. He asked her to wait a moment, as he needed to explain things properly. However, Hinata squatted down and started crying within seconds. Naruto had never encountered such a situation, and felt at a loss, unsure whether to stand or sit, merely pacing around, Hinata explaining, "It's not what you think." Hinata could not bear to hear this 3D surround sound explanation, her mind filled with the image of Naruto and Sakura together. Naruto couldn't stand seeing Hinata cry in front of him, his heart was almost breaking. In a bid to comfort Hinata, Naruto finally mustered his courage and pulled her up, their eyes locking. Hinata gazed into Naruto's eyes, which were filled with sincerity, revealing no hint of deception. Gradually her mood began to calm. Just as Naruto felt the moment was right to explain things thoroughly to Hinata, a sudden slap landed on his right cheek. Now Naruto's face was completely symmetrical from the blow. The assailant was Neji. From a distance, Neji witnessed Naruto pulling Hinata up, seeing her in tears, thinking to himself, he used to trust Naruto so much, but now, he was bullying Hinata in the alley. Hinata immediately shielded Naruto with her body, preventing Neji from attacking further despite Neji's harsh words. "Don't stand in my way!" Hinata seemed like a different person at that moment, fiercely protecting Naruto. This slap only made an already tense situation worse. Naruto stood up, rubbing his face, looking aggrieved as he said, "Let me explain properly." Compared to Hinata, Neji was relatively rational and willing to give Naruto a chance to explain. Naruto recounted everything that happened in detail. After listening, Neji realized that Naruto had not harmed Hinata. It was indeed a misunderstanding. But how would Naruto explain the situation with Sakura? At this moment, Hinata stood by Neji's side, indicating that she wanted Naruto to explain himself thoroughly. Naruto, now indifferent to life and death, described the events he had just experienced, emphasizing that he had only glanced at Sakura, a glance that all men would inevitably have, and that he hadn't looked again afterward. Neji nodded, indicating his agreement with Naruto's words. Seeing that Neji accepted it, Hinata also expressed her understanding of Naruto, bringing the matter to a close. As Naruto was in a hurry to leave, he didn't continue the conversation with Hinata. Hinata watched Naruto gradually walk away, silently calling out, "Naruto-kun!" On the other hand, Sai had a much smoother time. When Naruto found him, he wasn't in the bath, and wasn't naked, thus avoiding any issues regarding Naruto's sexual orientation. Sakura also received Tsunade's permission. Initially, Tsunade was concerned about Naruto's injuries and his inability to leave the village, but Sakura assured her that she would continue treating Naruto, which led Tsunade to agree. Thus, the three of them boarded a bird drawn by Sai and flew toward the land of iron. One must admit that flying is indeed faster than walking. Meanwhile, Sasuke had already brought Karen to the meeting room. Danzo, seeing the situation was dire, took the opportunity to sneak away, while Sasuke was engaged in battle with Mifune. However, Jiraiya had long anticipated this. Just as Danzo escaped the meeting room, he encountered Yamato, who was lying in wait. Danzo, having caught a glimpse of someone standing in the corridor, acted without hesitation, using wind-release vacuum wave to clear his path, intending to shift the blame onto Sasuke later. But Yamato used would-release with lock technique to block Danzo's attack. Danzo immediately halted, recognizing that the only person capable of using would-release now was indeed Yamato. "Yamato, are you trying to stop me?" Danzo expressed his confusion and anger at Yamato's actions. Yamato, now emboldened, slowly replied,
Can you give me serialization rights for Intimate Paradise?
Upon hearing this, Danzo was infuriated. This Yamato had betrayed him faster than flipping a page, and had even taken after Kakashi. Yamanaka Ino, without saying a word, unleashed a swarm of poison insects that flew densely down the corridor toward Yamato. Yamato immediately used Wood Release Wood Prison technique to contain all the poison insects. However, Danzo used Wind Release Split Sky Palm to break through Yamato's wooden prison, causing the poison insects to pour out. Yamato instinctively wanted to retreat, but Kamizuki Izumo followed closely behind, using mind transfer technique to forcibly control Yamato's body. Ultimately, Yamato was no match for Danzo and his companions. After a brief skirmish, he was left weak and on the verge of collapse. Yet, seeing Danzo's group about to leave, he summoned his remaining strength to form hand seals and used Wood Release to seal off the corridor. But just as he performed the first hand seal, Danzo stepped on Yamato's hand, coldly saying,
"Don't obstruct us anymore. Out of respect for your past service, I won't kill you."
After saying this, Yamato could only watch helplessly as Danzo took Yamanaka Ino and Kamizuki Izumo out of his sight. Fortunately, he had Hashirama's cells granting him good healing abilities, so he wouldn't die anytime soon. While Danzo managed to escape, Sasuke was not so fortunate. He was directly hit by Kojuro's technique. Even with Susanoo surrounding him, he was still forcefully punched through a wall. Next came the relentless assaults from the Mizukage and Tsuchikage with lava release boiling mist technique and dust release detachment of the primitive world following in quick succession. Poor Sasuke was toyed with at their mercy. Fortunately, at that moment, Obito timely appeared, using Kamui to rescue Sasuke. However, Obito had no intention of leaving. Instead, he observed as the 5 Kages gathered before him. Jiraiya, Raikage, and Gaara returned to the meeting room one after another, feeling an ominous premonition as they looked at the man who called himself Uchiha Madara. Obito calmly spoke of his Eye of the Moon plan, his tone completely dismissive of the 5 Kages present. Although the 5 Kages below expressed their dissatisfaction with Uchiha Madara's Eye of the Moon plan, they all knew after Raikage's attack pierced through that Madara had come prepared. Inoki, being the most aware of Uchiha Madara's strength among the 5 Kages, restrained himself and did not want the others to initiate an attack. The man named Uchiha Madara had left a deep scar on Inoki's young heart. Even his teacher had to avoid him. Though he did not understand why he had aged so much, this Uchiha Madara still retained the rebellious characteristics of the Uchiha clan, appearing youthful and vibrant. However, that Sharingan made Inoki completely convinced. Seeing that the 5 great nations were unwilling to hand over the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails and 8 tails, Obito stepped onto the table, speaking in a condescending tone to the 5 Kages.
"I declare war for the 4th Great Ninja War."
As they watched Uchiha Obito, who had just shown off and fled, the 5 Kage exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Although they had prepared for war during the earlier meeting, facing the 4th Great Ninja War was still hard to accept. However, no one could allow the 5 great nations to sit idly by. After some discussion, the 5 Kage reached a consensus.
"United as one, setting aside personal interests, we shall win the 4th Great Ninja War."
Just as the 5 Kage reached their consensus, Ao spoke up.
"We've found a severely injured Leaf Ninja in the corridor."
Jiraiya instinctively thought it was Yamato, and his heart raced. He immediately ran out of the conference room and into the corridor, where indeed someone was lying on the ground not far away. As Jiraiya approached, he confirmed it was Yamato. He quickly used his medical ninjutsu in conjunction with a toad to treat Yamato. Jiraiya had not particularly hated Danzo, but seeing Danzo inflict such harm on Yamato ignited his fury. Without a second thought, he hoisted Yamato and rushed out. Kakashi, who had been resting outside, encountered Danzo as he fled. However, Kakashi was still not fully recovered and could only give way to Danzo. Danzo was unaware that Kakashi was injured and weakened. He only knew Kakashi was a formidable opponent. If a fight broke out, it would likely take considerable effort. To ensure his escape, Danzo noticed Kakashi had no desire to fight and promised that upon returning to Konoha, he would present Kakashi with the complete collection of
The Tale of the Utterly Affectionate,
before hurriedly making his way. But Kakashi was not clueless. He understood that Danzo's hasty escape must have a reason. He immediately summoned his ninja hound to track Danzo. After Jiraiya emerged, he placed Yamato beside Kakashi and instructed him with a few words before following the trail of the ninja hound in pursuit of Danzo. Although Kakashi felt it was dangerous for Jiraiya to go alone, after all Danzo had many hidden tricks, there was no other choice at this point. Konoha had to handle its own affairs without assistance from the other 4 ninja villages. When Jiraiya caught up to Danzo, he found only Danzo remaining. Royal Woman and Kamizuki Wind were nowhere in sight, while Danzo was engaged in combat with Sasuke. Jiraiya estimated that those 2 subordinates had likely been dealt with, but did Sasuke possess the strength for that? Upon closer inspection, he saw Uchiha Obito sitting aside quietly watching their battle. Jiraiya had a premonition that those 2 individuals had probably been taken out by Uchiha Obito. As members of the Root organization, their strength should not be underestimated, and Uchiha Obito bore no signs of injury from battle. It was clear he had completely overwhelmed them. Yet even so, Jiraiya felt compelled to confront this legendary ninja. He would leave Danzo to Sasuke and take on Uchiha Obito himself. Without hesitation, Jiraiya boldly approached Uchiha Obito from behind. Obito sensed someone behind him and calmly stood up, saying,
"I didn't expect you to catch up to me here. I will defeat you here and prevent the 4th Great Ninja War."
Jiraiya replied sternly, forming a Rinnegan in his hand.
"You think you can stop me alone? Although I don't wish to fight you, it seems you have no intention of backing down."
Obito responded fearlessly, even inviting Jiraiya to come at him. Watching the battle between Jiraiya and Uchiha Obito, Danzo finally felt a weight lift from his heart. He had originally intended to retain some strength to deal with Obito, but with Jiraiya present, he no longer needed to worry. Sasuke observed Danzo's noticeably calmer demeanor and felt undaunted. What was there to fear from someone so foolish as to stab himself with kunai while inside his Susanoo?
Wind release vacuum wave.
Seizing the opportunity, when Sasuke's Susanoo faded, Danzo quickly formed hand seals and unleashed a sharp gust of wind towards Sasuke, aiming to sever his physical body. However, Sasuke leaped around, evading Danzo's attack. Yet wherever Danzo's wind passed, nothing was spared, everything was cut down. Recognizing the difficulty of Danzo's wind release, Sasuke opted to use Susanoo for protection, as it offered a safer option. With the ability to attack and retreat, he could enjoy the advantages of high defense. However, Sasuke's Susanoo was still only half-formed. Although it provided some defense, his ocular power had been severely drained, diminishing Susanoo's effectiveness. Danzo, responding to Sasuke's move, summoned the legendary Dream-Eating Beast, the Dream Beast. Accompanied by the Dream Beast's powerful suction, Danzo exhaled a vacuum wave and sink. This time Sasuke's Susanoo could not withstand the attack. Danzo's technique proved far more effective than kunai. However, Sasuke managed to unleash an Uchiha family fireball, successfully countering the Dream Beast's assault and temporarily resolving his crisis. On Jiraiya's side, several of his attacks pierced through Obito's body. Yet Obito's attacks continually struck true against him. Was this Uchiha Obito truly invincible? Jiraiya believed that no one was flawless. The ability to penetrate his defenses must stem from Obito's Sharingan. He just needed to find its weakness. Thus, the following attacks were all aimed at probing Uchiha Obito's abilities. Knowing that Jiraiya was analyzing his capabilities, Obito, wary of Jiraiya's combat experience, decided to temporarily refrain from using his Kamui. After several rounds of taijutsu, Jiraiya found himself at a disadvantage. At this moment, Jiraiya was indeed struggling in hand-to-hand combat. Obito used wood release cutting technique, throwing a wooden branch at Jiraiya. Jiraiya quickly dodged the wooden branch, embedding itself into the mountain behind him, instantly sprouting numerous sharp spikes. Jiraiya was astonished. He hadn't expected Uchiha Obito to use wood release as well. Did he possess cells from Hashirama? Jiraiya began to fall into a passive state, but he couldn't afford to wait idly in the face of adversity. Remembering his previous encounter with Conan, he decided to use the toad oil bomb to restrain Uchiha Obito. Thus Jiraiya sprayed a large amount of sticky toad oil at Obito, intending to reduce his mobility, and see if he could limit his phasing ability. Obito still had no intention of using Kamui to evade. Instead, he directly employed fire-release Phoenix Fire technique, attempting to ignite the toad oil and guide the flames toward Jiraiya. The toad oil ignited immediately, and Jiraiya hastily retreated to avoid being engulfed in flames. As he looked at the roaring fire, his vision was temporarily obstructed. Seizing the opportunity, Obito utilized Earth-Release Earth Dragon hidden technique, burrowing underground, and approached Jiraiya from behind. In light of his impaired vision, Jiraiya immediately activated his Sage technique to ensure he would not be caught in a passive situation, thereby enhancing his perception. However, he sensed a chakra emerging from below heading towards him. Without any hesitation, Jiraiya understood that Uchiha Obito must have used Earth Release. Without further ado, Jiraiya decided to counter magic with magic, using Earth Release Hozo no Jutsu for retaliation. Suddenly, the ground transformed into a quagmire, and Jiraiya thought this should effectively trap him underground. Yet just as he contemplated this, Uchiha Obito appeared in front of him out of thin air. At that moment, Jiraiya was not shocked, as he was already aware that Obito could use space-time ninjutsu. Obito had no means of escape underground. If he didn't use Kamui, he would truly be trapped in the quagmire. He was slightly astonished, realizing that very few could force him to resort to using Kamui. When he found himself before Jiraiya, he couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of the legendary Sannin, "Your strength is indeed remarkable. Surrender now." Jiraiya speculated that this was akin to the cooldown of spacetime capabilities similar to Pain Shinra Tensei, so he prepared to strike immediately, hoping to exploit the brief moment of vulnerability. Jiraiya elongated his hair, utilizing the lion's main jutsu to create a lion's head, intending to ensnare Uchiha Obito and crush him with immense force. However, Jiraiya's assumptions were incorrect. Obito once again evaded the attack with Kamui. Taking advantage of Jiraiya's pose technique delay, Obito positioned himself behind Jiraiya. Obito aimed to draw Jiraiya into the Kamui space to end the battle, but Jiraiya had realized that although he didn't know how to counter spacetime ninjutsu, he still had a chance. Jiraiya unleashed fire-release fireball jutsu towards the ground, then quickly formed hand seals. Seeing Jiraiya's futile attempt, Obito couldn't help but scoff, "My spacetime ninjutsu is inescapable for you." As soon as the words left his mouth, a torrent of flames erupted from beneath Obito's feet, forcing him to halt his absorption of Jiraiya, and instead phase himself out with Kamui. "This is my fire-release fire extinguishing technique. How is it a futile effort?" Jiraiya felt relieved, as he successfully thwarted Uchiha Obito's attack. Obito had indeed not anticipated that Jiraiya possessed such a technique. Realizing he had underestimated Jiraiya's power, his hands trembling slightly. Seeing Uchiha Obito caught off guard, Jiraiya felt he had uncovered a weakness in his Sharingan, prompting him to revisit the battle details. Obito understood that Jiraiya was also a formidable opponent. If he were to continue battling him, revealing the secrets of his Kamui would make things difficult for him in the Shinobi World War. Thus Obito immediately unleashed a great fireball towards Jiraiya, using it as cover for his retreat. Observing Jiraiya's dodging, Obito feigned mystique, saying, "I'll spare your life today, I had a lot of fun." He then vanished into the Kamui space. Jiraiya, watching Uchiha Obito disappear once more, felt a cold sweat break out. Although he wasn't certain whether Obito's claim of strength was true, he realized that after their encounter, he had not managed to inflict even a scratch on him. Even though he was unharmed, he had not fully grasped Obito's abilities before he left, indicating that he was indeed a cautious opponent. If they were to meet in the Shinobi World War, he would likely be even more troublesome. Meanwhile, Sasuke found himself facing Danzo, who, no longer wary of Uchiha Obito, fought with a ferocity beyond Sasuke's expectations. Sasuke was also nearly drained, unable to activate Susanoo due to the pain in his eyes. Danzo took out several shuriken and infused them with wind chakra, launching them towards Sasuke as wind-release shuriken. Sasuke unsheathed his sword, deflecting all of them. However, even a single shuriken enhanced by wind release posed a considerable challenge for Sasuke to handle. The wind release made the shuriken exceptionally sharp, causing Sasuke's sword to ring loudly with each clash. Seeing Sasuke struggle, Danzo sensed an opportunity and activated the passive skill of Infinite Shuriken, producing additional shuriken infused with wind release. This time Danzo would not allow Sasuke any chance of defense. He aimed for absolute certainty, activating the curse mark binding technique, instantly sealing Sasuke's movements, with the curse marks covering his body. Now unable to move, Sasuke could only watch as the wind release shuriken flew towards him. Kin was so frightened that she closed her eyes, having already imagined the scene of Sasuke being cut down. Suddenly, before the shuriken could reach Sasuke, they vanished into thin air as Obito arrived in time, using Kamui to absorb the shuriken. Seeing Uchiha Obito re-enter the battlefield, Danzo clearly panicked, realizing that if Jiraiya could not be restrained, then Obito must be. Without allowing Danzo to think further, he had squandered a good hand, leaving only a few Sharingan remaining. Facing these two, it was likely grim for him. Taking advantage of the stalemate, Kin hurried to Sasuke's side, wanting him to bite her to recover his chakra. Yet Sasuke remained unable to move. Kin had no choice but to rip open her clothing, and then actively open Sasuke's mouth to bite her, followed by a soft moan of awe. Upon recovering his chakra and body, Sasuke felt a noticeable relief from the pain in his eyes. However, thinking about Uchiha Obito standing in front of him, stealing the limelight, worrying that the mission to kill Danzo would be snatched away, and recalling Danzo's repeated disrespect towards Itachi, Sasuke's anger surged, and his hatred intensified, as he bore through the pain to activate Susanoo, once again enhancing his abilities, and successfully breaking Danzo's seal. Yet the real clown was Sasuke himself. Even after activating Susanoo, Danzo remained focused on dealing with Uchiha Obito, disregarding Sasuke entirely. Suddenly, the previously confused Danzo realized that since Uchiha Obito had already come, there was no need for him to hold back his trump card, the Heaven's Decree, and decided to release it right there. Originally, he had planned to save the Heaven's Decree for Uchiha Obito, but since Obito had delivered himself right to him, he was prepared to go down together. In truth, Obito had no intention of overshadowing Sasuke. His intervention moments earlier was solely to save Sasuke's life, and his standoff with Danzo was merely to buy Sasuke ample time to recover. Having witnessed Sasuke once again summon the Susanoo, Obito deemed his mission complete, and without lingering for further combat, he instantly vanished into the Kamui dimension. Yet fate intervened just as Obito began slipping into the Kamui space. Danzo's long-prepared Tsukuyomi, his ultimate trump card, finally activated. But Obito had already phased beyond its reach, rendering the technique utterly ineffective. Danzo missed entirely. A curse escaped his lips. Uchiha Madara, you damned. He had hoarded this ancestral Tsukuyomi for years, reserving it for a decisive moment. Yet now, with it wasted, his confidence crumbled and panic flickered across his face. Sasuke sensed the shift. Though his Sharingan could not pierce the full truth behind Itachi's sacrifices, he clearly perceived Danzo's mounting desperation. The rain ceased. The sky cleared. Sasuke felt his strength surge anew. Without hesitation, his Susanoo raised its bow and unleashed a relentless barrage upon Danzo, who scrambled to evade, pushing his reflexes to their absolute limit. Watching Danzo's frantic retreat, Sasuke murmured wryly on the irony of fate, then declared, voice cold and certain, you cannot escape this jutsu. Danzo refused to believe he could be bested by such a young upstart, yet still retorted defiantly, had it not been for Uchiha Madara, you would have fallen here long ago. Those words struck Sasuke like a blade. Was he truly worth less than Madara's mere shadow in others' eyes? Unbearable. Sasuke gazed upward, then unleashed fire, release great fire dragon technique, igniting the atmosphere to see thunderclouds preparing for Kirin's descent, blanketing the entire bridge so Danzo could find no refuge. Kirin, perceiving Sasuke's ominous focus, realized Kirin was imminent. But what of herself? She knew she stood no chance against that cataclysm. Frantically waving her arms and shouting his name, Kirin pleaded, but Sasuke ignored her, raising his hand instead to channel the gathering storm. Obito materialized silently behind Karen, and said he is blinded now by hatred. Let me take you away. In an instant he drew her into the Kamui dimension. Karen could scarcely accept that Sasuke would harm even her, but resistance was futile. Tears welled as she vanished from sight. Sasuke stared at Danzo, stunned, speechless, and erupted into wild, triumphant laughter, seizing center stage among the Uchiha's legendary 4 madmen. Then with biting mockery, surrender, and you lose only half. Danzo knew surrender meant death regardless. Once before, fear had made him flinch before death, and Hiruzen Sarutobi seized the Hokage title in his stead. This time he would stand unbroken. Seeing Danzo refuse to yield, Sasuke spoke icily, "Feel my wrath, and my agony." With a flick of his wrist, Kirin descended. But Danzo was no Itachi Uchiha, no Susanoo shielded him. All he could do was deploy wind release techniques, hoping to deflect the divine lightning. Yet the tide had turned. Thunder tore through the air, striking Danzo without mercy, his proud wind techniques crumbling helplessly before the supremacy of lightning. When Kirin's fury subsided, the bridge lay shattered beyond recognition, so thoroughly ruined that one might swear it was imported from the African continent. Danzo lay motionless, breathless, lifeless. Sasuke strode forward, triumphant, sword drawn to deliver the final blow, only for Danzo's body to vanish into thin air. Again, Sasuke cried out, having been too absorbed in his own grandeur to recall Danzo's last resort as an Aji. From behind, Danzo lunged, driving a kunai deep into Sasuke's flank. Sasuke had no time to react. The blade struck true. "Strike a man first where his vitality flows," Danzo muttered, then drove a second kunai into Sasuke's other side. Gathering every ounce of strength, Sasuke slammed a brutal elbow backward, forcing Danzo to recoil, just as Danzo's final Sharingan, eyes sealed shut forever. Seeing Danzo now bereft of Sharingan eyes, Sasuke gritted his teeth against the pain and spun, driving Chidori's spear straight into Danzo's chest. Strength aside, youth granted unmatched speed. Danzo failed to form seals or counter, pinned and paralyzed by the blade. Only when Sasuke collapsed to his knees, racked with pain, did Danzo finally fall. When Danzo rose once more, Sasuke limped toward him, slow, unsteady, yet inexorable. Danzo instinctively tried to flee, but could match only Sasuke's halting pace. Thus they staggered, a grotesque chase, 2 figures locked in grim synchrony. Youth bore stamina, Danzo spent simply stopped. Sasuke rushed forward, drawing his blade to finish Danzo, only for Danzo to tear open his robes. Sasuke hesitated momentarily, wondering if Danzo intended to bite him, restoring chakra, as Itachi once had. But Danzo's expression softened, serene, almost tender, as memories of his life flooded his mind. With quiet pride, he whispered his final testament, "Hiruzen, you are the sunlight upon Konoha's leaves. I am the root buried deep beneath the earth." Sasuke sensed danger, and moved to retreat, yet found himself suddenly hollowed, limbs trembling, collapsing to the ground, as though his very essence had been drained. Obito arrived just in time, seizing Sasuke and vanishing. At Danzo's chest, 4 ancient seals flared, then bled ink dark, swelling into a vortex that devoured all around it. Silence. Danzo's inner 4 symbol ceiling had consumed half the bridge. Jiraiya, witnessing the end from afar, felt neither joy nor sorrow, only solemn ambiguity. Though he had never liked Danzo, Jiraiya could not deny the truth. It was Danzo and Hiruzen together who forged Konoha into the strongest shinobi village. Jiraiya jotted the scene into his notebook, bowed once to the ruined bridge, and departed. Greater duties awaited. Jiraiya was just about to leave when he heard a shout. Following the sound, he saw Naruto and the others. What piqued Jiraiya's curiosity was that Kakashi and Yamato were also present. It turned out that, after flying, Naruto and his friends arrived in the Land of Iron, only to find that the 5 Kage summit had already concluded. Before Naruto could express his disappointment, Sakura punched him directly. Naruto gasped, almost unable to catch his breath, rubbed the spot where he was hit, and complained, "What was that for?" Sakura retorted, "It's all your fault for being so nagging along the way. If it weren't for treating you, we would have arrived much earlier." Naruto could only respond with a pitiful expression, "Isn't it because of you insisting on doing things at the critical moment?" Just as he was about to retort, Sai quickly stopped him, knowing that if Naruto continued to argue, he would probably face another beating. However, Naruto still pushed Saiya's hand away. Sai desperately tried to stop him, thinking to himself, "I am saving you, not harming you." But Naruto's strength was simply too great, and Saiya's hand turned red from the force. Naruto then exclaimed, "Kakusha sensei, Yamato sensei." This statement surprised both Sai and Sakura, who followed Naruto's gaze, and indeed saw two figures leaning against a tree. The three of them rushed over, eager to find out what was going on. They reunited with Kakashi and learned some details, which explained how they were able to bring Kakashi with them. After hearing Naruto's account, Jiraiya couldn't help but chastise him for coming, insisting that he should have stayed in the village to recuperate. Yet Naruto expressed his desire to find Sasuke, feeling an unshakable bond that compelled him to search for his friend. This time Naruto was indeed correct. Jiraiya informed him of what had just transpired and emphasized that had they arrived earlier they could have seen Sasuke. Upon hearing this, Naruto glanced back at Sakura, fearing she would punch him again for wasting time. However, this time Sakura made no move, only placing her hands together, perhaps praying for Sasuke. Since Sasuke had already been taken by Uchiha Obito, Jiraiya and the others discussed and ultimately decided to head back home. Although Naruto felt somewhat reluctant, he was at a loss as to where to find Sasuke. However, the journey back was not smooth. Just as they neared the village, someone suddenly appeared, blocking their path. Jiraiya instinctively thought it was one of Danzo's subordinates, coming to avenge him upon hearing the news of Danzo's demise. Jiraiya was not surprised by this, as upon reflection, he realized that only Danzo's subordinates Shinjiro and Oil Girl could both poison and control people. This indicated that Danzo had indeed intended to kill him. If Danzo wanted him gone, it was entirely reasonable that someone would come seeking revenge. The figure was completely shrouded in a black cloak wrapped tightly from head to toe, with only a dark mask visible. Without uttering a word, the figure seemed to glare at them from beneath the mask. However, Jiraiya did not intend to engage in a fight. After all, they were elite ninjas from Konoha, and he could not bring himself to strike. Kakashi stepped forward, attempting to identify the Umbu member based on height, build, and posture. Yet he could only narrow it down to a few familiar candidates without certainty. "The person in front, state your name," Naruto shouted at the figure. However, there was no response. Kakashi quietly told Naruto Umbu would never reveal their names, unless they are not very bright. Just as he finished speaking, the figure suddenly charged at them, shouting, "Receive my move, Konoha Gale." The others froze, stunned by the statement, standing still in awkward silence as they swallowed hard. Seeing their lack of reaction, the figure assumed they were stunned into silence, thus stopping the attack, removing his mask, and laughing heartily. "Was I not disguised well enough that you couldn't recognize me?" Kakashi suddenly felt insulted, immediately shouting to Might Guy, "Could you not be so dim-witted? Would you die if you didn't become Umbu? Could you tell it was me from the exuberance of my youth?" Might Guy grinned, showing his gleaming teeth, which sparkled in the eyes of everyone present. The others said nothing and continued on their way back to Konoha. Guy, unwilling to give up, approached Jiraiya and said, "Hokage-sama, do you think I can join Umbu?" Jiraiya chuckled and declined. Guy's heart sank. He had borrowed an Umbu mask, but had not gained Jiraiya's approval. Upon returning to Konoha, Tsunade personally came to welcome them, saying, "Welcome back, Hokage-sama." Jiraiya felt a rush of excitement at the word home. What home? Was Tsunade inviting him to her home? Or did she want to build a home with him? His imagination began to run wild. But in the next moment, Jiraiya was pulled back to reality as Konohamaru surrounded him, asking frantically, "Hokage-sama, what have you all been up to?" This question snapped Jiraiya back to his senses, and he casually replied to Konohamaru. He then sought out Tsunade, stating that he had important matters to discuss. Tsunade appeared bewildered, but Jiraiya's serious demeanor compelled her to take the matter seriously. Thus the two reached a consensus and headed to the Hokage's office together. Yamato was taken away by Sakura and Shizune for treatment. Sai, feeling bored and without a mission, found himself at a loss after Danzo's death. Hinata, gathering her courage, approached Naruto and said weakly, "Naruto-kun, I'm glad you came back." Naruto scratched his head and laughed heartily. "Haha, of course. I haven't had Ikaraku's ramen in ages. I would have starved if I didn't come back soon." The others remained at the gate celebrating and playing, completely unaware that significant changes in the world were about to unfold. Jiraiya and Tsunade arrived at the Hokage office. Seeing that no one was around, Jiraiya finally breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to share the details of the 5 Kage summit with Tsunade. Before Jiraiya could say anything, Tsunade gestured for him to pour a cup of tea, considering that he hadn't had a moment's rest after all his travels. Watching Tsunade's back, Jiraiya couldn't help but let his thoughts wander, and he found himself thinking about wanting to go on a date with her. But work was work and life was life. It was work time, so how could he be thinking about such things? Jiraiya made an effort to control his thoughts, but when Tsunade gently brought over the tea, he lost his composure and stammered,
Do you have time tonight?"
Tsunade nodded. Jiraiya's face immediately turned red, his blood circulation accelerated, and his body temperature rose rapidly. He hadn't expected things to progress so smoothly. Seeing Jiraiya's abnormal condition, Tsunade thought he might have caught a cold outside, so she personally took off Jiraiya's forehead protector and placed her hand on his forehead. This made Jiraiya even more excited as his blood temperature soared. Tsunade only held it there for a moment before retracting her hand and exclaimed in surprise,
"Have you boiled your brain?"
Jiraiya was on the verge of blissfully fainting, responding in a daze.
"Hurry to the medical room and have the medical staff give you an 4."
Tsunade pulled Jiraiya up from the sofa, preparing to take him to the medical room.
"Then I'm going for the 4 of the liquid. I'm getting his thoughts of you at night,"
Jiraiya blurted out. Initially, Tsunade had been quite worried about him. If high fever damaged his brain, it would be troublesome. But now it seemed there was no need for such concern. So Tsunade set Jiraiya back down on the sofa and coldly said,
"With such behavior, just go home and wait to die."
This statement was like cold water, instantly bringing Jiraiya's temperature down. Feeling that he had lost his composure, Jiraiya immediately took a sip of water, attempting to ease the awkward atmosphere.
"What exactly happened at the 5 Kage summit?"
Tsunade tried to steer the conversation back on track. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's expression immediately turned serious.
"Oh, this is quite a significant matter.
Danzo sacrificed himself, killed by Sasuke. The poisoning of Naruto and the others was also orchestrated by Danzo." Tsunade was shocked to hear this. Although she knew Danzo wouldn't give up easily, she hadn't expected him to harbor murderous intent, nor that Sasuke would actually kill Danzo. After all, no matter how one looked at it, Danzo was one of the strongest in the village. Could it be that Sasuke's power has reached such a level? In response to Tsunade's doubts, Jiraiya shook his head and said there was another important figure involved, Uchiha Obito from Akatsuki. If it weren't for Obito's presence as a deterrent, Sasuke would likely have perished at Danzo's hands. Tsunade immediately became curious about Uchiha Obito. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, she often heard her uncle Tobirama speak of the Uchiha clan as being born villains, especially Obito, who had defected from Konoha. However, what puzzled Tsunade was how Obito could still be alive by age. He should have long been a frail old man. Jiraiya stated that whether the mysterious masked man was Obito was inconsequential. The most important thing was that he had a plan called the
Eye of the Moon,
and demanded that we hand over the 8 Tails and 9 Tails Jinchuriki. Tsunade's reaction was the same as that of the 5 Kage. At the time, there was absolutely no way she would agree. Then, seeing Tsunade firmly refuse to hand over Naruto, Jiraiya immediately stood up, walked to the Hokage desk, and placed one foot on it, declaring,
"I hereby declare war for the 4th Great Ninja War."
As soon as he finished speaking, Tsunade swung a fist at him. Jiraiya was still lost in the thrill of imitating Obito, and was directly knocked from the desk to the corner of the room. Rubbing his face, he said pitifully,
"That's just how Obito is. I was just giving you a panoramic view of the situation."
Although Tsunade had hit Jiraiya, she still helped him up. The moment Jiraiya touched her hand, his pain instantly disappeared, and he felt much more comfortable. This is the charm of a medical ninja. It truly has tremendous healing power. Jiraiya felt completely rejuvenated. However, the joy didn't last long before Tsunade asked,
"So what countermeasures do you have?"
Jiraiya fell silent for a moment, expressing what everyone was thinking at the time.
"To form a ninja coalition. Hide the two Jinchuriki while collectively resisting Obito."
Tsunade remained silent, indicating her agreement with this viewpoint. Seeing the opportunity, Jiraiya proposed to return the position of Hokage to Tsunade. Tsunade initially rejected Jiraiya's idea as he was stronger than her. However, Jiraiya insisted on returning the Hokage position to Tsunade and stated that he had sufficient reasons. In truth, he couldn't hold back his desire to sneak into the women's bathhouse, but being Hokage made it inconvenient. If the position was given back to Tsunade, he could do as he pleased. But he definitely had to present his reasons in a more dignified manner, otherwise Tsunade would never agree.
"First of all, you've been Hokage in the village longer than I have. You're more capable in matters of warfare, so it would be more suitable for you to lead Konoha,"
Jiraiya said. Tsunade didn't respond but nodded.
"Then although Naruto needs to be protected, I also want him to become a perfect Jinchuriki, so I want to continue accompanying him in his training,"
Jiraiya continued. Tsunade observed the assertive Jiraiya and did not oppose him. The final point Jiraiya did not state outright, but instead showed Tsunade the kunai used by Minato for the Flying Thunder God technique. Tsunade naturally didn't understand what Jiraiya meant. Jiraiya, appearing thoughtful, said,
"That Uchiha Obito possesses an almost invincible space-time ninjutsu, and I don't want to sit idly by when we face him next time."
Upon hearing space-time ninjutsu, Tsunade understood what Jiraiya meant and slowly said,
"You want to learn the Flying Thunder God?"
Jiraiya nodded.
"If it really comes to a fight, Obito's abilities will still be quite troublesome, so I must keep a trump card to deal with him.
Therefore, during this period, I will focus on my training, and the preparations for war will be left to you."
After hearing Jiraiya's 3 reasons, Tsunade found it impossible to refuse.
After some contemplation, Tsunade finally made up her mind.
"I will continue to serve as Hokage."
After returning, Obito remained deeply unsettled, though he could not pinpoint the exact cause. Yet a chilling resolve gradually crystallized within him to assassinate Jiraiya before the Shinobi World War. Minato Namikaze, the only person who had ever known the secret of his Sharingan, was already dead. As for Jiraiya, his vast combat experience and their previous encounter meant he had likely deduced much. Should Jiraiya divulge his intelligence to the 5 great shinobi countries, Obito would become a prime target. To ensure the success of his impending campaign, Jiraiya, the greatest threat, had to be eliminated. Yet before attempting the assassination, Obito knew he must prepare with absolute precision. Thus he journeyed alone to Amigakure, seeking Nagato's Rinnegan from Konan. The perpetual reign of Amigakure was itself a sensory ninjutsu, and the moment Obito appeared, Konan sensed his presence. They met upon the open sea beyond the village. Konan, of course, would never surrender Nagato's Rinnegan. Though Konan possessed striking beauty, Obito's heart belonged solely to Rin. To him, her refusal was not defiance, it was a death sentence. Konan had long anticipated this day, having steeled herself for certain death. Yet even in dying she vowed to drag Uchiha Madara, this impostor, into the abyss with her. Obito spoke no words, only struck, launching a brutal taijutsu assault. Who could resist such a confrontation with a kunoichi? Konan's strength and speed were no match for Obito's. Mid-battle she activated paper clone technique, dissolving her body into countless fluttering sheets.
"I do not wish to kill you,"
Obito said coldly.
"Surrender the Rinnegan willingly, and you may remain forever beside their lifeless forms. Nagato's Rinnegan exists to forge peace, not to sow slaughter. No sooner had Konan spoken than she unleashed paper spears in a relentless, indiscriminate barrage. Watching her fury unfold, Obito understood only her complete annihilation would secure the Rinnegan. In an instant, he warped through her assault using Kamui, appearing before her and gripping her throat. But Konan dissolved into paper fragments, leaving Obito standing alone upon the waves. Immediately Konan released a torrent of paper, seeking to exploit every fleeting moment of his corporeal reemergence. Obito had gravely underestimated her, mistaking her artistry for mere paper-based offense. As he prepared to absorb the onslaught with Kamui, explosive tags hidden among the papers detonated, shattering part of his mask and severing his right arm. Barely surviving the blast, he heard Konan's quiet voice. "You are darkness, where light is absent, flowers wither and die." Obito had no inkling that Konan had long prepared the divine paper technique, a cataclysmic array of 6 billion explosive tags disguised as the very ocean known also as Kakuzu's tears. The sea split apart in an instant, and Obito plummeted into the chasm. In panic, he attempted to activate Kamui to render himself intangible. But paper fragments clinging to his body carried explosive tags. If drawn into Kamui's dimension, the blast would obliterate him utterly within that space. With no time to react, the entire ocean erupted. Only by invoking Izanagi did Obito barely cling to life. Surveying the smoldering expanse, Konan smiled faintly, certain that even Uchiha Madara, master of near inescapable space-time jutsu, now faced inevitable demise. She had found his flaw. Yet she knew nothing of the forbidden Uchiha scrolls. Obito reappeared behind her. A black rod pierced her from behind, she gasped. "Ah!" He granted her no reprieve. Having lost an arm and sacrificed an eye, all his fury now converged upon her. He drove the black rods deep again and again. Blood streamed down her legs as resistance faded. Seizing her throat, he began to strangle her slowly, deliberately. Having just expended 6 billion explosive tags, Konan's chakra was spent. The paper clone technique failed her. She lay utterly at his mercy. Yet her will endured. With her final breath, memories surfaced. Team Frog, Jiraiya, Naruto. Gazing up at the rainbow arching across the sky, Konan smiled, and closed her eyes, ready to reunite carefree and eternal with Nagato and Yahiko. Obito dragged his battered body away, humbled. He had consistently underestimated Konan. After all, she was once a core member of Akatsuki. Such power was only fitting. Though costly, her defeat secured Nagato's Rinnegan, allowing him to replace his recently blinded Sharingan. Now in possession of the Rinnegan, his next objective was clear: locate Jiraiya. With the Rinnegan's might amplifying his prowess, victory seemed assured, even serving as a battlefield trial for its full potential. Meanwhile, Jiraiya entered the forest of death, the site of the Chunin exams, deserted and secluded. Here he could practice the Flying Thunder God technique undisturbed. Though he knew the technique's theory, its execution proved daunting. Exhausted after hours of futile effort, he resorted, as ever, to his beloved Ika novels. Just as he resolved not to yield, several figures surfaced in his mind. Instantly he stowed the novel and strode toward Konoha's main gate. There stood Genma Shiranui and Reito Namishi, former guards of Minato Namikaze, trained in the Flying Thunder God formation. Their mastery was not that of true masters, but their insights into the technique would undoubtedly prove invaluable. They were stunned that Jiraiya himself sought their counsel. After all, in their eyes, he stood at the apex of Konoha's power. His humility left them flustered and honored. Seeing Jiraiya's earnest expression, Genma even removed the toothpick from his mouth and spoke with meticulous clarity, fearing any misstep might mislead the Sannin. Jiraiya gestured for pause, reaching for his notebook. Instead, he accidentally withdrew his Ika volume. Awkward laughter followed, then he retrieved the notebook properly. Enlightened by their wisdom, Jiraiya's understanding blossomed. He bid them farewell and returned alone to the forest of death for further training. Watching him depart, Genma stooped, retrieved his discarded toothpick from the ground, and placed it back between his teeth. Waste was unthinkable.
After receiving guidance from the likes of Rinnegan, Jiraiya began training step by step, slowly showing some progress. According to their instructions, to achieve instant teleportation using the Flying Thunder God technique, the caster must first mark the target with a technique allowing for instant movement between the caster and any object indirectly connected to their chakra. Jiraiya attempted to gather his chakra at the marked spot, and then marked the same chakra onto his kunai. With everything in place, but the wind at his back, Jiraiya took a short break before preparing to try again. Although he felt his body responding, it was still far from enough. This time Jiraiya was fully prepared and shouted, "Flying Thunder God." However, embarrassingly, his body remained unmoved while his clothes were teleported to the marked location. Due to the excessive marking points, Jiraiya had no idea where his clothes had been sent, forcing him to run naked through the forest, making the monkeys in the trees blush. Jiraiya couldn't help but be grateful that he was in a small forest without anyone else around, otherwise he would have suggested moving to a different ninja village. As in rank spacetime ninjutsu, the chakra consumption of the Flying Thunder God technique was truly incomparable to that of ordinary ninjutsu. Fortunately, Jiraiya possessed a vast amount of chakra, otherwise he wouldn't even have had a chance to begin. However, after several attempts, he still felt a significant loss of chakra. Though it was not a serious issue for Jiraiya, using the Flying Thunder God technique on a large scale might still raise some concerns. Moreover, he could no longer distinguish which marks he had made. He had no idea where he might be teleported, making it impossible to accurately judge or utilize it. His strength, speed, chakra, and talent all met the requirements to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, yet he remained confused and unable to grasp it. Could it be that his single-minded speed wasn't fast enough? Just as Jiraiya was feeling down, he suddenly realized something. Both Minato and the second Hokage possessed extraordinary sensory abilities, enabling them to accurately predict the locations of their Flying Thunder God marks. In contrast, he was not an exceptional sensu-type ninja. Furthermore, Rinnegan had also casually mentioned the issue of sensing. With this thought, Jiraiya had an epiphany. To enhance his sensory abilities, he should activate Sage Mode. Once activated, Sage Mode felt like stepping into a new world. He could distinctly feel the marks he had previously made. With the boost from Sage Mode, Jiraiya attempted once more to teleport himself to a designated location. With a blink of his eyes, he safely arrived at his destination. Moreover, this time his clothes were obediently set along without any issues. To prevent a blind cat from stumbling upon a dead mouse, Jiraiya tried a few more times, successfully completing each task. Thus he was overjoyed. He immediately left the Death Forest, eager to share this news with Tsunade. However, upon returning to the village, Jiraiya did not head straight to the Hokage's office, but instead made his way to the women's bathhouse, planning to leave a Flying Thunder God mark there for easier access in the future. Without hesitation, Jiraiya utilized the stealth technique he had learned and turned himself invisible, quietly sneaking into the changing room to leave a chakra mark. He then swaggered out of the bathhouse. As two women exited the bathhouse, they saw Jiraiya's lewd expression and his unabashed walking style, prompting them to immediately call security. Seeing the security personnel and the crowd expressing doubt towards him, Jiraiya declared with righteous indignation, "Is being suave a crime?" The surrounding people were rendered speechless by his rebuttal, and just like that, Jiraiya made his way smoothly to the Hokage's office. Inside, Tsunade was preparing for the upcoming Ninja World War. Seeing Jiraiya arrive, she immediately set aside her work and asked, "Have you made any progress these past few days?" Of course, Jiraiya wanted to show off a bit, as not everyone could master the Flying Thunder God technique. However, he also informed Tsunade of his weakness. He could only use it while in Sage Mode, and was unsure if he would be able to overcome this limitation after becoming proficient. Since Jiraiya had learned the Flying Thunder God technique, things would be much easier moving forward. Tsunade also shared her plans for the war with Jiraiya. "I'm entrusting Naruto to you. Under no circumstances should you let him out or allow him to be captured," Tsunade instructed. "I understand that." Jiraiya nodded. "I'll be leading everyone to the Cloud Village for a meeting tomorrow to arrange our deployment. Today is the last day we can all be together, and no one can guarantee they will return alive. Tsunade suddenly became melancholic. Then why not take another gamble? Last time with pain you unexpectedly won big. Do you want to try your luck again? Jiraiya said with a smile, his words filled with tenderness. Tsunade shook her head. Although she had loved gambling all her life, she no longer wanted to use Jiraiya as a wager. Although she had won last time, it had left her with a terrible loss. Will you wait for me tonight? At 8 o'clock at our usual spot. I still want to talk to you, Jiraiya said. Tsunade did not refuse this time, nodding her head with a shy expression. Having successfully arranged a meeting with Tsunade, Jiraiya left the Hokage's office, realizing it was time to go home and pack his things. Before he knew it, evening had arrived. Jiraiya had nearly finished packing and was preparing to dress up nicely, then buy a bouquet of flowers and wait for Tsunade at their usual spot. However, he suddenly remembered that he still had several kunai and chakra marks left in the Death Forest, so he decided to take some time to retrieve them to avoid unnecessary exposure. Having learned the Flying Thunder God technique, he arrived in the Death Forest in the blink of an eye. As night fell, the forest began to reveal its eerie atmosphere. Surrounded by crows and the mournful wails of unknown origins, Jiraiya couldn't help but shiver, feeling a vague sense of fear and danger. Sensing that it was not wise to linger here, Jiraiya quickly dealt with the marks one by one, and it was just about time to return to meet Tsunade. However, just as Jiraiya was about to leave, a figure appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Although it was dark, he couldn't clearly see the person's attire or appearance. Yet one eye glowing red, and the other radiating purple, made Jiraiya feel a chill run down his spine. Jiraiya instinctively felt it was Nagato, but how could Nagato possibly have a Sharingan? Moreover, Nagato was indeed dead. How could a dead man be resurrected? Obito said nothing, exuding his aura, as he stepped forward towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya had never seen someone with both a Sharingan and a Rinnegan, but upon reflection, he thought this person was most likely Uchiha Madara. Perhaps the Rinnegan was the other eye hidden beneath that mask. Obito had now replaced his mask with one featuring 3 Tomo, and behind him was a massive Uchiha fan. Under the moonlight, Jiraiya mistook him for a sand gourd like Garas. What is your purpose? Jiraiya immediately entered battle mode, maneuvering to maintain distance from the figure before him. To kill you, Obito stated bluntly. Having prepared well, this time he felt no harm in revealing his intention to Jiraiya, for only the dead would keep secrets forever. Jiraiya swallowed hard, the dark forest obstructing his vision. Yet the Sharingan and Rinnegan of his opponent could see through this environment, perceiving everything in the darkness. To maintain his sight and perception, Jiraiya immediately entered Sage mode. However, Obito's speed was too fast. Before Jiraiya could react, he used Kamui to appear right in front of him, delivering a side kick that sent Jiraiya crashing into the bushes. Jiraiya quickly retaliated, several shuriken flying out from the bushes. Using his Sharingan, Obito merely tilted his head slightly to dodge them, thinking to himself, is it again a numbers game like with Conan? Still a mindless assault. Just as Obito continued towards the bushes, Jiraiya suddenly charged out, using fire release great flame spiral against Obito's mask. Yet Obito remained unfazed, standing still and absorbing Jiraiya's attack with his Rinnegan. A Rasengan infused with fire release chakra, it seems you have some skill, Obito said expressionlessly, and although it sounded like praise to Jiraiya, it felt like mockery. Jiraiya inwardly scolded himself. Last time, he had been caught by Pain's Rinnegan, and had his super large Rasengan absorbed. How could he still be so careless facing a foe with a Rinnegan? Perhaps you resent your misfortune of not having a Rinnegan. Obito seemed to read Jiraiya's thoughts, beginning a psychological attack. However, the only thing that could shake Jiraiya's heart was a woman. Mere verbal jabs were nothing he had not already dealt with. Seeing that Jiraiya remained unaffected, Obito stepped forward, flicking his hand, as a multitude of wooden spikes shot out. Jiraiya wielded his shuriken, continuously striking the incoming wooden spikes. But just as he deflected, the last wooden spike chains suddenly locked around his body, and he could distinctly feel the chains controlling his chakra. Watching Jiraiya bound, Obito dashed forward, pulling out a black rod ready to stab Jiraiya. Just as the black rod reached Jiraiya, it suddenly struck nothing but air. The chains fell to the ground and Jiraiya vanished. Obito instinctively looked back to see Jiraiya had instantly teleported to where he had thrown the shuriken. Obito paused for a moment, then slowly said,
"Flying Thunder God Technique. The White Flash of Konoha. Call me whatever you like, but I have now mastered the Flying Thunder God Technique, so your space-time ninjutsu is no longer invincible."
Jiraiya stood up confidently, stating,
"The last person who played the Flying Thunder God in front of me died that very night."
Obito found this rather amusing. Jiraiya was startled. Could this person be the one who had caused the Ninetales incident in the village? But then, he recalled that the Uchiha clan was known for controlling the Ninetales, so everything made sense. Since this person was the one who had killed Minato, he could not let him go. He had to end things here. The two exchanged glances and charged at each other, with Jiraiya also throwing a Flying Thunder God shuriken forward. The shuriken pierced through Obito's head and reached behind him. Jiraiya's hand then gathered a well-prepared Rinnegan. Obito suddenly felt that this scene was familiar, but he remained completely calm, betting that Jiraiya would not perform the second stage of the Flying Thunder God. He was determined to win once more in the same manner. However, Obito lost the bet just as he was about to stab Jiraiya with the black rod. Jiraiya suddenly vanished, appearing above him with the Flying Thunder God shuriken. Jiraiya, holding the Flying Thunder God shuriken in his mouth, without a word executed a magnificent spin and slammed the Rinnegan down. Yet this time, there was no glorious moment like Minato's. Instead, Jiraiya was repelled, crashing heavily to the ground. Obito stood up leisurely, brushing off the dust from his clothing, retrieving his fan from behind him, and casually said,
"Uchiha rebound."
Jiraiya slowly got to his feet. He indeed had underestimated his opponent, and did not expect this Uchiha Madara to have such a technique. Yet he could not help but retort,
"Your naming skills are just as bad as Minato's."
Obito coldly laughed.
"The most advanced ninjutsu often requires the simplest naming methods."
Just as he finished speaking, Obito immediately entered the Kamui space, looking for another opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Seeing Uchiha Madara disappear once more, Jiraiya quickly became vigilant, determined to use Sage Mode to maintain perception, so as not to be at a disadvantage, while the enemy was in the light, and he was in the dark. Suddenly, Obito lunged out from behind Jiraiya. Sensing the danger, Jiraiya instantly turned around, but it was still a beat too late, as Obito had grabbed him around the waist and lifted him off the ground.
"Uchiha body slam!"
Obito shouted, carrying Jiraiya forward. Jiraiya tried to elbow Obito, but his strikes passed right through. It was not until they crashed into a tree not far away that Obito finally stopped, releasing Jiraiya, who coughed up blood from the impact. However, Jiraiya was not ready to give up. Seizing the opportunity, he gritted his teeth against the pain and used his new technique,
Sage Art Snail Acid.
From his mouth, Jiraiya unleashed a torrent of snail acid that resembled thick phlegm. Obito failed to react in time and ended up splattered with it. Jiraiya laughed heartily.
"Once you are hit by this, prepare to be slowly corroded away."
Obito immediately felt his clothes and skin beginning to corrode. If this continued, he would likely be completely eroded away. Just when Jiraiya thought he had stabilized the situation, he suddenly heard Uchiha Obito say,
"Shinra Tensei."
Instantly, all the acidic slime clinging to him was repelled. However, there were still many places on his clothes that had been corroded into holes. The purpose of Obito's visit was not only to eliminate Jiraiya, but also to test the powers of the Rinnegan. Only after being corroded to this extent did he realize that using Shinra Tensei was something he had not fully adapted to. Yet Obito could not let Jiraiya see through his thoughts, so he said,
"This feeling of hope turning into despair must be quite painful, right?"
As soon as the words were spoken, Jiraiya showed no reaction, but Obito's heart suddenly trembled. He recalled the moment he had left Uchiha Madara with great expectations only to witness Kakashi personally kill Rin. This pain had been deeply buried in his heart. Since today's words had once again stirred up his own wounds, he decided that Jiraiya should also feel his pain deeply. Obito placed his hand on his mask and shouted loudly, unleashing
chaos of hell.
Using wood release, he created several thorny trees that spiraled upward, ensnaring Jiraiya in a deadly embrace. Jiraiya watched helplessly as he was thrust into the air with not only his shoulders and legs pierced by small branches, but also surrounded by several sharp and large wooden spikes ready to impale him. In a moment of danger, Jiraiya immediately threw a flying thunder god kunai into the air. Just as the wooden spikes were about to pierce him, he used the flying thunder god technique to warp into the sky. As he plummeted to prevent being harmed again by those branches, he descended from the sky with a Rinnegan, destroying all the trees in his path. However, Obito had already slipped into the Kamui dimension, and Jiraiya's Rinnegan ultimately struck the ground, leaving a large crater. Obito then appeared in another location, clapping his hands as he walked, saying,
"Is this the technique that falls from the heavens?"
The commotion from that last attack startled many crows in the forest, causing them to take flight. Meanwhile, Tsunade, waiting for Jiraiya at their usual spot, noticed some movement in the distant forest, but dismissed it, thinking that at such a late hour no one would be in the forest of death. However, Jiraiya's absence was beginning to irritate Tsunade. This was supposed to be her last night to enjoy at home, yet she was here being stood up by Jiraiya. Despite her frustration, Tsunade knew Jiraiya would definitely show up. After all, she understood the schemes he had in mind. Deciding to continue waiting for Jiraiya, Obito observed the panting Jiraiya and said,
"I do not wish to use large-scale ninjutsu, as it would easily attract attention. I only want your life this time."
Jiraiya understood the implication behind Obito's words. It was simply a means to convey that he had countless large-scale ninjutsu capable of killing him, but was merely holding back. He wondered if holding back was a tradition of the Uchiha clan. Yet he had to admit that although he had learned the Flying Thunder God, his opponent possessed the Rinnegan and harbored murderous intent, making this battle far more brutal than the last.
"I am the second sage of 6 paths, the only existing one,"
Obito said indifferently as he leisurely approached Jiraiya. Jiraiya had already encountered 2 individuals with Rinnegan, each more difficult to handle than the last. To avoid becoming a lamb for slaughter, Jiraiya stood up once more, raising his head high to show his defiance. Obito sneered and drew a folding fan, swinging it at Jiraiya. Jiraiya dodged back, but was immediately restrained by chains from Obito. Jiraiya struggled a few times, but found the restraints far too tight. Obito yanked the chains back, pulling Jiraiya closer, and took the opportunity to unleash the lightning 5 strikes on Jiraiya's chest, landing 5 rapid punches in quick succession. Just as Obito prepared to continue his assault, Jiraiya once again used the Flying Thunder God to escape. But it was all in vain. The scales of victory had tipped in favor of Obito.
"Could you not keep playing this bondage game?"
Jiraiya couldn't help but retort.
"If you beg for mercy now, perhaps I will still value your sage arts and take you under my wing."
Obito replied, knowing this was also a preparation to strengthen the army of White Zetsu. If he could use Jiraiya's cellular genes to enhance the White Zetsu army with sage arts, their strength would increase significantly, thus improving his chances of victory. Jiraiya, however, looked down on this.
"A warrior may be killed but not humiliated."
His excellent genes were meant to create the next generation, not to produce White Zetsu. He then activated the barrier toad's stomach. Summoning the gourd toad, he pulled Obito into its belly, a completely isolated barrier dominated by silence, where the pool of water was filled with highly corrosive acid. Inside, Obito could completely sense no presence of Jiraiya. Jiraiya had also hidden himself in a corner where he was hard to notice, preparing to strike at the right moment. Obito tightly gripped his folding fan, trying to ensure he stood outside the pool to avoid the corrosive effects. Having already been corroded once, he would not allow a second. Jiraiya stealthily circled around to Obito's back, taking advantage of Uchiha Madara's blind spot, and immediately used the lion's mane technique to turn the hair at the top of his head into sharp blades, driving them directly into Obito's lower back. Obito's body was pierced directly. However, he immediately grabbed Jiraiya's hair, preventing him from pulling back. What he didn't expect was that Jiraiya hadn't washed his hair for days, making it greasy, and it slipped right out of Obito's grasp. However, Obito would not easily let Jiraiya off for this. With a swift turn, he used universal pull toward Jiraiya. Jiraiya tried to brace himself to avoid being sucked in, but Obito strengthened the attraction and Jiraiya was ultimately pulled and caught by Obito by the throat. The barrier also vanished and Jiraiya flailed his legs desperately, while waving his other hand, but Obito did not loosen his grip. Now Obito's anger had reached its peak. He wanted to ensure Jiraiya could never be reincarnated, preparing to extract Jiraiya's soul with his other hand. Seeing that a part of his soul had been extracted, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel shocked. While others had dark purple souls, his was surprisingly yellow. However, this was not the time for shock. Jiraiya began to spit out a large amount of toad wool from his mouth. But as his throat was being choked, the toad wool couldn't be sprayed out, only managing to trickle down his chin. As the toad wool flowed onto Obito's hand, it immediately became slippery, giving Jiraiya the chance to slip down. Before Obito could grab Jiraiya again, he vanished into thin air right before Obito's eyes. Obito thought Jiraiya had used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport somewhere, but after searching around, he found nothing and sensed no hostility nearby. Could it be that Jiraiya really disappeared? As he pondered, Obito felt a sharp pain. Instinctively, he touched his abdomen and found a large wound, blood pouring out incessantly. Though reluctant, since he couldn't find Jiraiya, he had to give up, as continuing to search might expose him. The most important thing now was to return and treat his injuries. Obito's internal organs were already damaged. Even with Hashirama's cells in him, such injuries could not be pushed aside. Obito had to admit that despite the power of the Rinnegan, Jiraiya remained a very formidable opponent. He had not expected Jiraiya to have learned the Flying Thunder God technique. If he hadn't learned it, he probably would have succeeded this time. But plans never survive contact with reality. His opponent was indeed progressing. Jiraiya had not simply vanished in a moment of crisis. He thought of another place. Using the Flying Thunder God mark left earlier in the women's bath, he teleported here. Fortunately, it was late at night, and there was no one in the women's changing room. Otherwise, no amount of explanation would suffice. But Jiraiya did not want to rest. He had to hurry to his appointment, hoping Tsunade had not left. Dragging his injured body, Jiraiya limped out of the women's changing room, only to see someone blocking his way. Jiraiya's palms instantly became sweaty. His heart raced. If Uchiha Obito had tracked him here, he would be helpless. However, when Jiraiya looked up, it turned out to be a false alarm, just the daytime security personnel.
I knew you were just a restless lecher, weren't you? Quite arrogant during the day. It'll show you what's what.
After saying this, the security personnel grabbed Jiraiya by the collar and tossed him out. Jiraiya slowly got back up. He had no mood to deal with this now. Let them scold him. He could not afford to delay finding Tsunade. Originally, the security personnel continued to scold Jiraiya as he left, but upon seeing the trail of blood he left behind, they gradually fell silent. After passing through several streets and alleys, Jiraiya arrived at the agreed location. But although the night was still bright, the beauty was nowhere to be seen. Jiraiya looked around, circling the area several times, fearing Tsunade had gone to the wrong place. But no matter where he went, there was no sign of her, only patrolling ninjas. It seemed it was already quite late. Tsunade must have left. Jiraiya felt a deep sense of guilt and helplessness. If only he could explain everything to Tsunade, now how much better it would be. He was already so exhausted. Just as Jiraiya was feeling down, a figure slowly approached under a nearby streetlight. Jiraiya rubbed his eyes, gazing at the swaying chest. It had to be Tsunade. There was no mistake. He saw Tsunade approaching him with 2 cups of water, extending one towards him and saying,
I just went to get you some water. I knew you must be very thirsty.
Jiraiya excitedly took the water, momentarily at a loss for words, and then gulped it down. He looked at Tsunade and reproached.
Why didn't you tell me? I've been looking for you for a long time. I really have so much to say to you.
Tsunade looked at the injured Jiraiya and said gently,
Let me treat you first. I don't want treatment right now, I just want to have a good talk with you.
Jiraiya waved his hand. Tsunade fell silent, lowering her head, her hands busily fiddling with the tips of her ponytail. Jiraiya unconsciously leaned forward, his lips eager to kiss Tsunade. But no matter how far he stretched his mouth, he could not reach her. Jiraiya kept trying to reach out, leaning further forward, until he finally toppled over. With a sudden wave of intense pain, he looked around only to find no one there. Everything that had just happened was merely a hallucination at the edge of his consciousness. Leaning against the wall, at the street corner, Jiraiya summoned a slug to cover his wounds and help him heal. He had lost a lot of blood from the women's bath. A normal person would have passed out long ago. Thankfully, he had been experiencing nosebleeds from reading his little yellow book every day, slowly toughening himself. With the slugs healing, his condition stabilized for the time being. Jiraiya looked at the stars in the sky, smiling contentedly with Tsunade in his mind. The next morning, Tsunade got up as usual. Although she wished to wait for Jiraiya a bit longer the previous night, she had important tasks to attend to, and had to give up waiting. However, Tsunade quickly noticed a kunai left on her windowsill. Instantly, she understood that Jiraiya must have come by last night, but didn't want to disturb her. Jiraiya had already set off for Turtle Island at dawn. Surely Naruto had begun mastering some of the tail beast's power by now. He could only hope so. Jiraiya still felt a lingering tremor of fear. Last night's battle had wounded him deeply, not only in body but in spirit. Even now, the memory alone sent chills down his spine. The sheer might of Uchiha Madara was plain to see. Had he not saved himself multiple times with the Flying Thunder God technique, he would never have laid eyes on Tsunade again. Before he knew it, Jiraiya had arrived at Turtle Island, only to find a crowd of blonde women fluttering around Killer Bee like moths to flame. In an instant, all his worries dissolved. Had Tsunade in her wisdom arranged this delightful diversion to help him better safeguard Naruto? How could Killer Bee monopolize such joy? Shared delight was always greater than solitary pleasure. Without hesitation, Jiraiya dashed headlong toward the cluster of blonde women. Impatient with his own pace, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, flinging a kunai into the midst of the group and instantly teleporting there. The kunai landed precisely at the center of the circle. In the next breath, Jiraiya materialized, and his head was instantly enveloped between several soft, yielding forms. Ecstasy flooded his senses, his expression hovered between rapture and surrender. Drawing a deep, shuddering breath, he murmured, "This is the taste of bliss," then closed his eyes to savor it fully. Perverted sage, what exactly are you doing? A familiar voice jolted Jiraiya back to reality. There stood Naruto, and Killer Bee staring at him unblinking. The blonde women had vanished without a trace. Jiraiya's heart lurched. Had Naruto ensnared him in the sexy technique? If so, his dignity was utterly ruined. Just as Jiraiya braced himself to explain, he noticed Killer Bee pulling out a small notebook and scribbling furiously. Jiraiya panicked and ventured cautiously, "What on earth are you writing? Is it about what just happened?" Fortunately, Killer Bee had merely glimpsed Jiraiya's expression and seized upon a perfect rhyme scheme, jotting it down on impulse. Relieved, Jiraiya sought to reclaim his composure with the ultimate verbal artifice, deflection. "Why in broad daylight would you perform such a technique? Don't you feel ashamed?" He declared it with solemn gravity. So long as he refused to feel embarrassment, embarrassment would belong to others. The question left Naruto momentarily speechless. Stammering, he replied, "I wanted Uncle Killer Bee to teach me how to master the tail beast's power." So even Killer Bee is a hypocrite, yet I'd assumed. As Jiraiya turned toward Killer Bee with growing suspicion, the latter stood tall, hands raised, slightly radiating unwavering presence. Instinctively, Jiraiya feared he'd offended him, but the next moment proved his anxiety unfounded. Killer Bee threw his head back and burst into verse, "The peerless me, the lustful you, Meet on Turtle Island guiding Naruto's path. Yo! Jiraiya was left utterly speechless, only managing an awkward chuckle. Naruto, seizing the moment, pleaded once more for instruction. Grateful for their unwitting aid in inspiring a flawless rhyme killer be agreed. Naruto immediately entered the waterfall to train while Jiraiya waited outside. The nature of Jinchuriki was beyond his expertise, and Killer Bee was far better suited to guide Naruto's awakening. Bored and restless, Jiraiya decided to explore the island. Perhaps something novel awaited. But no sooner had he taken a step than he sensed someone approaching from behind. He whirled around. Might Guy stood there. Jiraiya exhaled in relief. Lately he developed a nagging sense that every passerby harbored ill intent, no doubt a lingering shadow cast by Uchiha Madara. Upon seeing Jiraiya, Guy erupted with excitement and eagerly pressed him about joining the ANBU. Jiraiya demurred. Tsunade is Hokage now. You'll need to ask her directly. Disappointment is but a stepping stone, Guy declared, flashing a thumbs up. Youth is relentless progress, forged in adversity, tempered by trial. Inside the waterfall, Naruto felt the boundless love of Kushina Uzumaki, and unleashed countless Raisengans upon the Ninetales, battering it into submission, until it finally yielded its full power to him. Now empowered with Ninetales mode, Naruto gained the ability to sense malevolence, and instantly detected the malicious chakra coiled within Kisame's Samahata. Hearing those words, Kisame shot forth from Samahata like a startled serpent. Jiraiya and Guy exchanged further words, and Jiraiya learned that Naruto had previously lost control within the waterfall, confronting a dark, malevolent version of himself. Jiraiya was both astonished and deeply moved. Naruto had faced and conquered his inner darkness, an unmistakable sign of profound growth. Eager to test himself, Guy strode straight to the waterfall's edge, determined to see whether a sinister doppelganger would emerge on the other side. A shadow indeed appeared, sending Guy into exhilarated speculation. Was this proof of his own hidden darkness? The thought alone thrilled him. Slowly the figure emerged, a half-naked Kisame, his eyes absurdly tiny. Guy's hope crumbled to dust. Ugly was one thing, but lacking his magnificent eyebrows, that was a desecration of youth itself. Kisame, however, spared no attention for Guy. He dove beneath the waterfall, drew energy from Samahata, and restored himself to peak condition. Jiraiya shouted urgently, "What are you doing? An enemy has appeared. Stop him before he escapes with intelligence." The cry snapped Guy awake. He instantly unlocked the gate of spectacle, leapt onto a turtle's back, and charged after Kisame. Emerging onto the open sea, Kisame glanced back at Guy's pursuit and remarked, "We've clashed twice. I thought you mere brute force incarnate. Yet here you are chasing me still." Guy, having no memory of prior encounters, barked, "Surrender the intel. Now. Let's see if you possess the strength to claim it," Kisame retorted. With that, Kisame shoved the scroll into a shark's maw, swiftly formed hand seals, and summoned thousand shark feeding, a swarm of thousands of sharks swirling in chaotic confusion. Kisame smirked inwardly. That simpleton won't stand a chance distinguishing the one true carrier among them. But Guy wasted no words. Soaring skyward, he unleashed Morning Peacock, fists striking air at blinding speed, igniting friction-borne flames, unleashing concussive shockwaves, and searing fire upon the entire shark horde. Watching as sharks obliterated one by one, Kisame ground his teeth in fury. Yet Guy pressed on, diving into the water, and without pause unlocking the seventh gate of wonder. Steam billowed violently from Guy's body, repelling the surrounding seawater. Kisame stared, astonished yet resolute. He had prepared thoroughly for this moment. Watching Guy's momentum grow stronger, the changes in his body made Kisame feel a twinge of panic. He quickly formed hand seals, and used the jutsu that could absorb the opponent's chakra to enhance its power, the Great Shark Bomb technique. Kisame stretched out his hands, and immediately a shark surged forward, swiftly swimming in the water, with its gaping maw aimed directly at Might Guy. "Andy Lau!" Might Guy immediately responded with his own technique. Suddenly a small white tiger charged out, aiming to bite Kisame's shark. Kisame felt the outcome was already decided. His jutsu was certainly not in vain. As long as he absorbed Might Guy's chakra, he was confident that the enhanced Great Shark Bomb technique would be unstoppable. However, what Kisame did not expect was that the Great Shark Bomb, after biting for a long time, showed no reaction at all. Could it be that the tiger on the opposite side was malnourished? Could it be that this technique is not a chakra bomb, but rather a high-pressure air blast? Though Kisame found it hard to believe, the result indicated that the day tiger was indeed a high-pressure air blast. The sea surface exploded, the power reaching a radius of 1 kilometer, with water shooting upwards. The entire Turtle Island witnessed this explosion, and even Jiraiya and the others in the distance felt a sense of dread. As the water calmed down, the battle had ended. Kisame, injured and lying on the surface, was held beneath Might Guy's legs, who warned, "Don't move!" Kisame's hands trembled slightly due to the aftereffects of years of solitude. Yet without a word, Guy delivered a powerful punch. Kisame screamed internally, "You?" but then succumbed to his injuries and lost the will to resist. Thus, the barely conscious Kisame was taken back to the waterfall by Guy. To prevent Kisame from escaping, everyone worked together to restrain him, and even placed shackles on him. However, they certainly wouldn't let Kisame go, especially with Yamashiro Aoba present, who could extract information from others' minds. As long as they had enough opportunities, they could use Kisame to gather intelligence about the Akatsuki organization. However, Kisame, being a ruthless killer, posed a challenge for Aoba in terms of information confidentiality. After wandering aimlessly in Kisame's mind, Aoba found little to glean. Just as he was preparing to delve deeper, Kisame suddenly moved, biting his own tongue to break free from his restraints with sheer brute strength. Jiraiya immediately stepped forward, intending to restrain Kisame. However, Kisame was quicker, using the summoning technique to trap himself in a water sphere. Kisame was prepared for sacrifice, but reflecting on his life, it felt as though he hadn't accomplished anything before it ended, leaving him a bit unwilling. As he closed his eyes, he thought of Itachi. Watching Kisame being engulfed by the shark, Might Guy suddenly slapped his forehead, recalling that this person had once battled against him. Thus he slowly said, "I will remember you, Uchiha Kisame." Watching the water sphere burst and the blood splatter everywhere, everyone couldn't help but admire Kisame as a true man. Might Guy curiously took out the intelligence scroll, and as soon as he opened it, a shark burst forth, darting into the water and disappearing. Jiraiya was also curious about Aoba's abilities, so he asked Aoba to take a look at what was in his mind. Although Aoba politely declined, Jiraiya insisted. As soon as Aoba placed his hand on Jiraiya's head, he turned beet red and hurriedly said, I can't." Might Guy also strongly urged him, and with no other option, Aoba had to glance into Guy's mind. But no matter how he explored, Guy's mind truly had nothing at all. Even a thief would shed tears. The shark swam and swam, finally completing its mission by delivering the intelligence to Kabuto and Obito. Kabuto then prepared to head to Turtle Island, summoning the reincarnated artists to accompany him. Meanwhile, the ninja army was also making preparations at full speed. Everyone expressed a bit of surprise at Tsunade's arrival, because in their impression wasn't Jiraiya the Hokage. Tsunade could only recount the situation to everyone. Rikage still expressed disdain, saying, "A mere medical ninja can become Hokage." Gaara wanted to help Tsunade say something, but she immediately stood up and walked outside. With just one punch, the massive rock before her crumbled into dust, and a crack several meters long appeared in the ground. At this, Rikage looked at Tsunade with newfound respect and suggested exchanging contact information to wrestle in the woods next time. After gaining recognition, Tsunade visibly relaxed and continued discussing arrangements with everyone. Ultimately, everyone finalized the arrangements with Rikage as the Supreme Commander, Tsunade as the Chief Strategical Advisor, Gaara as the overall combat commander and captain of the 4th Division, and Mei Terumi leading the Daimyo's guard. On the front lines of battle, the 5th Division is led by the warrior Mitsubian from the Iron Nation, comprising a special combat unit made up entirely of warriors or ninjas skilled in unique ninjutsu and combat methods. Additionally, medical units, ambush units, sensory units, and intelligence units have been formed to assist in the efforts. The ninja allied forces are fully prepared, awaiting the decisive battle against Uchiha Obito and his subordinates. After facing off against everyone, Orochimaru has successfully utilized his shedding technique to achieve a state where you can defeat me, but you cannot kill me, and has managed to take Yamato away. Moreover, he allowed the artist Deidara to escape unscathed during the confrontation with the Tsuchikage. Upon returning to the base with Yamato, Orochimaru immediately infused the cells of Yamato into the 100,000 white Zetsu army, granting them the ability to use what release, making them an even more formidable asset in the war. Tobi gazed at the powerful figures resurrected by Orochimaru through impure world reincarnation, as well as the hundreds of thousands of enhanced white Zetsu silently reflecting, "Soon Rin, a world with you will come." Calming himself, Tobi emerged from the shadows, with Orochimaru stating, as they walk, "The fourth great ninja war begins." Meanwhile, the Ninja Alliance also advances towards the battlefield with combat imminent. Naruto and Jiraiya continued to stay on the island, where information was quite isolated compared to the outside world. While Naruto was training here, Jiraiya was also diligently practicing the Flying Thunder God technique. After the battle with Obito, Jiraiya realized that there were significant gaps in his Flying Thunder God technique. If the distance was too great, he would find himself at a loss. Based on his speculation, Tsunade must always have her Flying Thunder God kunai on her, and as long as he could continue to master it, he could surely reach her side in an instant. What if the position of the Flying Thunder God kunai was blocked? Upon thinking of this, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel excited. Seeing that Might Guy was about to head out to participate in the Ninja World War, Jiraiya asked Guy to help him carry a few Flying Thunder God kunai, leaving them along his path, which would allow Jiraiya to conduct some experiments. During this time, Jiraiya had gone through countless attempts, but he could only teleport within the island. Reaching the mainland overseas was still beyond his capability. Every time he practiced the Flying Thunder God in Sage Mode, Jiraiya could always sense what was happening in the outside world. The situation outside was severe. No matter which unit it was a fight to the death. The ninja army and white Zetsu suffered heavy casualties. Jiraiya was fully aware of all this. However, he couldn't tell Naruto. Although he wore a frown all day, Naruto merely thought Jiraiya was lonely, and didn't give it much thought. Yet relying solely on the enhancements of Sage Mode was not ideal. It couldn't assist him in using the Flying Thunder God over a wider range. Watching Naruto gain better control over the Ninetales' power, Jiraiya suddenly had a spark of inspiration. What if he also obtained the chakra of the Ninetales? Would he be able to apply the Flying Thunder God more skillfully? Realizing this, Jiraiya knew asking Naruto was futile. He knew nothing. Instead, he sought out a master in Tail Beast's Killer Bee who should be able to provide him with more information. "If you want Tail Beast chakra, I know a way." Though this line doesn't rhyme at all, Killer Bee still forced it out, trying to make it rhyme, leaving Jiraiya feeling somewhat horrified. "What method is that?" Jiraiya asked, suppressing the discomfort in his heart. "In our hidden cloud village, there are two brothers, Kin and Jin, who obtained the chakra of the Ninetales by consuming its flesh and blood. They eventually died in battle against your second Hokage," Killer Bee said. Seeing Jiraiya's shocked reaction to his method, Killer Bee immediately insisted Jiraiya look into his sincere eyes, attempting to move him with his earnest gaze. Yet Jiraiya chose to believe him. In truth, Jiraiya could hardly see Killer Bee's eyes, only noticing the extremely ugly sunglasses. However, even though Jiraiya believed the problem remained, how could he consume the flesh of the Ninetales? The Ninetales was completely sealed within Naruto's body, and he had no ability to extract it. This left both Killer Bee and Jiraiya in a bind. Noticing Jiraiya seemed somewhat dejected, Killer Bee curiously asked, "Why do you want the power of this Tail Beast?" "I want to use the Tail Beast chakra to help me better and more skillfully utilize the Flying Thunder God. At least I'm not proficient in it right now. Perhaps once I become skilled I can use it freely," Jiraiya said. Upon hearing Flying Thunder God, Killer Bee became somewhat displeased, recalling how he and Reikage were showcased by Minato's Flying Thunder God last time. To this day, he still harbored a grudge against the Flying Thunder God. Seeing Killer Bee repeatedly refuse him, Jiraiya had no choice but to lean in close to Killer Bee's ear and whisper, "I made a Flying Thunder God mark in the women's bath." Killer Bee immediately chose to forgive Minato and his Flying Thunder God on the spot, who could refuse a Flying Thunder God in the women's bath. However, Jiraiya was still troubled about not being able to obtain the flesh of the Ninetales. To repay Jiraiya's kindness, Killer Bee stepped up, entering the Tail Beast mode right there. The 8 tails immediately appeared on Turtle Island, and even the 8 tails spontaneously broke into a rap. Looking at the gigantic 8 tails before him, Jiraiya couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of creature are you? Are you a cow or an octopus?" Jiraiya's bluntness brought tears to the 8 tails' eyes. Nevertheless, it still dropped a piece of its flesh, preparing to let Jiraiya consume it, and thereby grant him its 8 tails chakra. Jiraiya looked at the piece of meat before him. His first reaction was to cook it, as eating it raw was still somewhat hard to accept for him, considering his pursuit of a quality lifestyle. Killer Bee and the 8 tails didn't care how Jiraiya ate it, but since they had shared chakra with him, there was nothing to worry about. After some fuss, Jiraiya chose to eat the 8 tails meat in his preferred way. He immediately felt a surge of power fill his body. With the chakra of the 8 tails, Jiraiya attempted to transform into a tail beast form, like a Jinchuriki. However, after several failed attempts, it seemed he had merely acquired the chakra. With the chakra of the 8 tails, Jiraiya once again used the Flying Thunder God technique. Originally, he had a try-and-see attitude, but this time he suddenly found himself in a strange place. It was a forest with only a small path running through it. Jiraiya leisurely walked along the path, and unknowingly arrived at its end, a sea where he could vaguely see Turtle Island in the distance. Jiraiya was filled with joy. It seemed that his Flying Thunder God technique had taken effect, accomplishing a task he had previously been unable to complete. It appeared that the power of the 8 tails was indeed formidable, and Jiraiya silently praised it in his heart. However, while experimenting with more Flying Thunder Gods, Jiraiya discovered that he could currently only reach this level. He could not teleport to other farther Flying Thunder God marking points. Feeling that the chakra of the 8 tails was insufficient, Jiraiya once again turned his gaze toward Naruto's 9 tails. Jiraiya pondered for a long time before finally mustering the courage to find Naruto, hoping to discuss the matter with him and explore potential solutions. At that moment, Naruto was in seclusion, working hard to master the 9 tails chakra. Upon seeing Jiraiya arrive, he immediately broke into a smile and said, "Perverted sage, what's up?" Jiraiya was about to speak, but suddenly found himself uncontrollably singing, "I came to find you not out of boredom, but to discuss something with you." The words were completely unrelated, and had no rhyme at all, yet Jiraiya still forced himself to sing it out loud, while dancing a little. Naruto watched in astonishment, wondering if the person before him had transformed into a version created by Killer Bee, which made him feel a bit insecure. Jiraiya himself was baffled as to why he had suddenly turned this way, still unable to control himself. Could it be because he ate the meat of the 8 tails? The 8 tails was always with Killer Bee, well versed in the art of rap ingrained in its DNA. After consuming the 8 tails meat, Jiraiya had to bear the consequences. Jiraiya wanted to continue speaking to Naruto to see if there was still hope for him, but once again found himself uncontrollably singing. Now Jiraiya was completely panicked, unsure of what to do. Everyone knew that sharing chakra with a tail beast had its pros and cons, but he never expected this to be such a downside. The 9 tails inside Naruto chuckled and said to him, "I guess Jiraiya must have obtained the 8 tails chakra. Otherwise, he wouldn't be rapping like this." Naruto immediately blurted out to Jiraiya, "Perverted sage, did you acquire the 8 tails chakra?" Jiraiya stared at Naruto, surprised that he knew this, and curiously saying, "So can you tell me how I can resolve this?" The 9 tails pondered for a moment and replied, "It seems unrealistic for Jiraiya to want to get rid of the 8 tails chakra. After all, tail beast chakra is not something you can just discard at will." Naruto relayed this verbatim, even mimicking the Ninetales' aloof tone, leaving Jiraiya in a daze. The Ninetales continued.
Right now, there are only two options. Either Jiraiya finds a way to suppress the Eight Tails chakra himself, or use the Ninetales chakra to suppress the Eight Tails chakra.
After hearing Naruto's narration, Jiraiya felt a surge of excitement, because he had come for precisely this purpose. Since the Ninetales had mentioned it, he decided not to pretend to be a virtuous person anymore.
Can you tell me how to obtain the Ninetales chakra?
Jiraiya sang.
I've already lent my chakra to Naruto, you just need to receive it through him.
The Ninetales boasted.
Among all tail beasts, only my chakra can suppress the Eight Tails.
Naruto relayed this without missing a word. Jiraiya felt he had grasped a lifeline and hurriedly asked Naruto to share a bit of the Ninetales chakra with him. Although Naruto looked puzzled, he felt he couldn't refuse given Jiraiya's insistence. He extended his hand, preparing to share some chakra. However, Jiraiya suddenly withdrew his hand, hesitating a bit. Would the Ninetales chakra have side effects? I see Naruto isn't exactly the brightest. Could the Ninetales chakra make me lose my intelligence as well? Naruto was still in a daze, while the Ninetales, sensing Jiraiya's concern, said,
What ill intentions could a little fox have? Am a good tailed beast who sleeps early and rises early to guard Shikaku.
After hearing Naruto's relay, Jiraiya felt a bit surprised, realizing that the Ninetales was quite powerful and seemed to know everything. It seemed that Naruto's lack of intelligence was his own issue. Now Jiraiya felt reassured and extended his hand for Naruto to pass him some Ninetales chakra. Just a brief touch and Jiraiya felt a new power merging within him. But before he could rejoice, he collapsed to the ground in pain. Naruto immediately rushed over to support Jiraiya, and even began to feel guilty, hurriedly asking the Ninetales,
What exactly is happening? Did you do something to Jiraiya?
The Ninetales shrugged helplessly and said,
This is normal with both my chakra and the Eight Tails chakra. The two-tailed beast chakras are bound to clash here. But don't worry, I will definitely win. Then why can't they coexist peacefully? Tail beast chakras should be compatible, right?
Naruto questioned.
They can, but it's unnecessary. The only one capable of merging our chakras is someone who possesses the power of the six paths. Apart from that, I've never seen it happen.
The Ninetales didn't seem to care about Jiraiya's pain. Jiraiya's body convulsed violently a few times, his brow furrowed tightly, and he broke out in a sweat. After a while, he barely managed to recover somewhat. To prevent Jiraiya from continuing to convulse, Naruto simply laid him flat, sitting on him to see if he could help him stop the spasms. At that moment, Killer Bee rushed over because the Eight Tails had informed him that there seemed to be Ninetales chakra interfering with him, prompting him to come quickly to check the situation. However, as soon as Killer Bee entered, he saw Jiraiya, covered in sweat, weakly lying on the ground, occasionally convulsing, with Naruto sitting on top of him. The scene became quite tense, and Naruto immediately jumped off Jiraiya, hurriedly explaining,
It's not what you think, I was just saving teacher Jiraiya.
Just then the internal struggle within Jiraiya had ended, with the Ninetales taking over his body, and Jiraiya suddenly felt no pain, shouting,
Awesome!
Killer Bee immediately silenced Naruto with a gesture, and seeing Jiraiya's satisfied smile, felt he already had the answer in his mind. Naruto truly found himself at a loss for words, but as long as Jiraiya was okay, he didn't mind. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. The two were about to step forward to help Jiraiya up, but the newly empowered Jiraiya stood up abruptly, as if nothing had happened, ready to test his new abilities outside. Yet after only a couple of steps, they heard Killer Bee shout, and turning around they saw Naruto collapsing in agony. Jiraiya's heart sank. Could it be that by giving away the Ninetales chakra, Naruto's chakra distribution had been disrupted? Naruto was sweating profusely, muttering,
The Ninetales chakra.
Jiraiya felt guilty. It seemed that because he had taken away the originally balanced Ninetales chakra from Naruto's body, Naruto's chakra had become unbalanced. Just as Jiraiya hesitated about whether to return the Ninetales chakra to Naruto, Naruto suddenly asked him,
Is something happening outside?
This question left Jiraiya dumbfounded. He had brought Naruto here to protect him, wanting to shield him from knowing what was happening outside, yet now Naruto had brought it up himself.
How could that be? You were fine when you came here. How could things have gone wrong in just a few days?
Jiraiya continued to mislead Naruto. However, Naruto insisted that there must have been an incident outside. It was definitely not as simple as Jiraiya had made it seem, for he sensed fluctuations in the Nine-Tails' power within him. Jiraiya instinctively felt that there might indeed be a serious problem outside, but in order to calm Naruto he said,
"It's just because you gave me some of the Nine-Tails chakra earlier. It's nothing important."
After hearing this, Naruto glanced at Killer Bee, as Killer Bee was knowledgeable in this area. Perhaps only he would understand. But Jiraiya quickly signaled Killer Bee, who immediately caught on and nodded at Naruto, saying,
"When I just gave Jiraiya chakra, I also felt a bit uncomfortable."
Naruto was momentarily taken aback by the two of them. Although he still had some doubts, he ultimately chose to trust them. However, things did not develop as the two had hoped. The Nine-Tails suddenly burst into laughter from within Naruto's belly. Naruto immediately expressed his confusion, asking the Nine-Tails why it was laughing. Was it because it thought of something amusing?
"Do you really believe what they said? Don't you want to know what is happening outside?"
the Nine-Tails said in an extremely teasing tone. Upon hearing this, Naruto indeed felt something unusual. The state he had just experienced was definitely not a simple matter, but rather a sensation that the Nine-Tails within him was being stripped away.
"Do you know what is happening outside?"
Naruto asked the Nine-Tails. The Nine-Tails shook its head. How could it know what was happening outside when it had been inside Naruto all this time? However, it knew that Naruto's chakra reaction was due to the fact that the gold and silver horns were using the Nine-Tails chakra. But the Nine-Tails couldn't understand why gold and silver horns were able to use its chakra again. Hadn't they already died? How could they possibly use its chakra again? Could it be that gold and silver horns had been resurrected? But how could the dead come back to life?
Perhaps something has gone wrong in the outside world.
The Nine-Tails also wanted to take a look outside, and thus encouraged Naruto. Since the Nine-Tails had told him that there was a problem in the outside world, Naruto became even more determined in his judgment, and disregarding the objections prepared to head outside the waterfall. Jiraiya and the others were still trying their best to persuade him that there was no problem outside, but the more they said that, the more Naruto felt something was off, and he was resolute in his decision to go outside. Upon reaching outside the waterfall, Naruto entered Sage mode and immediately sensed that a battle was happening in the outside world. It was a large-scale battle with countless casualties. Naruto looked back at Jiraiya and slowly said,
"When you activated Sage mode to practice Flying Thunder God, you could sense all of this, right?"
Jiraiya knew that the matter had been exposed and could only nod. However, in order to prevent Naruto from misunderstanding, he explained everyone's arrangements in detail. But as the saying goes, the student surpasses the teacher. Naruto's verbal skills had already surpassed Jiraiya's.
"I am no longer the person I used to be. I need to save everyone even more now."
At this moment, Iruka also rushed over to persuade Naruto, even using the barrier team to trap him. It seemed they were trying to force Naruto to stay here. Naruto looked at the hesitant Jiraiya, knowing that he understood him, and continued,
"I can already skillfully control the Nine-Tails chakra. Now with Uncle Killer Bee, we will definitely become the most important force in the Ninja Alliance."
Killer Bee was dumbfounded. How did he become Naruto's accomplice in defection? He quickly distanced himself from Naruto, stating that he had no such intention. But Naruto turned to Killer Bee and said,
"You either accept my verbal skills, or you join me in the new rap of the ninja world."
Upon hearing about the new rap of the ninja world, Killer Bee got excited and immediately expressed his willingness to join Naruto in rescuing the ninja army. At the same time, Killer Bee also tried to persuade Jiraiya to go with them. Jiraiya and Iruka exchanged glances, remaining silent. Naruto, unable to wait any longer, was determined to bring new hope to the ninja army, and he broke through the barrier with Killer Bee and left. Iruka watched Naruto leave, feeling a deep sense of helplessness and reluctance in his heart. However, Jiraiya chose to accompany Naruto both to protect him and to participate in the ninja war together. With Jiraiya's protection, Naruto felt much braver, experiencing a sense of recognition and anticipation for what was to come. Meanwhile, the ever-observant Zetsu suddenly sensed Naruto's chakra and immediately reported to Obito. Upon hearing this, Obito felt a slight excitement. It seemed that it had finally come to fruition. However, at the same time, he still had more important matters to attend to. Suddenly, Obito appeared on the coastal battlefield, while the little rich girl was still immersed in the joy of finding the artifact, thinking she could become rich again. However, Obito's overwhelming presence caught everyone's attention. Everyone stared at this Uchiha Madara before them, unsure of what he intended to do. However, Darui and the others were already exhausted. They had barely dealt with one of the gold and silver horns, and now another Uchiha Madara had appeared. But Obito did not wish to engage them. He could fight, but it was unnecessary. He simply summoned an outer path golem rampaging across the vast ground. No one could stop the outer path golem. Everyone was astonished by this colossal being before them. Even the enlarged Choji and Choza had become tiny in comparison. No one can stop the outer path golem here. It is a true monster, striking the ground repeatedly and sending waves of air rippling. As the outer path golem roared in fury, bolts of lightning descended from the sky, relentlessly destroying the coastline and the defenses of the ninja army. Any ninjutsu is insignificant in the face of the outer path golem. Despite Denji and his son being sent flying by the outer path golem, the ninja army did not retreat an inch, standing firm on the front lines against the golem. However, at this moment, Obito did not continue to stoke the flames for the ninja alliance, but instead sought out the tools of the six paths, merely wishing to compete with Tion for resources. Fortunately, Tion was wealthy and did not lack these two ninjutsu tools, allowing Obito to collect the remaining tools. Meanwhile, on Naruto's side, the sun was setting and darkness was gradually enveloping the land as they continued their advance toward the battlefield. Naruto spoke earnestly to Jiraiya and Killer Bee, saying, "Iruka Sensei gave me a letter which said that I must return alive." Jiraiya and Killer Bee remained silent, as each of them surely had someone who would advise them similarly. Everyone is loved. It's just that the one who cares for them is not by their side. Jiraiya thought to himself, if the third Hokage were still alive, he would surely be as concerned for me as Iruka is. But there are no ifs. Nothing can return to the way it was. Killer Bee pondered, if he went to the battlefield, his brother Raikage would surely worry about him, wouldn't he? He would want him to return alive, right? Just then two figures blocked his path, Tsunade, and surprisingly his brother Raikage. Killer Bee couldn't help but make a remark, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." The other four present looked bewildered, wondering who this devil was. Killer Bee quickly explained, "This is someone I often communicate with in my dreams. He is a thinker from the East, who teaches me the ways of married life." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya was startled. Could it be the Eastern philosophical giant Amon? I have even read his other works, The Trials of Love and Regret. At this, the two immediately bonded, turning into little fans of Amon. However, Raikage and Tsunade remained unfazed. Raikage angrily declared, "Rather than let you be captured by the Akatsuki, it would be better to execute you here and now." Naruto, with a serious expression, said, "I am no longer the person I was before. I now possess the power of the 9 tails." Raikage scoffed, "Little brat, have you never seen the Raikage strength?" With that, he vanished in a flash and appeared right in front of Naruto, preparing to deliver a punch. Killer Bee stepped in, using his 8 tails form to block Raikage's attack, while Jiraiya took the opportunity to sneak behind Raikage, kunai poised at the back of his head. Flying Thunder God. Hokage, don't push me. Raikage, like Killer Bee, had an immediate aversion to the Flying Thunder God technique. Jiraiya still did not want to escalate the conflict, so he lowered his kunai. However, Raikage complied by lowering his hands and proposed Onion duel with Killer Bee. "I am no longer the Killer Bee I once was." Killer Bee spoke solemnly, which was rare for him. Raikage immediately interrupted him impatiently, saying, "No need for cliches, I've heard enough of that. Defeat me, and I will believe in the current you." Killer Bee had always thought they were merely cooperating for combined techniques, and Raikage had always protected him. But now, he could finally showcase his true strength to Reikage. Thus the two unleashed their Raiden Ryuma no Jutsu, seemingly competing to see whose attack was stronger, but in reality, they were testing whose neck was tougher. After a stalemate, Reikage was sent flying, rolling several times on the ground. Lying on the ground, Reikage looked at Killer Bee, and truly felt he had underestimated him. Perhaps this was Killer Bee's current strength, he needn't worry anymore. However, the delighted Killer Bee immediately launched into a rap, taking another step closer to becoming the new rap star of the ninja world. This made Reikage reconsider his previous thoughts. While this strength was sufficient for the Ninja World War, he worried about what would happen with Killer Bee's mentality in such a battle. Yet feeling a bit displeased after being defeated by Killer Bee, Reikage turned his attention back to Naruto, preparing to assess him once more. Reikage donned his lightning armor again and charged at Naruto with a punch. However, Naruto swiftly dodged it thanks to his Nine Tails mode's reflexes and speed. Reikage was thoroughly impressed. The last person who had evaded his attack so completely was the fourth Hokage. Since then no one had escaped his assault. Hearing this, Jiraiya was eager to try as well, wanting to see if he could evade Reikage's attack using the Flying Thunder God technique. Reikage expressed doubts, cautioning that if Jiraiya couldn't evade, he would sustain serious injury, and he would not be responsible for that. All explanations would rest with the individual. Jiraiya reassured Reikage, though he was still not proficient with the Flying Thunder God technique, and it would be his first time using it after acquiring the Nine Tails chakra. But it was precisely because he was inexperienced that he could often unleash his potential in such desperate situations. Reikage then charged a punch and leapt from 10 meters away, his fist as large as a sandbag right in front of Jiraiya. Jiraiya intended to use the Flying Thunder God technique, but suddenly the Nine Tails chakra within him became chaotic, causing him to hesitate for a brief moment. However, Jiraiya managed to teleport successfully, although his nose was grazed by the Reikage, causing a slight nosebleed. Fortunately, it was a close call without any serious danger. It seems that I have become somewhat proficient in mastering the Nine Tails chakra, and the chakra does not have any side effects, which is quite comfortable. However, Tsunade expressed her dissatisfaction with Jiraiya's Flying Thunder God technique. Although Jiraiya was pleased with his successful teleportation, Tsunade directly punched him, causing Jiraiya to double over. Tsunade pushed Jiraiya away, saying, "If you hold me like that in public again, I will break your other arm." Jiraiya had just used the Flying Thunder God technique left on Tsunade to teleport onto her, embracing her from the front. Since Tsunade mentioned not to hold her like that in public, Jiraiya immediately understood that she was hinting he could do so privately. Seeing Naruto and Killer Bee pass their tests, the Reikage said nothing further. Perhaps the future truly belongs to them. He would trust them just this once, as the Ninja Coalition army was indeed struggling. Thus Naruto, along with Killer Bee and Jiraiya, advanced towards the battlefield under the warm glow of the rising sun. Tsunade and the Reikage watched them, seemingly seeing hope. At this moment Jiraiya felt warmth in his heart, recalling Tsunade's words to him, "Remember to come back alive." Not long after setting off, they encountered a team of the Ninja Coalition. Jiraiya happily remarked, "It seems we've found our allies so soon." However, without saying a word, Naruto entered the Nine Tails mode and punched someone who greeted him. Everyone present was shocked, but Naruto remained unfazed. The person fell to the ground and immediately transformed into White Zetsu, while also planting a tree nearby. "Now I possess the ability to sense evil. It would be better for you to surrender." Naruto already sensed that this team of the Ninja Coalition was entirely composed of White Zetsu. A ninja from Sunagakure suddenly turned into White Zetsu and said, "I initially wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person, but what I received in return was estrangement. No more pretense. I am White Zetsu, and I'm revealing myself." Jiraiya let out a cold laugh, and along with Naruto and Killer Bee began showcasing their new skills. Naruto executed instant movements and grabbed with precision, employing every trick he had. Whether it was the mini Raisin Shuriken or various types of Rinnegan, defeating these White Zetsu posed no challenge. Killer Bee attempted to defeat them with his rap, aiming to psychologically torment them. Jiraiya repeatedly leaped using the Flying Thunder God technique, complementing it with his Rinnegan, treating the white Zetsu to his special technique everywhere he went. These white Zetsu were no match for them. With just a slight motion, they were completely annihilated. Even the last fused white Zetsu was easily overwhelmed. In the end, Jiraiya and Naruto teamed up to execute the Utebu collapse technique, summoning Gamabunta, and sat down on the remaining white Zetsu, crushing them. After a brief display of their skills, the trio continued on their way, each of them unconsciously quickening their pace, eager to reach the battlefield. By coincidence, they encountered an elderly and sickly duo, one emaciated, and the other coughing up blood. At this moment, the trio was unaware of the severity of the situation. Itachi, upon seeing Naruto, immediately inquired about Sasuke's situation, unsure whether this reckless youth had followed his intentions in protecting Konoha. Itachi's eyes saw through everything except for Sasuke's thoughts. Naruto informed Itachi of Sasuke killing Danzo, and revealed Sasuke's intent to destroy Konoha. This undoubtedly pained Itachi deeply. Had he known, he would have not held back, but would have killed this fool with his Totsuka blade. What hurt Itachi even more was that Killer Bee was carrying Samahata on his back, which meant Jiraiya watched the figures of Nagato and Itachi before him, curious about how these two could be revived from the dead. We must have been controlled by the caster. This is a technique that can resurrect the dead, but the dead must be under the caster's control, Itachi calmly analyzed. It seems this is the Edo Tensei technique. Orochimaru has nothing to do with humans anymore, Jiraiya remarked. Orochimaru has already been sealed by my Totsuka blade, so it shouldn't be his work. I believe there is someone else behind this, Itachi stated, confident that he wouldn't be revived after being sealed by the Totsuka blade. Just as Jiraiya was preparing to converse with Nagato, Itachi suddenly received an order from Kabuto, and unleashed a powerful fireball technique toward Naruto and the others. The three quickly dodged, but the onslaught did not stop. Itachi immediately unleashed fire-style Phoenix Fire technique, igniting his shuriken, and scattering them for area damage. Before one wave settled, another surged forth, as Nagato targeted Naruto with universal pull. Naruto couldn't withstand it, and was pulled toward Nagato. It seemed he was about to be subdued by Nagato. However, Jiraiya's kunai from the Flying Thunder God had already been thrown near Nagato, and Jiraiya instantly appeared beside Nagato, delivering a side kick that sent Nagato crashing into the grove. Just as the three were dealing with Uchiha Itachi, enormous hellhounds and hellbirds suddenly appeared in the woods. At the same time, a massive boulder flew toward them from across the lake. Jiraiya's head throbbed. This hellhound was truly a formidable spirit beast. How could such a monstrous summoning even exist? But despite feeling unwell, they had to continue fighting. At that moment, a gigantic tongue suddenly ensnared Jiraiya, while Nagato stood atop a chameleon observing the individuals before him. Itachi, following Kabuto's orders, prepared to use Amaterasu on the trapped Jiraiya. However, Naruto mimicked Jiraiya's earlier rescue, rushing to Itachi's side and delivering a kick. Itachi immediately dodged Naruto's attack, causing Amaterasu to go awry, hitting Nagato, and the chameleon inadvertently saving Jiraiya. However, since Naruto had delivered himself right to Itachi, he had no choice but to unleash his prepared move. Itachi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan towards Naruto. After a bout of vomiting, Naruto unexpectedly expelled a crow from his mouth, and it bore a Sharingan with a kaleidoscope pattern. My inspiration has struck again. What a once-in-a-lifetime scene this is. Upon witnessing this, Killer Bee immediately took out his notebook to start writing lyrics. Jiraiya also exclaimed in astonishment, having never seen such a scene before, and he pulled out his own notebook to describe the little crow. However, Uchiha Itachi showed no reaction, even smiling slightly, as he had already achieved his goal. But the one manipulating him, Tobi, sensed troubled beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Indeed, Tobi realized he could no longer control Uchiha Itachi. His fears were confirmed, as Itachi had escaped his grasp. But how did Itachi manage it? Whether it was an illusion or reality, you have already lost. Itachi broke free from the constraints of the Edo Tensei, and uttered this phrase uncertain if the one pulling the strings behind him would hear it. Naruto, still unaware of what had transpired, remained wary of Itachi. Until Itachi spoke, "Don't worry, I have lifted the limitations of Edo Tensei. I am no longer under control." "How did you manage that? I feel like you haven't changed at all. You aren't trying to deceive me, are you?" Naruto expressed his doubts, still somewhat skeptical. "That crow possesses Shijui's Sharingan, which just utilized the strongest illusion Konoha Tsukumi. The cooldown for this technique is quite long-lasting, over a decade. It was originally meant for Sasuke, but the current situation requires it more," Itachi explained. "Is this illusion really that powerful? It takes over 10 years to recharge." Naruto was taken aback. "It can alter a person's consciousness without them even realizing it. I used this technique to nullify the Edo Tensei, allowing me to escape its control." "Was all this under your control? From the moment you placed the crow inside my body, did you foresee that you would be subjected to Edo Tensei?" Naruto expressed disbelief. "Yes, in truth, I didn't anticipate being subjected to Edo Tensei. Rather, I felt that I would eventually be driven to rise from the grave by Sasuke," Itachi said with a blank expression. Naruto fell silent, realizing Itachi had a point. He indeed should release Sasuke from Konoha Tsukumi, or else he would swear to be the tyrant of Konoha. This was originally a joyous occasion, yet Nagato, burned beyond recognition by Amaterasu, had to bear it all alone. However, at this moment Nagato had not yet freed himself from Tobi's control. Since Itachi was no longer obedient, Tobi shifted his focus to Nagato, aiming to capture them both. With a loud proclamation, "Shinra Tensei!" Amaterasu was immediately deflected, and Nagato made his grand entrance. Naruto and Killer Bee grew serious. Although the danger from Itachi had lifted, Nagato remained a significant threat that must be addressed carefully to avoid unforeseen complications. Jiraiya should have been fighting alongside everyone, yet he chose to withdraw, knowing that his opponent was Nagato. After all, he was his disciple, and Jiraiya could not bear to seal him away personally. He had once placed the hope of saving the world in Nagato's hands, only to see him walk down a different path. Regardless, once a teacher, always a father. However, with Jiraiya not participating, the other two faced dire consequences. Naruto's Rasengan was perfectly absorbed by the Rinnegan, and he was then greeted with a hefty kick from Nagato as a token of gratitude. Killer Bee followed up with a lightning-infused attack, only to have his chakra drained by Nagato, leaving him with a newly dyed red hairstyle. Though both were sent flying by Nagato, they refused to give up. They would not turn back until they were thoroughly beaten. Thus the two of them took turns attacking Nagato. Seeing Nagato restored to his youth, Jiraiya felt a wave of nostalgia, remembering how small they were when he first left them. If he had only spent 2 more years with them, perhaps he could have witnessed the blossoming beauty of Konan. Naruto attempted to launch a surprise attack from behind, using his flashy orbs to assault Nagato, but Nagato was no ordinary foe, meant for grinding experience. Before Naruto could reach him, he was caught by a chameleon. Seeing Naruto bound, Nagato wasted no breath and directly grabbed Naruto by the throat, delivering 2 solid punches to his stomach, intending to extract his soul. However, Killer Bee descended from the sky at a critical moment, thinking, "If you don't accept my head today, you won't be leaving." Thus his wish was granted, but before Samahata could slice Nagato, another hand unexpectedly emerged from behind Nagato, swiftly restraining Killer Bee, and a chakra cannon was already pointed at his face. Nagato thought to himself, "Why hasn't Itachi arrived to save the day? I can't hold on much longer. If this chakra cannon doesn't arrive soon, it will unleash its fury." Killer Bee swallowed hard. With a chakra cannon poised to fire above him, anyone would be nervous in that situation. Naruto felt the same, as his soul was about to be completely extracted. Jiraiya could no longer bear to watch from the sidelines. Though he never intended to harm Nagato, he had reached a point where he had to intervene, as the two were far too reckless. In a flash, a large red blade sliced through Nagato's arm, instantly saving Naruto and Killer Bee. At the same time, Nagato's body was also bisected by white hair. Although his body was split in two and his arm severed, Nagato, having undergone recovery, remained as steady as ever, casually tossing out a small black sphere. Killer Bee and the others might not know, but Naruto remembered vividly. He did not wish to repeat the past, and this time he had to find a way to prevent it all from happening. The small sphere soared higher and higher, and upon reaching a certain altitude it suddenly exhibited a powerful gravitational pull, causing the entire ground to tremble as dirt and stones were sucked upwards. Everyone present was caught unawares, being gradually drawn into the sky. As he felt himself being gradually drawn into the air, Uchiha Itachi remained calm and said to Naruto and the others,
"Quickly use your strongest techniques to attack that center above."
At this moment everyone chose to trust Uchiha Itachi. They each brought out their signature skills. Seeing their cool techniques like Susanoo and Tail Beast Balls, Jiraiya suddenly felt somewhat out of place. But he couldn't just sit back, could he? He had to show some ninjutsu. So he instantly activated Sage Mode and unleashed a fire-release Great Fireball. He unleashed a flurry of attacks toward the target, hoping it would reach far enough. Fortunately, his Great Fireball was able to hit the center, triggering a massive explosion. After the explosion, everything returned to normal. Naruto was also excited, having finally broken this troublesome technique. Before Nagato could continue casting ninjutsu, a Totsuka blade from Uchiha Itachi pierced through Nagato's entire body. Nagato made no attempt to resist, allowing the Totsuka blade to impale him. The Totsuka blade has sealing properties, ensuring that Nagato would never return to this world again. Jiraiya, seeing Nagato's back, placed his hand on Nagato's shoulder. He had many things he wanted to say, but he didn't know where to begin. Nagato turned to look at Jiraiya and smiled as he called out,
"Jiraiya-sensei."
At that moment Jiraiya couldn't hold back his emotions and felt an urge to cry, tears welling up in his eyes, his mouth trembling, as if he wanted to say something, but Nagato heard nothing.
"Now I can see true peace,"
Nagato said before disappearing beneath the Totsuka blade. Orochimaru was quite frustrated after summoning two powerful beings. One was more formidable than the other. However, it exposed his own problem: the stronger the ninja, the harder they were to control. Previously, the semi-divine ninja Hanzo had freed himself from control with his own will, and now Itachi had broken free and sealed Nagato. Looking at the Uchiha Obito in his hands, Orochimaru hesitated, fearing he wouldn't be able to control him. He decided not to use this trump card unless absolutely necessary. After sealing Nagato, Jiraiya invited Uchiha Itachi to join him in the battlefield to fight against Obito's attack, and Naruto had already sent out his shadow clones. But Itachi declined. Although his current body was invincible, and participating in the battle would be easy, he had more important matters to attend to. Jiraiya could not push him further, and handed one of his Flying Thunder God Kunai to Uchiha Itachi, suggesting he keep it close, as it might come in handy. At this point Sasuke felt empowered. After transplanting Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan, he had attained the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and he could now see clearly better than using any vision-enhancing product. As per tradition, after mastering a new skill one must practice on White Zetsu, which was White Zetsu's signature program. Sasuke immediately activated Susanoo, and used the Kagetsuchi to sweep away the White Zetsu in front of him. Having defeated the White Zetsu, Sasuke felt good about himself. He sheathed his sword and turned towards the battlefield, ready to show off. On Kakashi's side, he had sealed all the 7 ninja swordsmen, and had also obtained the decapitating sword, thanking the Master of Dreams. He then prepared to reunite with the main forces for a new battle. Gaara's 4th division was blocked by the 4 Kage. As the captain, Gaara led the charge using sand to create wave after wave, rushing toward the 4 Kage. Rozuna waved his hands, and golden sand appeared above the 4 Kage's heads, forming a shield to block Gaara's attack. Upon seeing Gaara, Rozuna thought it was Shikaku's ability. Everyone was shocked by Rozuna's golden sand, clearly more impressive than Gaara's. Rozuna smiled slightly, saying,
"This is my contribution to prevent desertification of the land."
However, Gaara informed them that Shikaku was no longer within him. All of this was his own power not relying on Shikaku anymore, and he had also sealed the 4 Kage. Rozuna was shocked but still wanted to test Gaara's strength, leading to a scene of father and son battling it out. On Inoki's side, he was unwilling to show weakness, and aimed to strike down his own master with dust release. The two engaged in fierce combat, while the Raikage and Mizukage broke free from their seals, and began to clash with the ninja army. However, the Raikage and Mizukage were too powerful, making it difficult for the ninja army to hold their ground. Mizukage with his little mustache personally instructed the female ninja on how to seal themselves. But his power overwhelmed all the ninjas present, leaving them helpless. The Raikage A was an even more insurmountable presence, with the world's strongest shield and sharpest spear, making the ninja army suffer greatly, and unable to inflict a scratch on him. Temari's fan was already frayed, yet the Raikage showed no signs of being harmed. With the help of Matsuzan, Gaara successfully sealed his father. As for Inoki, his age made it challenging to seal Madara. Suddenly there was a loud noise in the sky, and Naruto made a dazzling entrance, spinning a comet Rinnegan in his hand, aiming at Madara's back. However, Madara was a sensory-type ninja, and immediately sensed the impending attack, dodging it in an instant. But after gaining the Ninetales, Naruto could lengthen his reach at will. The once soft Ninetales' tentacles suddenly grew large and thick, slamming the comet Rinnegan directly onto Madara. Madara could not evade this time, and was struck squarely by Naruto. The three of them then worked together to seal Madara. Seeing Madara dealt with Inoki's side, although they had finally defeated him, it still felt strange. However, the battlefield allowed no time for him to ponder. There were still 2 people to deal with. To maximize effectiveness, the 3 had to part ways. Gaara and Inoki flew immediately towards the Mizukage, wanting to see what tricks he had up his sleeve. Everyone had been taken care of by the Mizukage, leaving a battlefield strewn with fallen bodies. However, they clearly underestimated the Mizukage's strength. Before they had even exchanged blows, Inoki was shot through by the Mizukage. Fortunately, it was just a clone, otherwise Inoki would have likely met his end there. Naruto arrived at the Raikage's side just as Temari complained.
There shouldn't be many wind-release ninjas stronger than me, right?
Just as she finished speaking, Naruto came in with a Raisin Shuriken. This show-off ability made even Sasuke feel inferior. But Naruto didn't expect that the Raikage merely sidestepped and avoided his Raisin Shuriken. But Naruto was no slouch either. He instantly appeared behind the Raikage and threw the Raisin Shuriken from his side, embodying the principle of attacking where it hurts the most. After a blast, the sealing team quickly moved in to prepare to seal the Raikage. However, the power of Raikage exceeded everyone's expectations, effortlessly breaking through the seal and standing before the ninja army unscathed. This damage immunity is extraordinary. Since he had been under attack all this time, it was time for him to strike back. Raikage raised his small hand, forming a sharp blade of lightning and lunging towards the ninja army.
Hell Piercer 4 books connected hands.
The Earth platform among the crowd recognized this deadly move and immediately teamed up with Earth Release ninjas to unleash the authentic Earth Flow Wall.
Crush everything.
Did the mere Earth Flow Wall think it could block Raikage? In an instant, Raikage pierced through the Earth Flow Wall's defense, dealing a heavy blow to the ninja army. But the nightmare was not over. Suddenly, Raikage's fingers transformed into 3. Naruto asked,
"Does this skill lose a finger every time it's used? The side effects are that severe?" "Of course not. This is Raikage's unique secret technique. The fewer fingers he has, the greater his destructive power becomes. This is the principle of pressure,"
explained the Earth platform. However, the sharp-eyed Naruto noticed a lightning scar on Raikage's chest and asked again,
"Was Raikage part of a dark organization in his lifetime?" "This injury is said to be something Raikage found hard to mention throughout his life, probably left over from his battle with the Eight Tails."
The Earth platform answered Naruto's question. Naruto then contacted the Eight Tails in his mind, only for the Eight Tails to hurriedly protest, claiming to remember nothing, only that both sides had collapsed from exhaustion, and then he didn't know what happened next. Suddenly realizing something, Naruto seized the opportunity and charged forward, delivering a Rinnegan to Rakich's elbow. Although it couldn't injure Rakich, it forced him to change direction, causing him to stab himself. The same scene unfolded again, as Rakich pierced his own body and instantly broke his defense. No one expected Naruto to defeat Rakich so easily. The sealing team was momentarily stunned and hesitated before remembering to seal Rakich. Do was furious, his face turning pale. All his efforts had gone to waste. Clenching a piece in his hand, his teeth ground together in frustration. He had hoped that the members of Akatsuki could play a role, but a puppet master without puppets, an immortal being mobbed, and an explosive king being countered by a battery proved otherwise. Since that was the case, he would hold nothing back and bring out his ultimate trump card. Because of the earlier split, when they sealed him, it wasn't a complete seal. Do forcibly controlled the consciousness of the being and approached the sand wall in front of the ninja army. Inoki finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had eliminated everyone, but his wish did not come true. Without a word, the being directly used the summoning technique to summon a coffin. Before the coffin could fully emerge, it was kicked open. A long-haired man stepped out. Looking at his own body, he found it was not as he had imagined. Though somewhat displeased, he accepted the reality, as being revived was better than lying dead. This left Inoki utterly speechless. Although Uchiha Madara had appeared earlier, there was no doubt that this was the true Uchiha Madara, having left a significant psychological scar on his young mind. Madara looked down on the masses and asked Do in a condescending tone,
"Have you seen my prime?"
After confirming that there were no Hashirama or Might Guy present, Madara dared to jump into the crowd and challenge the entire ninja army single-handedly. Indeed, a ninja bravely charged forward, leading the way for the army. However, under Madara's overwhelming might, he chose to jump into the crowd to avoid confrontation. A series of fluid and seamless combos instantly took out a large number of foes. At that moment, an unknown ninja from the Cloud Village willingly offered his neck. Madara seized the opportunity and said,
"Do you wish to dance as well?"
immediately maximizing his aura. Then, using fire, released great fire destruction. A vast torrent of flames erupted in a ranked ninjutsu showcase strength power, and the entire water release team could barely counter it.
"It seems that showing off is a family tradition of Uchiha Madara."
Inoki, Gaara, and Naruto took turns to step up, as shadow-level powerhouses had to lead everyone, otherwise they would be a scattered mess. Seeing Madara summon Susanoo, Gaara directly pulled him out of Susanoo, and Naruto followed up, preparing to send Madara back home with a Rinnegan. However, Madara's Sharingan transformed into Rinnegan, instantly absorbing Naruto's attack.
"A mere grain of sand cannot match my might."
Madara looked scornfully, returning to the sand wall once again, observing the crowd from a godlike perspective. Do's heart was filled with joy. Everyone knew that Uchiha Madara was strong, but they never expected him to be this formidable. It seemed that victory was truly within his grasp, with the goddess of victory smiling upon him. Yet Madara felt that he had not shown off enough, considering he could resurrect indefinitely, and planned to use even more powerful ninjutsu. As for Naruto, knowing that the true Uchiha Madara had appeared, the identity of the masked man became questionable. Nevertheless, Naruto vowed to defeat the masked man with his own hands. At this moment, Obito was leading the 6 paths of pain to the battlefield with the same goal of capturing the 9 tails, and 8 tails. Of battle was inevitable. Jiraiya began to worry, pondering how he would respond if he encountered the masked man again. Just as Jiraiya was thinking about how to deal with the upcoming masked man, Naruto suddenly informed him,
"There's been a slight situation with my clones. You need to go check it out quickly."
Previously, Jiraiya had instructed Naruto's shadow clone to take his flying thunder god Kunai to the battlefield, allowing him to support Naruto at any moment. Although he didn't know what the situation was, since Naruto said so, he could only hurry there. However, the distance was still a bit far, and he had not tried such a long-distance teleportation after obtaining Ninetales chakra. After such a long time of fusion, Jiraiya closed his eyes and opened them, arriving at the battlefield. Yet he still felt as if he hadn't opened his eyes. It was clearly daytime, but why was it so dark? Looking at the astonishment of the people around him, Jiraiya instinctively looked up to see a massive meteor descending from the sky.
One day as teacher, lifelong as father. Surely this is absurd.
Jiraiya immediately retorted at Naruto attempting to flee via the Flying Thunder God technique, but upon glancing down at the crowd below, his conscience wavered. He could not bear to abandon them. The onlookers appeared to have surrendered all resistance. Some dropped their weapons onto the ground, others trembled with cold sweat, uttering in disbelief.
Our power exists on entirely different planes. Despair for this is Madara Uchiha, the power of a god.
Madara Uchiha murmured, gazing downward at the assembled figures.
I shall protect my comrades, and this world.
Gaara exchanged a silent glance with Inoki. Without words, they understood one another. Though the chasm between their strengths was vast, they would stand together and fight. Inoki surged forward, bracing the descending meteor with his bare head, then activated the ultra-heavy rock technique, coordinating seamlessly with Gaara's sand, to barely subdue the first celestial projectile.
And what of the second?
Madara Uchiha asked Inoki, then summoned an even larger meteor, which pierced through the clouds and hurtled toward the battlefield. Inoki strained to lift his gaze, but saw nothing. All he felt was unbearable pressure crushing his skull, the immense impact threatening to shatter him utterly. Just as despair descended once more upon the crowd, Jiraiya stepped forward. This time he had no choice but to act. To hesitate would doom every soul present. The second meteor began compressing the first, scattering jagged fragments that rained down, killing several bystanders at random. Jiraiya signaled Gaara to lift him with sand and carry him to the meteor's edge. Gaara complied instantly. The moment Jiraiya made contact with the meteor, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing with it in a flash. Far away, the meteor struck the earth and detonated in a cataclysmic blast. Jiraiya did not know precisely where it had landed, but he recognized the seal, a mark left behind by Might Guy, a gift of foresight and trust. This feat drained Jiraiya's chakra severely. Long-range, large-scale teleportation was unprecedented for him. Efficiency eluded him in this first attempt. Perhaps mastery would come with time. Seeing his meteor vanish, Madara abruptly lost interest. The allied shinobi forces erupted into jubilant cheers. Surviving such a trial truly felt like a blessing across 3 lifetimes. Before Madara could resume his assault, Jiraiya reappeared behind him via the Flying Thunder God technique, and delivered a swift, devastating side kick to Madara's flank. Madara turned, studying Jiraiya. Though unfamiliar with this man, he sensed an overwhelming torrent of chakra radiating from him.
The Ninetales!
Madara murmured faintly. He could discern the unmistakable signature of the Ninetales chakra emanating from Jiraiya. Jiraiya had no time for banter. Instantly he entered Sage mode, infused with the Ninetales chakra, melding every reserve he possessed. Against such an adversary, only total commitment from the outset would suffice. Yet Madara dismissed him with contempt.
I have said it before, only Hashirama Senju can stand against me.
In a blur, he closed the distance, seized Jiraiya by the throat, and hurled him backward with a divine repulsion. Shinra Tensei. Sasuke aside had seen the Uchiha clan held a peculiar fondness for throttling throats. Jiraiya's larynx, subjected repeatedly to such treatment, ached unbearably. Yet he managed to create space, and unleash fire-release great flame bullet. Though its scale paled beside Madara's fire-release blast of hell, its searing intensity forced even Madara to pause. But strength alone meant little. Against the Dance King, even fire faltered. A towering blue Susanoo materialized within the inferno, absorbing every scorching blow unscathed. Realizing the attack had failed, Jiraiya shifted tactics, launching fire-release ash pile burning into the narrow gap beneath Susanoo's feet, aiming to flush Madara out of his divine armor. A colossal pillar of flame erupted beneath Madara's feet, compelling him to leap clear of Susanoo. At that instant, Jiraiya struck again, with the Flying Thunder God technique reappearing beside him. A perfectly formed Rinnegan slammed toward Madara's head, but he twisted aside, seized Jiraiya's wrist mid-swing, and kicked him hard into the ground. Yet Jiraiya ensnared Madara with his own hair, dragging them both crashing into the earth, a thunderous impact carving a crater wreathed in dust and smoke. Both men lay wounded. Madara rose slowly from the rubble, coughing twice, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Jiraiya ignored his own pain and instantly invoked Sage Art Needle Jizo, unleashing a barrage of chakra-infused needles. But the Dance King evaded effortlessly, rolling, leaping, twisting, dodging the widest, fastest ninjutsu ever devised. He even brushed imaginary dust from his robes with calm disdain. Jiraiya seized that fleeting moment of arrogance, activating Sage Art Unbreakable Bond, summoning Fukasaku and Shima to perform the Toad's Melody, a sonic genjutsu resonating deep within the mind. The melody pierced Madara's eardrums, flooding his consciousness, trapping him within the four heavenly kings' illusionary barrier. Yet though immobilized, Madara threw back his head and laughed, a booming, unshaken roar.
"Why do you laugh?"
Jiraiya faltered. This was his strongest genjutsu, yet Madara shattered it as if swatting a fly.
"Using genjutsu before Madara Uchiha. You truly dare to wield a hatchet before a master carpenter."
With those words, Madara summoned Susanoo, shattering the four heavenly kings' barrier in a single radiant sweep. Jiraiya knew defeating Madara required breaching that invincible Susanoo. Lacking potent physical techniques, he resolved instead to test chemical warfare.
"Master physics, chemistry, and mathematics, and no shinobi realm shall daunt you."
Jiraiya deployed slug acid, hoping to corrode Susanoo's ethereal form. Yet how could such a modest acid dissolve the Uchiha clan's ultimate weapon? Madara simply swung Susanoo's blade, striking Jiraiya with brutal, relentless force. Jiraiya's assaults yielded no effect. Forced constantly onto the defensive, he sank into quiet despondency, having imagined Madara Uchiha formidable, yet now confronting a being who seemed truly invincible.
"Courage to challenge me is commendable, yet this, I confess, is the sole virtue I may praise in you."
Madara, weary of play, prepared to unveil his newest technique with release. Long ago, he had allowed Hashirama to defeat him, not in weakness, but to bite a fragment of Hashirama's flesh and acquire his cells. Now, with Hashirama's DNA fully integrated, Madara commanded would release as his own. He raised his arms toward the allied shinobi forces and intoned,
"Would release tree bind technique."
Instantly, tens of thousands of gnarled branches erupted from his back, surging across the battlefield like a living tide. No sooner had the allied forces weathered the devastation of the Chibaku Tensei than they faced this new inescapable wide area technique, inescapable, overwhelming, and absolute. As they gazed at the jutsu of Uchiha Obito, despair washed over everyone once again. What kind of monstrosity was this? Branches rained down from above, covering the sky and blocking out the sun, showing no signs of stopping. The Ninetales quickly contacted Naruto, expressing a willingness to devote all its power as long as they wouldn't be plunged back into the terror governed by Uchiha Obito. Naruto could expend his chakra however he wished. Naruto only caught the last part, "do whatever you want." So he immediately summoned shadow clones, as many as he could, and together they began to make Rinnegan. Such a rich battle was something Li Yunlong, the Eastern military strategist, had never experienced. Relying on an overwhelming numerical advantage, Naruto forcefully broke the branches that continued to spread. Meanwhile, Tsunade and the Raikage successfully arrived on the battlefield using the heaven-sent technique, while Mei Terumi also made her way to the battlefield through the Flying Thunder God technique. The five Kage gathered here. Upon their arrival, according to custom, they each displayed their skills with Tsunade, and the Raikage instantly kicking Uchiha Obito and Madara away. This was one of their few shining moments. Remember this peak. Behind Inoki and Gaara, Tsunade arrived to provide medical support, as every successful man has a woman who supports him. Seeing the five Kage gathered, Jiraiya felt worried for them, but he also couldn't help but feel reassured, as the five Kage represented the highest combat power. If they couldn't handle it, the ninja world would be in real trouble. At this time, the five Kage did not recognize the severity of the situation, and they surprisingly allowed Naruto and Jiraiya to deal with the masked Uchiha Obito first, leaving this to them. Meanwhile, Naruto's real body happened to encounter Obito in the woods, who was leading 6 Jinchuriki towards the battlefield. Since the two sides met, they decided to confront each other head-on. In Ninetales Chakra mode, Naruto's head was indeed tough, and he charged forward to clash with Obito. Fortunately, the mask was made in China of excellent quality, otherwise his true identity would have been exposed.
What do you think you can use to fight me?
The current situation was 7 against 2. Obito stood behind the Jinchuriki. Each of the 6 Jinchuriki possessed unique abilities. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiraiya made a dazzling entrance, shaking his hair that he had just washed with a softener, confidently stating,
"It's actually 7 against 3. It's essentially no different. Whatever you do is futile. This world holds no hope."
Obito immediately commanded the 6 Jinchuriki to advance and unleash a fierce assault. Jiraiya responded,
"I'm getting a bit tired. Leave those 2 female Jinchuriki to me, and you 4 can handle the others. 2 for each should be just right."
He then launched a furious attack against the Two Tails and Seven Tails Jinchuriki. Old Purple charged in for a bout of taijutsu, then distanced himself and spat out several bloodied phlegm balls. Naruto and Killer Bee dodged just in time to avoid disaster. However, the nightmare had just begun as large bubbles from Yugao surged in. Anyone touched would be trapped inside, forcing Killer Bee to slash with his Samahata continuously. Seeing his mouth was far too inefficient, Yugao decided to bring out the ancestral bubble machine, which would spray bubbles that were plentiful, fast, and far-reaching. His beloved woman adored it. But Yugao's bubbles were no mere child's play. Each bubble was exceptionally troublesome, and both Naruto and Killer Bee were suffering greatly. Just when they were focused on dealing with Yugao's bubbles, Yagura suddenly appeared behind Naruto, and Killer Bee using his magical wand to flick them away. Han immediately charged forward, using steam to significantly enhance his speed and power, unleashing a barrage on Naruto and Killer Bee in the air, sending them both crashing into the bushes. But Yagura came once more behind them, attempting to use the coral palm to turn Naruto and Killer Bee into coral. However, by sheer luck, he struck Killer Bee's Samahata. The two managed to deflect this attack, but things were far from over as Obito commanded Yagura to continue his assault, employing the water-style water mirror technique. This technique could create clones identical to Naruto and Killer Bee, capable of using the same jutsu with equal might. From the mirror emerged Naruto and Killer Bee. As soon as Killer Bee's clone appeared, he launched into a rap, thanking everyone for their support. Naruto could no longer hold back, declaring that he would personally take down this Killer Bee. What started as 1 against 2 had now become 1 against 3, worsening the already dire situation. Killer Bee felt compelled to watch his clone get pummeled by Naruto. He felt frustrated but realized he could vent his anger on Naruto's clone and immediately felt energized. When fighting enemies, I tread lightly, but when facing teammates, I strike with full force. Jiraiya was sailing smoothly. The Seven Tails Jinchuriki flew into the air and unleashed a torrent of scales with a hypnotic effect.
"Oh, it's spraying! It's spraying! I didn't expect you to start spraying before I even unleashed my full power,"
Jiraiya remarked as he observed the Seven Tails Jinchuriki Fu continuously spraying scales around. The 2 wooden ninjas advanced, engaging in taijutsu against Jiraiya. Although he currently held a disadvantage in taijutsu, he enjoyed physical exchanges with women. Jiraiya's strikes were always purposeful, but the 2 wooden ninjas were swift and easily dodged. Subsequently, he employed his cat claw technique, manifesting claws on his hands and feet exceedingly sharp.
"Is there such temptation? I adore kittens."
Jiraiya, seeing this, became even more invigorated, first delivering 2 kicks to the 2 wooden ninjas, then landing a precise palm strike directly to their chests. His hand tightened, and with a single-inch punch, he sent the 2 wooden ninjas flying. Due to holding onto their clothing, a large area of their chests was exposed as they flew away. However, before the 2 wooden ninjas were sent flying, they grabbed Jiraiya's arm, leaving deep claw marks on his arm as they went.
"The more you resist, the stronger I become."
Jiraiya looked at the wounds on his arm and seemed unfazed, feeling energized as he had just gotten into the groove. After all, such a broad-minded chest was a rarity. Just as Jiraiya was preparing to formulate his next plan, he suddenly felt a bit dazed. It turned out he had been too focused on fighting the two wooden ninjas and had forgotten about the scales drifting in the air. After a round of combat, all three were left reeling. It appeared that these Jinchuriki were not to be trifled with, and handling them would still be quite difficult, especially with a masked man lurking in the background.
This is the gap of Jinchuriki. You all still have significant room for improvement,
Obito taunted from the sidelines. Although Naruto had gained the Nine-Tails chakra, his strength was still lacking. Jiraiya, having accidentally fallen victim to the scale attack, saw the situation beginning to turn against them. It seemed that relentless offense had yielded no breakthroughs, and other solutions would have to be sought. It seems I have overestimated you all. With such strength, do you really think you can save the ninja world? Obito said coldly, immediately controlling 6 Jinchuriki to step forward ready to capture them all. However, Kurabi suddenly noticed that the 2 wooden figures had black rods protruding from their chests, and informed Jiraiya and Naruto. Jiraiya was taken aback. It was truly regrettable that he hadn't noticed earlier. It seemed his observations were not thorough enough. Meanwhile, Naruto instantly found a solution to pull out the black rods. Once again, Jiraiya volunteered to personally pull out the black rods from the 2 wooden figures, while Naruto and the others dealt with the other Jinchuriki. Just as Naruto seized the opportunity and grabbed the rod on Old Purple, Han descended from the sky and kicked Naruto away, leaving the black rod still inside Old Purple. Naruto and Kurabi were already entangled with their opponents, making it even more difficult to retrieve the rods. But Jiraiya was different. His goal was clear, and he was highly motivated. Jiraiya used his hair to bind the 2 wooden figures from behind, then reached forward, repeatedly gliding over their bodies, until he finally found the black rod and reluctantly pulled it out. Originally thinking that pulling out the rod would suffice, Obito immediately locked the necks of the 2 wooden figures with chains, pulling them back, and promptly reinserted the black rods. Although Jiraiya was eager to try again, it was pointless to keep doing the same futile task. Even if he managed to pull it out, it would eventually be put back by that masked man. However, Obito would not give them another chance. He commanded several Jinchuriki to transform into their tail beast forms, cloaked in tail beast chakra. Seeing the 6 small red figures glaring at them, Naruto couldn't help but swallow hard. Before the 3 of them could prepare, the tail beast bombs were launched towards them. The 3 had no choice but to evade the onslaught and flee. However, Kurabi could no longer endure taking advantage of Jiraiya, and Naruto drawing fire, he transformed into the 8 Tails. He then unleashed his ultimate move, the 8 Tails Bijou Bomb. Kurabi shouted, "Tornado, destroy the parking lot," and then coiled his tail into a circle, spinning rapidly. Everything around them was obliterated in the whirlwind, the powerful suction drawing all the Jinchuriki towards it. Seeing this, Kurabi immediately performed a sealing technique. But Obito controlled the situation and thwarted Kurabi's sealing. "Since you broke the rules first by transforming into tail beasts, I shall not hold back either." Then the 6 Jinchuriki transformed into tail beasts, lining up on the battlefield. Naruto had never seen these tail beasts before. Each one looked bizarre. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of beasts are these?" However, the 8 Tails looked at these tail beasts with some fear. Although he was undoubtedly strong individually, facing 6 at once was a different matter. Naruto sensed the 8 Tails' unease and encouraged, "Be brave, don't fear difficulties." After receiving Naruto's encouragement, the 8 Tails felt much better. He had always been called the Ox Demon, yet many mistook him for an octopus. Naruto was able to call him by his name, which was truly comforting. Still, he may have been a bit too complacent. 2 fists could not compete with 4 hands. Faced with the assault of all the tail beasts, Naruto and Kurabi were still at a disadvantage, and the 8 Tails was directly thrown by the 4 Tails Sun Wukong. Jiraiya wanted to step in to help, but was also trapped by the 2 Tails. It seemed like the 2 wooden figures had a grudge against him. Although Jiraiya enjoyed fighting the 2 wooden figures, he did not want to deal with the blue cat in front of him. At that moment, Obito appeared in front of Naruto. If he allowed them to continue their reckless antics, it would be difficult to handle. He needed to cut the problem at its root to avoid nurturing a tiger. But just as Obito grabbed Naruto's forehead, he sensed danger approaching Konoha dynamic entry. He immediately phased himself out of the way to dodge the attack. Sure enough, it was Might Guy and Kakashi coming to the rescue. Seizing this opportunity, Jiraiya immediately summoned Gamabunta and Gamaken. Another tough battle awaits. It's just a bunch of tailed beasts, but there are indeed quite a few of them. Gamabunta immediately drew his short blade ready for battle at any moment. I might not be suited for this kind of battle. I'm likely to cause you trouble. Gamaken always said the most cowardly things while engaging in the fiercest fights. Obito coldly smiled as he looked at the summoned toads. This is thrilling. This battle has even drawn out the little toads of Myōboku Mountain. The entire ninja world battlefield is in chaos. Masked man, I curse your ancestors. Give me a straightforward answer. Will you surrender or not? Gamabunta said. Jiraiya, your summoning beast is quite rude. Moreover, I have ample resources and power. What reason do you have to make me surrender? Obito still spoke from a position of superiority. Since both sides could not reach an agreement, then war was the only option. However, once the fighting began, Gamabunta and Gamaken were truly fearless and charged in. But there was no Shikaku among them, otherwise Gamabunta would have had a buff. Facing the other tail beasts, he had no significant issues. Jiraiya leapt onto Gamabunta's back, one spewing oil, and the other breathing fire. Fire released toad oil fireball. The entire sea of flame surged towards the 6-tailed beasts. The 3 tails Isabu immediately stood up, attempting a water release to counter the flames of the toad oil fireball. However, even facing this enhanced fire release was quite challenging. The 2 wooden figures stood up again. Wherever Jiraiya was, she would be there. A fire release against Jiraiya's technique combined with the water release of the 3 tails Isabu finally neutralized the attack. The 4 tails Sun Wukong took advantage of the distraction and directly swallowed Naruto. Even as Naruto struggled desperately against the teeth, he could not match the strength of the entire tail beast, and with a gulp, he was swallowed whole. The 5 shadows began to realize the seriousness of the situation. The Earth Shadow summoned the Earth Manipulation Technique, and together, with the Lightning Shadow, they launched an attack on Uchiha Obito, while Gaara and Terumi may assisted from the side. However, Uchiha Obito's Flower Tree World descended, and directly controlled the Earth Shadow's Earth Manipulation Technique, just as Hashirama had once controlled his own Susanoo with this very move. Immediately poisonous flowers bloomed and toxic pollen spread through the air. One of Uchiha Obito's Susanoo knocked the 5 shadows to the ground, accompanied by an ancient flame that ignited the trees. The 5 shadows fell, allowing the surrounding flames and pollen to ravage them, as if everything was about to end. Jiraiya, who was on the battlefield with Obito, sensed Tsunade's danger and instructed Fukasaku and Shima to assist Naruto in dealing with the tail beasts while he needed to take care of another matter. After giving his instructions, Jiraiya immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting to Tsunade's side through the kunai he had previously left with her. Now Jiraiya had a much better control over the Ninetales chakra and had practiced the long-distance teleportation technique, allowing him to achieve such feats.
Good heavens, here we go again!
Jiraiya thought, feeling stunned. Every time he used the Flying Thunder God, he found himself in such a dire situation, surrounded by flames. Seeing Jiraiya arrive, Inoki felt a surge of confidence. How could he allow himself to end here? As Jiraiya treated him, Inoki unleashed Dust Release Original World Severance Technique. A beam of white light emerged from beneath the tree, creating a circle centered on himself, with a radius equal to the length of his arm. As the circle formed, the trees were severed, and the 5 shadows were freed. To boost the morale of the 5 shadows, Jiraiya took the lead and attacked Obito, entering Sage Mode. He formed a Rasengan with his hand and extended it towards Uchiha Obito, but Obito easily deflected it. Unwilling to accept defeat, Jiraiya threw a Flying Thunder God kunai at Uchiha Obito, following up with Earth Release Hell Swamp. Suddenly, the ground beneath Obito's feet sank into a mire. As the Flying Thunder God kunai flew past Uchiha Obito, Jiraiya instantly teleported behind him, preparing a Rasengan to finish him off. However, Uchiha Obito unexpectedly turned around and unleashed a wooden spike just as Jiraiya arrived at the kunai's location, timing it perfectly, as if he had some sort of cheat. Watching Jiraiya get pierced, Uchiha Obito felt no inner turmoil, and coldly remarked,
"The Flying Thunder God / huh? It's the technique I despise the most."
Jiraiya, even after being impaled, still wanted to correct Uchiha Obito, but Obito was already trapped in his hell swamp, which would soon completely engulf him. Before Jiraiya could buy time for the hell swamp to submerge him, Uchiha Obito simply tossed him aside and summoned his Susanoo, leaping out of the mire. However, the one pierced by the spike was merely Jiraiya's shadow clone. Taking advantage of the recovery time after Uchiha Obito's jump, Jiraiya's real self struck with a Rinnegan, sending Uchiha Obito crashing to the ground. Jiraiya and Inoki then took turns attacking, but Obito was prepared, easily evading their assaults. He even flaunted his love, having Hashirama's image tattooed on his chest.
"If you love him, keep him close to your heart,"
Obito said to the five shadows, following it up with a heartfelt speech. This enraged Tsunade, who wasted no time in activating the mitotic regeneration technique. Since he was trampling on her grandfather's memory, she absolutely could not tolerate it. To her surprise, Obito dismissed her with a sneer, saying,
"Regeneration techniques. That's just Hashirama's passive ability. You think you can use it as a trump card?"
This further humiliated Tsunade, but she replied defiantly,
"Perhaps I can't match the first Hokage's strength and talent, but I have a heart far broader than his, and have inherited his will of fire."
Obito instinctively glanced at Tsunade, indeed noting her broad heart. However, he was not interested in her, only Hashirama could excite him. Obito then summoned his Susanoo, and all five shadows launched an attack together. Tsunade and the Lightning Shadow combined their forces to shatter the Susanoo, while Gaara used sand to bind its arms. As for Terumi Mei, she unleashed a barrage of water release techniques at Uchiha Obito, prompting him to exclaim,
"I just love water."
Without hesitation, Uchiha Obito appeared in front of Terumi Mei, grasped her by the neck, and performed a swift side kick, sending her rolling on the ground. Gaara attempted to rush in to catch Terumi Mei with his sand, but Uchiha Obito swiftly approached Gaara. Although Gaara quickly formed a sand barrier, Obito still struck him first. The speed left the Lightning Shadow astonished. How could anyone be faster than sand? Just as he thought this, he was punched into the ground by Uchiha Obito. Obito, tired of the battle, summoned 36 would release clones, each conjuring a Susanoo, stating,
"Don't you all enjoy a 1 vs 6 challenge? Come on!"
Each person had to face 6 Susanoo. Jiraiya had not landed a single hit, yet he had endured every blow. He wanted to escape back to Naruto, but he couldn't abandon Tsunade. Meanwhile, the situation for Naruto was equally grim, having encountered the true form of the Four Tails after being swallowed. After some conversation, the Four Tails hoped that Naruto could help remove the black rod from him. Naruto, always ready to aid, immediately summoned as many shadow clones as he could. He first pried open the Four Tails' mouth to regain his freedom, and then located the black rod on him. However, as Naruto attempted to extract the black rod, Obito would not let him succeed so easily. He placed chains on Naruto, binding both him and the Four Tails, preparing to capture Naruto. Yet Naruto had left a clone inside the Four Tails' body. As he activated Sage Mode, he sensed the presence of the black rod and began to push outward. Just when Naruto felt he couldn't hold on any longer and was about to be taken away by the chains, the black rod finally responded. The Four Tails regained his freedom and consciousness. However, a beginning can also mean an end. Obito was extremely cautious, fearing that the Four Tails might cause chaos, so he directly retracted him into the Outer Path's demonic statue, preventing him from interfering with his plans. This scene left Fukasaku and Shima dumbfounded. Could someone really force a tail beast back? Thankfully, they were toads, and didn't have necks, so they didn't have to worry about being choked by chains. Under Obito's control, the remaining tail beasts gathered together, while Naruto was exhausted. Facing 5 more tail beasts next was a daunting prospect. At this moment, the Ninetales seemed to have a change of heart acknowledging Naruto. After all having stayed in Naruto's body for so long, it was not easy for him to be well fed and cared for. If the Jinchuriki, who had accompanied him for so long, were to die, it would also spell disaster for itself. In this critical moment, it prepared to give all its power to Naruto merging with him. One man and one fox faced each other, sharing a mutual understanding and an uncontainable bond. Thus, the Ninetales was no longer alone, but became Naruto's lifelong companion Kurama. As Naruto formed the hand seals, the man-fox combined Ninetales mode activated. The entire aura exploded, sweeping across the battlefield, emanating waves of light from Naruto's body. Kakashi with his Mangekyo Sharingan glimpsed the figure of his teacher, the fourth Hokage, but upon closer inspection it turned out to be Naruto in his new form. Immediately the five-tailed beast balls were shot away, only to explode upon reaching a distant hill. The violent explosion left Kakashi and Guy in shock. Is this the power of youth? Obito also felt it was incredible after all to confront a tailed beast hidden and deflect all attacks. What kind of level was that? If it were him, he could only retreat into the Kamui space to evade the danger. Then Naruto shouted, unleashing the Ninetales chakra, transforming into the Ninetales form, and boldly confronting the five-tailed beasts. Needless to say, the Ninetales was indeed powerful. The previously disadvantageous situation was directly reversed, and the tailed beasts were no match for the Ninetales, preparing to jointly launch the tailed beast balls. As the saying goes, unity is strength. The combined tailed beast balls of the five-tailed beasts were indeed catastrophic, but in the face of absolute power everything was futile. The Ninetales gathered its own tailed beast ball, and shot it directly at the tailed beast balls of its foes. In the battle between two nations, one does not slay the messenger. Gamabunta and Gamaken quietly watched, having never seen such a scene before. Thinking back, Gamabunta felt a bit scared. He had once sat squarely on the back of the Ninetales, which was still wild at the time. That was probably the highlight of his life. When the tailed beast balls collided, the scene exploded. Everything around was swept away by the violent shockwave, and Obito, standing on the outer path statue, was once again stunned. As the explosion subsided, the Ninetales moved forward using Shadow Clone Jutsu to grasp the black rods holding the tailed beasts. Once the rods were pulled out, everything would be over. However, the black rods were inserted quite deep, and it would take some time to pull them out. At the moment of contact with the rods, Naruto entered the consciousness space of the tailed beasts. The tailed beasts stood in a row watching Naruto. First came the introductions. Until now, Naruto only recognized Shikaku and Gyuki, and knew nothing of the others. Each tailed beast introduced itself, but Naruto couldn't remember a single name. This scene resembled the childhood of the tailed beasts, when Sage of the Six Paths had them gather in a circle for a lecture. Time has passed, and they had now become tools controlled by others. However, Naruto's appearance gave them new hope. Each tailed beast fist bumped Naruto, seemingly wanting to grant him power to save them. With one final effort, the black rods were all pulled out, and the tailed beasts instantly regained their freedom. But freedom is relative. Having learned from the experience with the four-tailed Sun Wukong, Obito chose to return them to the outer path statue. Meanwhile, Sasuke encountered Itachi in the woods. Indeed, it was good to see clearly with his eyes, as he could see a ghost right away. Sasuke found it hard to believe that Itachi was still alive, yet he resolutely chased after him. Sasuke transformed into the Prince of Tongue Jutsu, rambled on behind Itachi, but Itachi still replied, "You keep talking, and if I turn back to look at you, consider it my loss." Could someone as proud as Sasuke endure this? He approached, ready to slap Itachi with Susanoo, but Itachi blocked him, as if to say anyone could use Susanoo. The two of them playfully fought, with their banter growing closer, finally arriving at Orochimaru's secret base under Itachi's lead. The Long Snake Cave still exists, but the snake summoner from back then is nowhere to be seen. Itachi was right, the person here was not Orochimaru, but someone else. Itachi and Sasuke successfully found the Dream Master of the Ninja World War here. The two sides engaged in a peaceful discussion, chatting like friends, with no threats or intimidation. Kabuto even expressed every Uchiha is a talent they speak well, and I really like it here. Why do you do such things? What benefit do you gain from instigating a war like this? To put it bluntly, you are just being used by that masked man, Itachi asked. Without money I must do something. I can't run a business, so I have to rely on grave robbing to make a living, Kabuto replied. However, the justice-fueled Sasuke would not allow Kabuto to continue like this. Seeing the negotiations yield no fruit, Kabuto took the initiative to attack, striking first. Kabuto summoned numerous giant snakes that soared into the air, directly biting at Sasuke and Itachi. With so many giant snakes flying towards them, the entire cave was instantly covered. But the two had long been prepared, directly activating Susanoo to seize all the snakes. Working in tandem, they sliced through all the giant serpents. Seeing this, Kabuto remembered he still had his main account to log, and so he immediately transformed into a snake and burrowed into the cave, planning to settle the score later. At this point, Kabuto had integrated numerous cells, and could even liquefy into water, resorting to any means necessary to be disgusting. Most importantly, he had received the true inheritance of the White Snake Sage, gaining Sage Chakra. Kabuto finally logged into his main account, entered Sage mode, and sought revenge on the Uchiha brothers once more. This time he was well prepared and said to them, "Now I transform into a dragon with horns on my head and a tail behind me." Using Sage Arb White Shock technique, the resulting explosive sound waves caused Sasuke excruciating pain. Kabuto seized the opportunity to attack Sasuke, aiming to eliminate the weakest one first. Fortunately, Itachi was strategizing from afar, directly predicting and blocking Kabuto's attack on Sasuke. Although the intense light made it hard to see, everything was under his control. After saving Sasuke, Itachi reminisced about their childhood hunting wild boars, warming Sasuke's heart that man had returned. He then asked, "After we finish off Kabuto, are we going to eat roasted pig?" Itachi regretted not having stabbed Sasuke when he slaughtered their clan, as he was thinking about roasted pig at a time like this. Itachi just wanted Sasuke to recall the strategies they used against wild boars. Sasuke finally understood. Though many years had passed, the brothers' cooperation was still so instinctive. Before Kabuto could recover, he was directly pinned to the cave ceiling by Sasuke's Susanoo. Then Itachi moved in, ambushing the trapped Kabuto, severing one of his horns, and said, "I let you pretend to be a little dragon, yet you have horns on your head. Just wait till chop off your tail too." However, Kabuto seemed unaffected, and even crazily summoned the sound for "What doesn't kill me only makes me stronger." Earth-style spider silk Jinjutsu dance of the grass cutter. Whatever works, he'll use it all. They used every technique at their disposal. The Jinjutsu even subdued Itachi and Sasuke. To use Jinjutsu at such a high level is truly not easy. Itachi and Sasuke were bound by snakes in the Jinjutsu world, unable to move. In reality, I was timid, but in the illusion, I struck with all my might. Kabuto approached the real Itachi and Sasuke with the shadow of Orochimaru appearing on him. Orochimaru may not excel in anything else, but he can perform a secret technique for everyone. The snake spits me, I spit the snake spits me again, and I spit my tongue again. Immediately a white phosphorus snake lunged at the two brothers. However, the two brothers remained completely calm, seemingly luring Do to approach them intentionally. Soon they cast illusions on each other, severing the snakes attached to their bodies, and breaking free from Do's illusory world. White phosphorus took the initiative, starting with nothing. Uchiha Itachi seized the opportunity to grab the white phosphorus snake's recoil and slammed it hard onto the ground. Do took the chance to stab the unsuspecting Itachi, splitting him in two. While the Emperor was not anxious, the eunuch was in a hurry. Itachi remained unperturbed, while Sasuke, who watched from the sidelines, was terrified. How could his brother be so easily split in half? Do, witnessing the seemingly effortless victory, couldn't help but laugh heartily, thinking that the Uchiha clan was nothing special. He even mocked Itachi for being so scared that he rolled his eyes. Suddenly time rewound as if nothing had happened. Do found himself back at the moment He had just stabbed Itachi, who then transformed into a crow, then feathers, then raindrops in an infinite loop. Do was happily hacking away at Itachi in the illusionary world, but in the real world, he had become a motionless wooden puppet, allowing Itachi to execute his signature head pat. This is the ultimate illusion of Uchiha Itachi Izanami, commonly known as the nesting doll illusion. The caster, at the cost of losing one eye's light, will trap the opponent in an infinite cycle through physical contact. Only those who genuinely seek goodness and can see their true selves can attain a new rebirth in such infinite cycles. Itachi sincerely hoped that Do could turn over a new leaf, for the orphanage in Konoha could not be without a director.
It seems we've won, but what good does it do to defeat Do?
Sasuke said, bewildered, completely unaware of the purpose behind the fight. However, Sasuke didn't care much, as following Uchiha Itachi felt right. He was simply seeking the truth he wanted to know. But Itachi replied,
I need to use him to lift the impure world reincarnation technique and save the entire ninja world. Otherwise, such a technique is quite troublesome.
At this moment, Sasuke's mind finally clicked. If they were to undo the impure world reincarnation technique, wouldn't Itachi himself disappear? Having finally been able to be with Itachi, Sasuke did not want him to leave again. However, Itachi persisted in defying Sasuke's objections, determined to lift the impure world reincarnation technique by controlling Do. Meanwhile, the 5 Kage were struggling against 6 Susanoo. Although each had their own achievements, it was still difficult to eliminate 6 Susanoo in one go.
How ugly, they can't even dance anymore,
Madara remarked, amused by the flustered 5 Kage and Jiraiya. To him, these people were merely amusing clowns. At that moment, Inoki once again stepped forward, using a large-scale, dust-release particle-style destruction technique. A white square enveloped all the Susanoo, and as the square vanished, the Susanoo were obliterated in one breath. However, such a large-scale dust release left Inoki with little chakra left. Tsunade and Jiraiya immediately went to heal Inoki, helping him recover his chakra. Then the 5 Kage launched a counterattack once more. Jiraiya moved forward to engage Uchiha Madara in battle, trading blows with him. While Jiraiya was kicked to the ground, Madara was also sent flying. The Raikage and Terumi unleashed a lightning water dragon bullet, striking Madara, while also binding him with lightning, restricting his movements. Immediately, Gaara summoned sand to seal Uchiha Madara. As everyone saw that Madara was completely covered by sand imbued with sealing symbols, they all let out a sigh of relief.
This is the power of the shadows that lead the world.
Gaara and the others stood in line, posing as victors. Jiraiya finally got to show off, quickly forming a peace sign.
Is this the full strength of the 5 Kage? Then I, Uchiha Madara, will respond with my full power as well.
Suddenly, beams of blue light shot out from the sand, followed by an explosion, and Madara reappeared in front of the 5 Kage. Then the BGM played, and Madara evolved, with a complete Susanoo appearing before the 5 Kage. It was an unreachable height, and everyone could only gaze at this enormous being from a distance. Madara looked at the few people before him, as if they were mere ants, then drew his 40-meter-long great sword and swung it, gently cleaving the distant mountains. The 5 Kage and Jiraiya were already stunned. What kind of terrifying power was this? There was no way to defeat him again. The 5 Kage had given it their all, but Madara was merely playing around.
Come on, let me dance some more,
Madara shouted at them, preparing to launch an attack. However, just as he was about to unleash a decisive blow for a pentacle, the internet suddenly went down. Madara had finally built up a powerful technique, but before he could reap the battlefield, it vanished. As he felt his body starting to emit white light, and since fatigue throughout, he realized that his impure world reincarnation had been undone. He hurriedly formed seals to successfully restore his data connection. Everyone expressed surprise at how Madara had lost the restrictions of the impure world reincarnation. Madara calmly said,
Go tell the caster not to misuse forbidden techniques. Understood,
Jiraiya replied, preparing to convey Madara's words to the caster. The 5 Kage were astonished. Why would Jiraiya listen to Uchiha Madara? And how did Jiraiya know who was using this forbidden technique? However, Jiraiya told the 5 Kage nothing, only informing them that he had things he must do and that he would be back soon. In fact, Jiraiya suspected that Itachi was behind it, as only Itachi had the time and ability to do so, given that he had mentioned things he had to take care of. Thus Jiraiya immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique and appeared beside Itachi. At that moment Itachi was walling in Sasuke, using an illusion to show him everything he had experienced. Jiraiya's arrival interrupted the sweet moment between the two brothers. Itachi was shocked, as he had not anticipated Jiraiya would come at this time. However, it made sense, as Jiraiya had previously given him a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. Without hesitation, Jiraiya urged Itachi to form seals as he instructed. But Itachi immediately recognized this as the seal to lift the impure world reincarnation and was reluctant to use it. Jiraiya quickly shot a glance at Sasuke, conveying the message, "Do you really want to lose your brother again?" Sasuke looked at Itachi, then at Jiraiya, unsure of how to choose at that moment. However, hesitation would lead to defeat. Itachi was about to disappear, and if Sasuke did not take action soon, he might never see Itachi again. Taking advantage of Itachi's unpreparedness, Sasuke immediately cast an illusion on him, forcing Itachi to perform hand seals according to his will. However, Sasuke's illusion could only control Itachi for a brief moment, as Itachi was also a master of illusions. With the completion of the last hand seal, Uchiha Itachi achieved his redemption successfully, breaking free from the cycle of reincarnation and becoming a new being. Accompanied by the improvement of his condition, apart from losing one Sharingan, all his other injuries had returned to their original state. Itachi was now the healthiest version of himself. Seeing his brother alive and vibrant before him, Sasuke was overjoyed. He had waited so long for this moment. Ever since Itachi had slaughtered their clan, he had not felt such happiness. Uchiha Itachi's expression was hard to read, unsure whether he was happy or sad. Just as the three were conversing, members of the Hawk Squad arrived, preparing to meet up with Sasuke. Suddenly Mizuki spotted Uchiha Itachi and immediately shrank behind Shigeru, transforming into water. Everyone fell silent, unsure whether what stood before them was human or ghost. Fearing misunderstanding, Sasuke quickly explained the situation to his companions, putting their minds at ease. They then shifted their focus toward Mitarashi Anko. High-level hunters often appear in the guise of their prey. To locate Orochimaru's whereabouts, Mitarashi Anko seemed to have been captured by him, but was actually waiting for rescue. Sasuke noticed a curse mark from Orochimaru on the back of Anko's neck. Out of curiosity and a desire to learn more about the Uchiha clan, he attempted to perform some hand seals to see if he could release Orochimaru. Indeed, wherever the curse mark fluttered, the snake ant would thrive. Anything even slightly related to Orochimaru could successfully revive him, complete with clothing. As the foremost productive force in the ninja world, Orochimaru claimed to be aware of everything, and was even willing to join Sasuke in seeking the truth. However, Orochimaru casually noticed that Jiraiya was missing an arm, and curiously asked, "What happened to you?" "I accidentally lost it during a fight," Jiraiya replied nonchalantly, as he had grown accustomed to it. "What a pity. Why push yourself so hard? Losing an arm must be exhausting," Orochimaru remarked. Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at the thought of only being able to embrace one woman at a time. He reminisced about the times he could embrace one in each arm. Oh, how times had changed. Just as Jiraiya prepared to use the Flying Thunder God to return to the 5 Kages, Orochimaru suddenly called out to him, offering to help restore his other arm. Jiraiya felt shocked. "My arm has been severed for so long. What can you possibly do about it?" "Technology changes lives. Science and technology are the primary productive forces," Orochimaru replied. "Don't forget, this is my secret base where anything you desire is available." Jiraiya, feeling skeptical, followed Orochimaru deeper into the cave, constantly reassuring himself, no matter how cruel Orochimaru might be, he wouldn't harm his own. Jiraiya's psychological reassurance proved effective, as Uchiha Itachi was stealthily holding a kunai to Orochimaru's neck, warning him not to make any sudden moves. They brought Orochimaru all the way to his laboratory, filled with an array of jars and numerous animal specimens. Under Uchiha Itachi's watchful gaze, Orochimaru implanted Hashirama's cells into Jiraiya's body. Jiraiya regained an arm. This is an arm implanted with Hashirama's cells, granting you a portion of the first Hokage's abilities. Orochimaru seemed quite pleased with his creation. What abilities of the first Hokage? Can it produce the genes of a descendant as excellent as Tsunade? Jiraiya began to fantasize, even feeling a bit excited. It's just would release chakra. I think you will find this useful. Who could refuse chakra that can perform would release? Come on, it's really super cool, Orochimaru said. Although this arm was constructed differently from a normal one, Jiraiya accepted it and expressed his gratitude to Orochimaru. Orochimaru waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There's no need for thanks, we're all on the same side. After all, you bear the title of one of the legendary three." Mentioning the legendary three, Jiraiya immediately remembered that he had left Tsunade behind facing Uchiha Madara. He quickly used the Flying Thunder God to return to Tsunade's side. However, it was already too late. Tsunade had been cut in half, the five Kages were all down, and Uchiha Madara had vanished, likely heading to a new battlefield. The scene fell into a grim silence. The five Kages, representing the highest combat power in the ninja world, were in a pitiful state, bleeding profusely, and lying on the ground, their lives hanging by a thread. The sight was truly unforgettable. Jiraiya did not expect that by leaving for just a moment to save Uchiha Itachi, he would inadvertently harm the five Kages and cause Tsunade to be cut in half. A deep sense of guilt and regret surged within Jiraiya. He quickly summoned a slug to help the five Kages recover, while he personally restored Tsunade's chakra. On Obito's side, he took out the previous 8 tails tentacles and the 6 pads artifact, which sealed the chakra of the Gold and Silver brothers. The outer pads golem absorbed all of it into its mouth, and then began to howl at the sky. As they watched the powerful aura of the outer pads golem and its unsettling roar, Kakashi and the others felt a sense of unease. The 10 tails has gathered the power of the tail beasts, and is preparing to resurrect. Your defeat is already a foregone conclusion, Obito said, looking at the resurrecting outer pads golem. However, everyone was not ready to concede defeat. Having come this far, how could they easily give up? Naruto led the charge, launching the first attack against Obito. However, with the power of Kamui, Naruto's attacks were rendered ineffective. Meanwhile, Might Guy, in the midst of the Ninja World War, was feeling quite miserable, as all his skills had been depleted. "You little brat, have you never seen youth?" Youth is when Lee's grandmother knocks on the door open. Guy thought more angrily, and directly opened the 8 gates, unleashing a barrage of attacks on Obito. Kakashi prepared to employ the same tactic again, aiming to sever the outer pads golem's head with Kamui. Kakashi fully embodied the principle that as long as the head was severed, everything would be fine. However, this time it failed. Kakashi briefly thought he had run out of chakra, but it was perplexing, as his usual technique was now ineffective. "A mere trick, daring to show off before me. Great Ceiling Dragon," Obito explained, seeing Kakashi attempting to use Kamui to sever the outer pads golem. He immediately used Kamui to appear right in front of Kakashi. However, just as Kakashi and Obito were engaged in battle, Jiraiya immediately utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive on the battlefield, aiming to stop the masked man before him. On the other side, Tsunade had left a shadow clone and numerous slugs summoning behind. Since the battle there had already concluded, it was of little use for her to remain. Yet Obito showed no signs of fear towards the few opponents before him. Although they were all formidable adversaries, he was confident in his godly technique and felt no trepidation. Previously, Jiraiya had learned some intelligence concerning this masked man, so during this confrontation, he was more vigilant. He believed that the masked man was not invincible, and surely had weaknesses. Kakashi was also actively searching for the masked man's weaknesses, discovering that every time the masked man phased out, he was unable to launch an attack. Could it be that his body has phased out to another location? Jiraiya pondered silently, uncertain of this thought, as he had yet to fully understand the masked man's abilities. "This is a battlefield ruled by me." Obito unleashed a multitude of black rods from the godly space, directly impaling the 8 tails, and restricting its movements. Seeing this, Jiraiya thought to himself, "So this technique not only absorbs things, but can also expel them, indicating that it functions similarly to a storage compartment." Naruto was still a bit confused, not understanding what Jiraiya meant by this. Kakashi explained, "It means that the part you attacked didn't penetrate, but was instead transferred to another space." The Eight Tails truly had no way to express its grievances, as it was firmly pinned to the ground by the rods, and instead of receiving help, these individuals were analyzing the situation with great interest. But how could he enter that space? Jiraiya suddenly recalled that when he used the second phase of the Flying Thunder God, he had left a mark on Obito. Thus Jiraiya planned to take advantage of the moment when Obito's marked body phased into another space to teleport himself using the Flying Thunder God. However, this was incredibly difficult. Since it was the opponent's spacetime ninjutsu, he would have to use his own spacetime ninjutsu unless his abilities surpassed those of the masked man. Yet just as Jiraiya sensed the Flying Thunder God mark, he suddenly realized that he had been deflected by Uchiha's fan, leaving the mark on it, rendering it useless. So Jiraiya decided to leave another Flying Thunder God mark on the masked man, making it easier for him to take action. The problem now was how to leave his mark. At this moment, Kakashi expressed that he would help Jiraiya find an opportunity to leave a mark on the masked man. Seeing this, Jiraiya understood and prepared to unleash a Rasengan at the masked man. However, just as Jiraiya's Rasengan was about to hit the masked man, Kakashi suddenly activated Godly Technique and immediately absorbed the Rasengan. The two crossed paths in an instant. Could it be the second phase of the Flying Thunder God again? Obito observed as Jiraiya's Rasengan vanished and Jiraiya charged directly at him, a familiar scene. But just as Jiraiya passed through the masked man's body, an explosion suddenly erupted from the masked man's shoulder. It seemed the speculations were correct. The secret of the masked man's spacetime ninjutsu was just like that. Taking advantage of the masked man's momentary confusion, Jiraiya quickly reached out, using his phasing technique to remain unseen, maneuvering to leave a mark. Oh, this is discomforting. Originally, Jiraiya developed this phasing technique to sneak a peek at girls bathing, but he never anticipated it would have such a legitimate use. He couldn't be considered proficient in practical applications of phasing, only occasionally showing it off. As Jiraiya marked the masked man's head, Guy without hesitation unleashed a powerful attack on the masked man's head, ensuring that the masked man's head was within the spacetime technique. At this moment, Jiraiya instantly activated the Ninetales Sage mode, preparing to gather chakra for another use of the Flying Thunder God. However, he could not sense the Flying Thunder God mark. Could it be that his chakra was still insufficient? But this was the most chakra he could gather. Seeing Jiraiya sweat profusely, Naruto stepped forward and shared his tail beast chakra with him. Jiraiya felt a continuous influx of chakra entering his body, and with the addition of Hashirama's cells, his chakra had reached an unprecedented level. Suddenly, Jiraiya sensed the faint existence of the Flying Thunder God mark, but it was merely a weak presence. Jiraiya hesitated for a moment. Although he could sense the Flying Thunder God mark under the absolute volume of chakra, transporting himself to its location was another operation entirely completely different. However, he had reached the pinnacle of his abilities. If he could forcibly penetrate the opponent's spacetime, he estimated he could achieve legendary status in battle. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique. As Guy's attack penetrated the masked man's head, Jiraiya closed and opened his eyes, still standing in the same spot. A flurry of actions like a tiger, yet I find myself still standing here. The Ninetales couldn't help but complain about Jiraiya despite having contributed so much chakra to assist him. However, Jiraiya had transmitted all of his clothing over, now appearing as a small light figure standing proudly on the battlefield, becoming the most striking presence there. Obito, with a hint of good humor, tossed Jiraiya's clothing out of the godly space. Your clothes reek of perfume, and not just one type. It seems you frequently associate with women. Wearing the clothes, Jiraiya awkwardly addressed everyone. Although I failed, it at least proves that with enough chakra it is possible. I've already succeeded halfway, Obito replied. To surpass my spacetime with the chakra,
you currently possess is still unattainable. Obito found it amusing that someone would resort to such underhanded tactics. Just as Obito prepared to retreat into the godly space again, Naruto's shadow clone had been waiting there for a long time. It turned out that Kakashi had taken advantage of the masked man's dialogue to secretly send Naruto in. Obito was caught off guard, having just been engaged in battle only to find his crystal stolen the next moment. As a result, Naruto struck the masked man's mask hard with a Rinnegan. Even a mask made in China could not withstand such an attack. The mask shattered and fell to the ground, revealing the masked man's true face. While everyone was still in shock, Kakashi could barely speak in astonishment. Obito! Even after many years, no matter how much he changed, he would recognize that face. Originally thinking that Obito would be furious after his mask shattered, he suddenly burst into laughter. Jiraiya was perplexed and quickly asked, "Why are you happy when your mask is broken?" "The cube can produce new ninjas again," Obito replied. "Do you think I've changed so many masks just for fun? It's to ensure more ninjas can emerge from the cube." This revelation truly awakened those in the dream. However, Kakashi could not find joy in this, although he learned that Obito was still alive. Meeting him in such a manner was truly heart-wrenching. Before everyone could devise a plan to deal with Uchiha Obito, a loud crash echoed in the sky as Madara made a grand appearance. Obito and Madara immediately began to chat and laugh, with Obito even personally returning the Uchiha fan to Madara. After mastering the Uchiha's techniques, it was time for Madara to have some fun. The two completely disregarded the few people in front of them. In Madara's eyes, they were merely clowns for his own amusement. However, recalling something, Madara glanced at Obito, realizing that his words were unreliable. Even the simplest task of capturing the Ninetales was beyond him, so he decided to take matters into his own hands. Seeing Madara standing before him unscathed, Naruto deduced the grave situation of the five Kages likely not optimistic. All he could do was rage helplessly. Without a second thought, Madara stepped forward, ready to personally deal with the Eight Tails and Nine Tails. He unleashed a Wood Dragon technique intending to trap the Eight Tails and Nine Tails. The Eight Tails was naturally no match for Madara's Wood Dragon power, becoming ensnared. As for the Nine Tails, it was an old adversary of the Wood Dragon, seething with hatred at the sight of it. The Nine Tails attempted to bite the neck of the Wood Dragon, as the saying goes, to strike at the vital point. However, this wooden creature was genuinely tough. The Nine Tails couldn't bite through it at all. The Wood Dragon immediately coiled around the Nine Tails. Observing the Nine Tails, which had been single for many years, Madara decided to offer it a binding temptation. How could the Nine Tails resist such a lure? Under the Wood Dragon's restraint, it gradually lost the ability to resist. However, Madara had not anticipated that just as he prepared to use Susanoo to sever the Eight Tails, a familiar figure emerged. A gigantic wooden hand grasped the neck of the Wood Dragon. Madara focused his gaze and recognized it as a wood golem, the kind that only Hashirama could summon. Could it be that Hashirama had been revived? Madara became instantly excited, shouting at the wood golem, "Hashirama!" Although the appearance of this wood golem was different from those summoned by Hashirama, in Madara's understanding no one else could summon wood golems apart from Hashirama. Heroes come in many forms. To Madara's surprise, the response from the other side was Jiraiya. Madara was even more shocked as the atmosphere grew tense. Could it be that aside from Hashirama, someone else could wield such advanced wood release? Impressive, Purdy Sage. Even Asuma-sensei can't do this move. Naruto, witnessing Jiraiya using wood release in such a dazzling manner, instantly became a fan. Jiraiya in Sage mode stood atop the wood golem, utilizing the most chakra-consuming jutsu he could unleash at present. This was also his first attempt, having meticulously chosen a female wood golem form. Madara felt a sense of betrayal. Although he had transplanted Hashirama's cells, and others could indeed use wood release, the true summoners of wood golems were few, and he only recognized Hashirama. This thing seriously consumes chakra. Jiraiya gathered his chakra into the chest and hips of the wood golem. Since it was a female, it had to be realistic. This was Jiraiya's first battle after transplanting Hashirama's cells. He was still unfamiliar,
but this power indeed greatly increased his strength. On the other side, Obito finally clashed with Kakashi. After so long without recognition, their meeting erupted into battle. With the powers of the Sage of Six Paths and Yin-Yang release, Obito naturally wanted to vent his frustrations on Kakashi. Obito unleashed numerous ninja tools and black spikes from the Kamui dimension aimed at Kakashi, who immediately dodged while remarking, "Did you steal something from Tintin?" Without a word, Obito lunged with two shurikens aimed at Kakashi's chest, executing a thrust with a cross-cutting motion. Kakashi had no time to evade, and his clothing was torn into a large X shape. "You deserve that," Obito said expressionlessly, as if everything was Kakashi's fault. Faced with Obito's relentless assault, Kakashi's skills were still on cooldown, leaving him gasping for air on the ground. Meanwhile, Obito was determined to take his head as swiftly as possible. However, since Jiraiya was restraining Madara, Naruto managed to break free from the Wood Dragon's bindings and instantly rushed to Kakashi's side, helping to block Obito's attack. Might Guy also charged forward, assisting Naruto with a side attack on Obito. A daytime tiger combined with Kakashi's Raikiri struck down upon Obito. Obito remained unfazed. He was already accustomed to such scenarios. With a perfect use of Kamui, he dodged all the attacks. Taking advantage of Obito's moment of inattention, Naruto expressed his disinterest in conversing with Obito and threw Kakashi at him. Seeing Kakashi send him an invitation to the couple space, Obito resolutely accepted, activating Kamui to sneakily enter the couple space with Kakashi. What they would do inside remained a mystery. Although Jiraiya could barely activate the female wood golem technique, his level was still not on par with Hashirama. Madara directly summoned a complete Susanoo to see the strength of the female wood golem, but he was greatly disappointed as it failed to meet his expectations. Is this level even worth showcasing? Just as Madara's words fell, he used Susanoo to strike down the female wood golem and impaled it to the ground, rendering it immobile. However, Jiraiya was unwilling to accept defeat. Taking advantage of Madara's inattention, he manipulated the female wood golem to deliver a kick targeting Madara's lower body. Susanoo lost its balance and fell. The female wood golem seized the opportunity to shift into a dominant position, using a riding posture to firmly pin down Susanoo, preventing it from moving freely. The colossal clash between the two giants was immense, causing the entire battlefield to tremble occasionally with faint vibrations and loud noises. Nonetheless, Madara aimed for a swift resolution. In no time, he rendered the female wood golem powerless on the ground. However, he turned his attention to Jiraiya's wood golem, giving the Eight Tails and Nine Tails an opportunity. At that moment, the Eight Tails and Nine Tails gathered their chakra and launched an attack at the evolving Outer Path golem, firing a massive tail beast bomb towards it. However, by this time Madara's Susanoo had already dealt with the female wood golem. He immediately stood up without even putting on his pants, and swung his sword at the approaching massive tail beast bomb. Yet this tail beast bomb was far more powerful than the ones he had encountered previously. The entire bomb was even larger than Madara's complete Susanoo. In order to counter the attack of the tail beast ball, the complete Susanoo was sent flying far away, even shattered by the impact, barely managing to sever the tail beast ball. However, after severing the tail beast ball, Uchiha Madara felt a twinge of fear, realizing how reckless he had been to confront a tail beast ball that was larger than his complete Susanoo. The tail beast ball was cut in two, veering off its original path and flying toward the distant back mountain. The ensuing explosion instantly uprooted everything around. The powerful shockwave felt even by those far away on the battlefield. The area within several kilometers of the explosion was left barren, reduced to rubble. The power of the tail beast ball was undeniable. The intense artistic aura caused Deidara to exit the live stream. Watching the distant explosion shining like the sun, Jiraiya swallowed hard, realizing that the Nine Tails and Eight Tails had been performing all along, and such a formidable attack still required him to intervene to save them. Although Uchiha Madara had sacrificed a lot, the Outer Path golem remained intact, and after the explosion it transformed into the Ten Tails. Obito and Madara directly ascended to the head of the Ten Tails, connected by a small tube. Together they guided the Ten Tails toward Naruto and the others. In the face of the gigantic Ten Tails, the Eight Tails and Nine Tails felt like mere toys, hardly making any impression. Nevertheless, the Eight Tails and Nine Tails continued to unleash their tail beast balls. Yet the Ten Tails showed no intention of dodging, boldly performing a 100 face-to-face reception of the tail beast balls from the Eight Tails and Nine Tails. Under Madara's control, the Ten Tails immediately fired a tail beast ball towards them, producing a terrifying roar. This tail beast ball made the Eight Tails and Nine Tails feel ashamed. The tail beast balls they had painstakingly formed together were nothing in comparison, while the Ten Tails handled it effortlessly. The enormous tail beast ball was shot directly at the Eight Tails and Nine Tails, and the thunderous explosion caused Deidara, who had sneaked back into the live stream, to shut it down once more, also reporting the streamer for the Ten Tails cheating. The reported Ten Tails was furious. The Ten Tails am not cheating. Everyone stand up. From now on this place shall be called Ten Tails Square. The Eight Tails and Nine Tails quickly huddled together for defense, barely resisting this attack from the Ten Tails. Jiraiya and the others were also too frightened to speak. What kind of existence was this? Uchiha Madara and Obito exchanged smiles. If Li Yunlong had this kind of equipment back in the day, he wouldn't have hesitated to attack Japan. One cannot sit idly by in the face of adversity, Kakashi said, and then used Kamui to directly teleport the Eight Tails next to the Ten Tails' eye. The Eight Tails immediately prepared a tail beast ball and aimed for the Ten Tails' eye. However, with a flick of its small hand, the Ten Tails easily swatted the Eight Tails' tail beast ball away, sending it back at the Eight Tails. The Eight Tails was instantly knocked away and exploded in midair. Everyone rushed forward, but all efforts were in vain. No one could contain the Ten Tails any longer. All were defeated. Even the youthful Might Guy was rendered powerless. Uchiha Madara looked at the scene before him and thought that perhaps only Hashirama's true Thousand Hands could rival it. He began to recall the moments he shared with Hashirama. At the same time, the Nine Tails also thought of the true Thousand Hands, which was the strongest technique it had ever experienced and the largest attack it had ever seen. If only they had the true Thousand Hands now, perhaps they could stand a chance against the Ten Tails. Everyone turned their eyes toward Jiraiya. However, Jiraiya could only shake his head. Even summoning a small wooden figure was already quite exhausting, and it had no offensive power. I originally thought the wooden dragon was large, but it turned out to be just the wooden figure's scarf. I later thought the wooden figure was large, but it was merely a small decoration on the head of the true Thousand Hands Buddha. The Nine Tails recalled its experiences with fear. Is the true Thousand Hands really that powerful? Jiraiya questioned, as the Nine Tails' description exceeded his imagination. How could such a gigantic being exist in this world? Hashirama rode atop the true Thousand Hands, solemnly declaring, "My power is too great," and then used one hand to grab me, while the remaining 999 hands unleashed a frenzied attack on me. The Nine Tails shed tears at the thought. After hearing the Nine Tails' description, everyone placed their hopes on Jiraiya, thinking perhaps he could still use the true Thousand Hands to turn the tide. Though Jiraiya looked troubled, he knew he had to try if it meant saving everyone. He began to gather chakra. However, regardless of whether Jiraiya used the Nine Tails' chakra, Sage chakra, or Hashirama's chakra, none met the requirements to unleash the true Thousand Hands. Just when Jiraiya was sweating with anxiety, he suddenly felt numerous chakra signatures pouring into him from behind, including those of the Nine Tails, Eight Tails, and two other chakra sources. It's coming! Jiraiya immediately felt filled with power, accompanied by a strong sensation, realizing he was about to summon the true Thousand Hands. But just as everyone believed success was at hand, a tail beast ball from the Ten Tails suddenly struck. Jiraiya immediately used Flying Raijin to evade with everyone, but all the gathered chakra was wasted, and they could only start over. Do you think him a fool? Have you watched too many TV dramas? Do you think the villain will let you finish charging your skills? Uchiha Madara stated that he would not give them the chance to use their techniques. Jiraiya suddenly felt utterly drained. Even before using his technique, he had already expended a massive amount of chakra, which truly felt like a loss. Moreover, Jiraiya sensed something was off. Even if he hadn't been interrupted, he might not have been able to summon the true 1,000 hands, as the Nine Tails had described. Just as Jiraiya was lamenting, Obito controlled the 10 tails, sending another tail beast ball their way. However, this tail beast ball veered off course, and did not explode near Jiraiya and the others. Yet the tail beast ball, which had deviated from its path, exploded again in the distance, wreaking havoc, the shockwave from the explosion spreading far and wide, its destructive power at a maximum. Unable to resist the urge to sneak back into the live stream, Deidara truly smashed his computer this time. Naruto was still curious as to why the tail beast ball had changed direction, when he suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder. Naruto turned around to find Hinata. "Naruto-kun, are you okay?" Hinata said shyly, unable to help but lower her gaze, too embarrassed to look at Naruto. Only then did Naruto notice that the Ninja Alliance had arrived behind him. The previous attack was a combined effort from them. Seeing this scene, Naruto tightly grasped Hinata's hand. With the support of the ninja army, Naruto and Jiraiya felt their morale surge. To minimize casualties, Naruto unleashed his passive ability, the art of persuasion. However, Obito remained unfazed, engaging in a direct confrontation with Naruto. Not only did he complain on the internet, but he also dared to face Naruto head-on in reality. Before the two even began their battle, they expressed their intent to shatter each other's ideals, yet neither was willing to yield. The battle reignited with countless ninja allies on one side, and the 10 Tails and Uchiha's Pinnacle on the other. Under the remote command of the Allied Forces headquarters, the Ninja Coalition began their preparations, erecting walls, digging pits, and watering the ground, ultimately employing the cement technique to seal the 10 Tails in the pit. However, this merely restricted the 10 Tails' movements and did not fully defeat it. Thus, the Ninja Alliance surged forward, ready to unleash their signature techniques against the 10 Tails. Uchiha Madara remained utterly indifferent, even managing a faint smirk. This is all futile effort except reality beasts. Suddenly, the 10 Tails sprouted, 10 Tails breaking free from the cement's restraint. The crowd was caught off guard, and was pushed back by the 10 Tails' unexpected attack. Yet, capturing the king before the thieves, Uchiha Madara swiftly controlled the 10 Tails to unleash a tail beast ball towards the Allied command center. All they could do was watch, as no one could stop the tail beast ball at that moment. However, before the tail beast ball could be released, a massive figure appeared before them. Looking up, they realized it was Jiraiya's wooden avatar. Jiraiya attempted to block the tail beast ball, preventing it from striking the Allied command center. However, the tail beast ball of the 10 Tails was on an entirely different level than those of other beasts. Seeing a tail beast ball larger than his own wooden avatar, Jiraiya felt a surge of anxiety. Was he truly going to risk his life to stop this tail beast ball? As the tail beast ball was about to hit him, Jiraiya realized that if he dodged now, he would escape unharmed, but with that thought, Jiraiya firmly resolved within himself. The wooden figure supported the tail beast ball with both hands, only to suddenly vanish. Accompanied by a distant explosion, Jiraiya returned, leading his wooden avatar. He had just used the Flying Thunder God technique to forcibly relocate the tail beast ball. However, Uchiha Madara had no time to waste with Jiraiya. He again commanded the 10 Tails to unleash another tail beast ball. Jiraiya prepared to use the Flying Thunder God technique once more, but this time Uchiha Madara had anticipated it, and commanded the 10 Tails to launch 2 tail beast balls simultaneously. The 2 tail beast balls shot off in different directions, and Jiraiya could only relocate one at a time. This presented immense psychological pressure on him. Even if he exerted all his strength, he could only relocate one tail beast ball, leaving the other to destroy the Allied command center. No matter how Jiraiya chose, he would ultimately witness the tragedy of the Allied headquarters being destroyed. With that thought, he felt a twinge of wanting to give up. But he could not give up. He was the hope of the entire ninja world. If he could relocate one, he would do so. At least he would have tried his best. Thus he chose one tail beast ball to relocate, with the Flying Thunder God moving it back to its previous spot. The place that had already endured an explosion was struck by another tail beast ball, making Jiraiya grateful to his buddy for sending another tail beast ball, creating a double misfortune. Thankfully, Deidara had already cancelled his account on the platform. By the time Jiraiya returned, the other tail beast ball had already exploded in the distance. A deep sense of helplessness washed over him, and he could only pray that the Allied Command Center had not been harmed. As the explosion subsided, all hope was reduced to ashes. He had indeed lost contact with the Allied Command Center, and it seemed he could not alter this outcome. With that thought, Jiraiya felt a bit despondent. Having lost control of the command center, the entire ninja coalition became leaderless just like Jiraiya, and began to feel lost, wondering what to do next. Obito observed the scene before him akin to a scattered pile of sand, and became excited. He commanded the 10 tails to lift its tail, and unleashed the technique of inserting branches. Small dots appeared on the 10 tails' tail, but when shot out, they became exceedingly large, revealing it to be merely a matter of perspective. Countless wooden branches rained down upon the ninja coalition on the battlefield. Due to the open terrain, there was nowhere for them to hide, and they were directly impaled by the branches. Naruto unleashed a variety of techniques to destroy the wooden branches, even sharing his Ninetales chakra with everyone, urging them to resist the branches together. However, this was merely a drop in the bucket. For every branch that fell, countless others stood up anew. Jiraiya was invigorated once more, and summoned his wooden avatar, intending to use his body to shield against the attacks. Yet he could only block a portion. He still could not cover the entire battlefield. Rather than sitting and waiting for doom, it was better to take the initiative. Jiraiya directed his wooden avatar to embrace one of the 10 tails' tails, and aimed it toward the 10 tails' eyes. Forced to protect itself, the 10 tails immediately ceased its assault. However, another tail swiftly advanced, stabbing the wooden avatar in the waist, and with a sweeping motion the avatar was sent flying out of the battlefield. With the onslaught, the entire battlefield was filled with cries of anguish, surrounded by corpses and half-dead individuals, as wooden branches erupted from within their bodies. Naruto was also exhausted, sitting on the ground momentarily unable to continue resisting. However, at that moment Obito had no intention of halting the attack and continued commanding the 10 tails. Seeing that Naruto was left completely exposed, the technique of inserting branches descended upon the battlefield, once more targeting Naruto. How could Hinata stand by? Thus Hinata, risking her own life, stepped in front of Naruto, prepared to help him block this attack. After a violent storm of attacks, Hinata stood before Naruto completely unscathed, while another person fell down. It was Neji. Naruto and Hinata rushed forward, and Naruto tightly embraced Neji. Jiraiya quickly approached, using a slug to help heal Neji's injuries, while Hinata stood by, stunned and unsure of what to do. Jiraiya immediately said to Hinata, "Quickly use your Byakugan to seal Neji's blood vessels, so he doesn't lose too much blood, otherwise he will die." Hinata then reacted hastily, helping Neji to stop the bleeding, while Naruto channeled chakra into Neji and Jiraiya assisted in his treatment. Neji was already on the brink of death, but with their help, he began to show signs of revival. However, he still used his last bit of strength to push Jiraiya's hand away. "With so many people on the battlefield, there's no need to be this good to just me. You should save your energy for others," Neji said. "No, I still want to save your life," Jiraiya insisted, disregarding Neji's objections and continuing his treatment. But Neji pushed Jiraiya's hand away once more. "You should go save them instead. I don't want to be the only one receiving treatment when others are also injured. If everyone dies, I won't want to survive either," Neji stubbornly asserted. "The 12 strong need you. It's better for you to stay alive," Naruto said. But Neji seemed resolute, insisting that Jiraiya go save others. Jiraiya, unable to argue against Neji, immediately summoned the slug to assist the injured on the battlefield. However, as soon as the slug appeared, the 10 tails slammed it to the ground with its tail. The slug quickly split into smaller slugs, crawling onto the injured to help restore their chakra. But Obito would not let the slug succeed, using the Jinchuriki technique once again. With no way to escape and lacking enough cover, the slug suffered heavy casualties under this latest Jinchuriki technique, and the original injured had no hope of treatment. Facing the incoming Jinchuriki technique again, Hinata stood in front of the barely conscious Neji, and Naruto, using her 8 trigram 64 palms to block all incoming attacks. However, the Byakugan has its blind spots. Just as Hinata finished her technique, a wooden branch pierced her from behind, rapidly growing inside her. Neji saw this scene, and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. He had been willing to sacrifice his life to protect Hinata and Naruto, but now Hinata had been hit directly. Neji couldn't accept this reality, and forced himself to stand, but his injuries flared up, causing him to spew a large amount of blood before collapsing. Without saying a word, Jiraiya rushed to help Hinata. She couldn't die. Jiraiya knew that if Hinata died, the entire story of the Hokage would come to an end. Naruto exploded with rage, recalling how Hinata had been beaten up by Pain trying to save him. "Give me all your power," he shouted at the Ninetales. The Ninetales, however, was in no position to help, having exhausted its strength. Naruto had already used too much of his own power. Yet the Ninetales still showed loyalty, transferring all its remaining power to Naruto. Naruto immediately entered the Ninetales mode, transforming into the Golden Ninetales and roaring at the Ten Tails. Uchiha Madara, seeing the domesticated Ninetales roar at him, scoffed, "Wild Ninetales are merely my pets. What is so impressive about this domesticated one?" He prepared a tail beast bomb, intending to send this domesticated Ninetales back home. But just as the 10 tails was gathering tail beast chakra, Sai descended with the 8 tails. The 8 tails landed directly on the 10 tails' mouth, blasting a tail beast bomb into it, forcibly sending the 10 tails' tail beast bomb back into its belly. However, the 10 tails seemed unaffected. Its body merely expanded from the explosion before returning to its original state, as if nothing had happened. Though dealing damage to the enemy cost a heavy price, the 8 tails had suffered significantly. It was propelled far away and crashed into a distant mountain before finally stopping. At this point, Naruto had lost his sanity, leaping onto the 10 tails' head and unleashing a tail beast bomb at the Uchiha duo. Since the two were connected by the small pipes, they could only temporarily break free from the pipes to evade this attack, narrowly escaping. Uchiha Madara knew that breaking free from the 10 tails' control would make it even harder to control later. He said to Obito, "Use the rebirth of the impure world technique to revive me. I want to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki." Obito said nothing, calculating his own strategy. However, Madara had no time to waste on Obito, focusing instead on dealing with the 9 tails. Madara immediately activated his complete Susanoo, delivering a flying kick that sent Naruto's 9 tails tumbling off the 10 tails' head and crashing heavily to the ground. "Beast, let me show you what overwhelming power is," Madara exclaimed, stepping on the 9 tails with Susanoo and raising his sword above his head, preparing to stab down. Naruto struggled to break free from Susanoo's control, but he lacked the strength, only managing to wriggle his body. Looking at the continuously writhing 9 tails, Madara taunted, "How pathetic, following the wrong master leads to such an end." The 9 tails secretly thought, "Last time I followed you, I was beaten up by 999 hands. How dare you say that?" But now it was indeed powerless. Madara gave no opportunity, directly stabbing down at the 9 tails' head. But he missed as Jiraiya's wooden figure suddenly embraced Madara's Susanoo from the side. The two colossal beings collided together, and Naruto rushed in to help, resulting in a chaotic brawl. Although it was 2 against 1, Madara remained unperturbed. At this moment, Naruto's 9 tails was not in full form, and Jiraiya's wooden figure was also not at full strength while they faced Madara at his peak. The 9 tails attempted to bite Susanoo, but Madara countered with an elbow strike, knocking the 9 tails' head askew. The wooden figure aimed to hold Susanoo, but was pushed back by a headbutt. Before long, Madara regained the advantage, forcefully slamming both opponents to the ground. Yet at this moment, Madara became interested and decided not to end the battle immediately, intending to torment them slowly. Under the guidance of Orochimaru, Sasuke successfully arrived at a small temple outside of Konoha. It was a dilapidated little house adorned with numerous death god masks. Orochimaru took one down, and then swaggered into Konoha with Sasuke and the others. Uchiha Itachi looked at the peaceful Konoha before him untouched by war. Sasuke climbed to the rooftop gazing at Konoha, which was always his hometown. Uchiha Itachi stood beside Sasuke, and the two exchanged no words. Then Orochimaru announced that free activity time was over, and everyone gathered to head to the next destination. Thus they once again approached Orochimaru and continued on. Inside the southern shrine of the Uchiha clan, the group prepared to begin their plan. The scroll contained instructions on how to lift the corpse. Demon Seal Orochimaru could summon the death god by performing an awkward dance with the mask. Before long, the death god committed seppuku, and numerous souls, including Orochimaru's hands, flew out from its belly. Once his hands were restored, Orochimaru immediately utilized the impure world reincarnation technique. At the same time, Chojuro forced out the 6 white Zetsu that Obito had implanted in Sasuke for surveillance, using them as live sacrifices. 4 of them were used to summon the previous Hokage, while another was for Orochimaru's reincarnation. Chojuro enjoyed 1 white Zetsu to restore his abilities. Riding on it, he slowly grew larger amid its screams. Uchiha Itachi watched the successive Hokage materializing before him, remaining unfazed. However, upon seeing Itachi, the 3rd Hokage exchanged a glance with him, as if there were countless words to be spoken.
Who is this blonde guy next to you? Hashirama does not recognize Minato. I am the Eternal Tsunade's younger brother, Minato replied. Does that mean you have many younger sisters who care about you? Don't they just feel sorry for you, Gigi?
Hashirama perked up, instantly realizing that among the Hokage, there was such a heartthrob, which meant the revival of the Namikaze clan. Minato could only smile awkwardly, feeling that Hashirama did not seem very bright.
Uchiha are born evil little demons. I will personally put an end to you.
Tobirama seemed detached, his focus shifted to Sasuke. With the powerful chakra released by the 2nd Hokage, Orochimaru immediately prepared the hand seals, thinking, you may defeat me, but you cannot kill me. Uchiha Itachi swiftly summoned Susanoo to protect Sasuke behind him.
Can one eye activate Susanoo? Although not in its complete form, it is already impressive. Hashirama immediately pressed his chakra down on Tobirama while expressing admiration for Uchiha Itachi. Although Tobirama's arrogance was momentarily satisfying when faced with the formidable Hashirama, he could only obediently withdraw his chakra. Who is the current Hokage in the village?
Hashirama asked.
Tsunade,
the 3rd Hokage replied.
Then is the village finished? Has Tsunade found a good family to marry yet? I'm anxious to attend the banquet,
Hashirama said. Sasuke did not care how the Hokages conversed. He immediately ordered them to tell him the truth of history. Such boldness astonished Uegetsu. Upon hearing that the Uchiha clan had been exterminated, Tobirama became energetic.
I developed an entire book of forbidden techniques specifically to deal with the Uchiha, but I never expected them to be useless, and the Uchiha still faced extinction. Looking at Tobirama teasing the Uchiha, Sasuke was quite displeased, and wanted to step forward for a debate in terms of fighting. Uchiha Sasuke had never feared anyone.
However, Itachi calmly stopped Sasuke. After some conversation, Tobirama sensed that something significant was happening in the outside world, and this time the impure world reincarnation was executed with much greater precision than before. However, as long as they wished, they could break free from Orochimaru's restraints, while Orochimaru could only watch helplessly. But who could refuse an undying body? After some discussion, everyone felt it was better to quickly support the battlefield. Sasuke had learned all he needed to know, and protecting the ninja world was the most important task. After all, Tobirama was merely eating, sleeping, and fighting the Uchiha. Since it was the 2 Uchiha who instigated the war outside, he had a duty to respond. After a round of conversation, the Hokage set off for the battlefield, while Orochimaru adopted the most advanced and scientific running posture towards the battlefield. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara immediately sensed Hashirama's chakra and became excited, unleashing a torrent of attacks against Jiraiya, and Naruto venting his emotions. Naruto and Jiraiya were not willing to back down. After exchanging a glance, Jiraiya used all his power, attempting to grab onto Susanu's leg to give Naruto a chance to escape. However, to Madara, Jiraiya's current attack was merely child's play. He raised his leg, then stomped down heavily on Jiraiya. Naruto had seen a glimmer of hope for escape, but Jiraiya was defeated too quickly. The opportunity slipped away, and soon Susanoo had Naruto by the neck.
Is this all the strength you two possess? You even shared your chakra with the Ninja Alliance. Do you really think you can protect them?
Uchiha Madara said to Naruto.
Why don't you run away?
Jiraiya asked Naruto.
I want to prove that I can do it.
Naruto replied.
Do you think this is a movie? Are you making a comeback?
Jiraiya said.
You still need to help me fight Uchiha Madara.
Naruto said with a face full of grievance.
I've already helped you escape. If I help you again, will Tsunade still want to marry me?
Jiraiya was quite speechless.
If the villagers knew you were watching adult films and peeking into women's baths,
Naruto mumbled.
You dare to threaten me?
Jiraiya pointed at Naruto's nose.
If Tsunade knew you were out looking for women every day,
Naruto continued to add.
How should I help you?
Jiraiya's attitude suddenly improved.
I want you to help me control Susanoo,
Naruto said.
Sure,
Jiraiya agreed readily.
I also want you to help me rub Uchiha Madara into the ground,
Naruto continued to demand.
Are you crazy?
Jiraiya immediately became displeased.
You even.
Naruto began to threaten Jiraiya again. Jiraiya quickly controlled a wooden figure to block the Ninetales' mouth.
Let's plan this out.
Uchiha Obito looked at the two people in front of him with some impatience, saying, whether I stab you or not is all that matters. He then swung his blade directly at the Ninetales. The Ninetales immediately used its 9 tails to block the attack, while the wooden man pulled Susanu's hand from the side. Uchiha Obito then exerted force, pushing the wooden man aside and preparing to punch the Ninetales. But in an instant, the wind and clouds surged, and the entire battlefield underwent a dramatic change. The 10 tails appeared uncontrollable, roaring angrily as it gathered power towards the sky, seemingly about to unleash some massive ninjutsu. Obito's previous concerns were clearly not unfounded. Indeed, the 10 tails immediately unleashed a cataclysm, creating a natural disaster of tremendous destructive power, lightning, tornadoes, torrential rain, and earthquakes. In an instant, the entire battlefield resembled hell on earth. This is hell, Obito exclaimed, astonished by the power of the 10 tails. Kakashi tried to use Kamui to sever the 10 tails' head, but Obito arrived just in time, once again inviting Kakashi into the couple's space. Kakashi had no choice but to accept, and the two were drawn into the Kamui space. Due to the colossal form of the complete Susanoo, Uchiha Obito had to evade its sharp edge, momentarily halting his attack on Jiraiya and Naruto to defend against the 10 tails jutsu. Humans are always insignificant in the face of nature. This time the destructive power was so immense that even the tail beast bombs comparable to nuclear weapons seemed trivial. Deidara declared he would never study art again and would instead pursue a career in athletics. After the catastrophe, it was initially believed that the Allied forces would be completely annihilated. However, thanks to the Ninetales chakra distributed by Naruto, most of them were unharmed. However, Naruto had exhausted his body to the limit and could barely continue fighting. Seizing the opportunity presented by Obito's oversight, Jiraiya immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to escape with Naruto from the clutches of danger. The Ninetales chakra protecting the Ninja Alliance gradually dissipated. However, the 10 tails became even stronger after absorbing natural energy, akin to having consumed a potent tonic. Suddenly, the 10 tails transformed, sprouting a massive petal that resembled a carnivorous plant, and began to gather an unprecedented tail beast bomb of immense size, dwarfing the previous ones. The Ninja Alliance quickly used Earth Release Earth Flow Wall, deploying as many as possible to block the upcoming tail beast bomb. However, the Earth Flow Wall lacked a dog head, significantly reducing its defensive capability. Despite the Alliance deploying countless earth flow walls, the tail beast bomb continued to surge forward, obliterating them one after another. Just as the tail beast bomb broke through the last earth flow wall, it suddenly vanished. A flying thunder god Konoha was left on the battlefield, and then a figure appeared above it saying, "Minato Namikaze has arrived, prepare for an explosion." It turned out to be Minato, who had just used the flying thunder god technique to transfer the tail beast bomb to the sea. With the explosion of the tail beast bomb, the entire sea surface boiled, and large amounts of seawater surged onto the battlefield. Soon the Hokage arrived at the battlefield one after another. With the support of the previous Hokage, a new turning point emerged on the battlefield. Uchiha Obito's eyes lit up upon seeing Hashirama. "Hokage-sama." Obito shouted at Hashirama, with a look of extreme affection, and Hashirama finally found a boy who looked at him with such admiration. "Don't be so hasty, go wash up first." Hashirama splashed a bucket of cold water on Obito, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Obito looked at his battle-worn body and realized it was indeed quite dirty. With a stern face, he followed Hashirama's advice, and immediately left the battlefield, tossing out a parting remark, "I'll be waiting, hurry up." Minato immediately entered the Ninetales mode, bringing the third and second Hokages to another location where they, along with Hashirama, used a shadow-level sealing technique for Red Sun's formation. The Four Red Suns formation was a sealing technique dozens of times more powerful than the Four Purple Flames formation, intended to restrict the movements of the Ten Tails. Hashirama then addressed the Ninja Alliance, saying, "Let me show you the true grafting technique. I have special scrolls to enhance it." Then the Myojin Gate descended from the sky, directly impaling the Ten Tails' tails one tail at a time. No one was allowed to interfere. Seeing the strength of the first Hokage, everyone was exhilarated. They never expected that once the Hokage made a move, the Ten Tails would become much more subdued, indicating a new direction for the battle. Jiraiya exhausted all his strength, and finally healed Hinata. Fortunately, he had his shadow clone do the healing, otherwise Hinata might not have made it. Once Hinata returned to normal, Naruto's buff abruptly vanished. He obediently rested on the side, while Sakura treated him. Suddenly Sasuke, accompanied by Itachi and others, descended from the sky, landing steadily on the battlefield. Naruto glanced at Sasuke and said leisurely, "You're late." Sakura opened her mouth, seemingly having 1,000 words to say, but ultimately said nothing, simply calling out softly what happened. Upon seeing Sakura, Itachi turned back to Sasuke and said, "Could it be?" Sasuke did not respond. The surrounding Konoha 12 quickly gathered around. Sasuke first needed to put on a strong front. He placed his hand on his sword sheath and calmly stated, "I want to become Hokage." What a bold statement from a rogue ninja wanting to become Hokage. Sasuke's words truly shattered everyone's preconceived notions. Kiba expressed disdain, stating he wouldn't just survive to the end using only his Fang, but would also become Hokage, making Akamaru the king of Konoha. Naruto understood that if he let Sasuke show off now, he would be at a disadvantage. So he immediately stood up and positioned himself next to Sasuke. After all, he came from a family of Hokages. How could he let Sasuke steal the spotlight? The two exchanged glances, both aware that if they lost, they would have to marry Sakura. Thus a clandestine rivalry began between the two. However, Sakura insisted on joining and saying, "Let's team up as Team 7. Although Sasuke and Naruto were reluctant, unity was the most important thing now. Meanwhile, Obito and Kakashi were playing around in the couple space, reminiscing about childhood stories, with Obito even asking Kakashi to share some heartfelt words. As a result, Kakashi misheard, thinking Obito wanted him to expose his heart, and quickly delivered a Raikiri, stabbing straight into Obito's chest. Obito truly had no words to express his suffering, pointing at his gaping wound and saying, "I sacrificed everything for Hokage, and now I'm left with nothing." At this moment, the Ten Tails, as the Beast of Predicament, attempted to unleash a massive tail beast bomb to break through the Four Crimson Sun formation initiated by the Hokage. However, this Four Crimson Sun formation is not an ordinary sealing technique. The tail beast bomb exploded within it, but failed to break free from this confinement, instead causing the outer layer of the formation to bulge and subsequently weaken. Immediately, Hashirama used his wood clone technique to open a small door for the allied shinobi forces.
Let's go, brothers!
The allied shinobi forces surged in like wild horses, breaking free, each eager not to lag behind. Such a perfect opening, once emotions reached a climax, would see 1,000 troops pouring and enduring hardships along the way, ultimately allowing only one to successfully reach the Ten Tails. To prevent the shinobi alliance from getting close, the Ten Tails secreted numerous clones attempting to obstruct these approaching foes. These clones appeared bizarre, varying in size. As expected, Naruto and Sasuke's genes proved to be the strongest, cutting through the ranks and leading the charge at the forefront of the allied shinobi forces. These clones were essentially fodder, allowing Sakura to finally showcase her power. I might hesitate against a boss, but I strike hard against the minions. With a single powerful punch, she obliterated a cluster of clones around her. Having trained under Tsunade, she was able to channel the Byakugan power to her forehead.
The Byakugan seal on my forehead is the accumulation of 3 years of chakra,
Sakura confidently declared, watching the clones she had sent flying. Naruto, witnessing this scene, was genuinely shocked. He hadn't expected Sakura to possess such strength and exclaimed,
"Sakura, do you have even stronger techniques?"
Originally, Sakura intended to retreat after showcasing her skills, but with Naruto's encouragement, she felt compelled to unleash her ultimate technique.
"Illusion technique, Lady Tsunade, I feel like I'm catching up to them."
She then charged forward with Naruto and Sasuke. However, the Ten Tails continued to produce enormous clones. The three of them aimed for a swift resolution and simultaneously performed the summoning technique, agreeing that combining their powers could earn them the title of new legendary Three Ninjas of Konoha. Naruto thought he had summoned Gamabunta, but was surprised to see the color was off, lacking the previous vibrancy, appearing slightly muted.
"Are you greened out?"
Naruto asked.
"I'm Gamakichi. You're the one who's greened out,"
came the reply.
"Hey, isn't that Gamakichi? Haven't seen you in days, you've grown,"
remarked the blue snake beside Sasuke.
"Gamakichi, you've grown so much I thought you were your father."
Naruto then realized it was indeed Gamakichi, but now he was as large as Gamabunta. Sakura quickly split a slug into several smaller slugs to help heal the injured. Sasuke and Naruto moved in tandem, one sliding from the ground, while the other leaped from above. As the Ten Tails drew nearer, Sasuke unleashed a fire-release Great Fireball, while Naruto followed with a wind-release Raisin Shuriken. The two techniques fused together, fire and wind, for an eternal combination. This powerful technique struck the Ten Tails, causing it to wail.
"One gal, I'm hit."
Naruto considered that the Ten Tails housed many tailed beasts inside, and planned to extract them once the Ten Tails ceased its resistance. However, Sasuke insisted that his Amaterasu had never truly killed anything, wanting to enjoy the moment and burn the Ten Tails to ashes. At that moment, Itachi advised Sasuke,
"Be cautious in your actions, don't act too emotionally."
Sasuke fell silent, taking Itachi's words to heart. However, Naruto interjected,
"If you burn all the tailed beasts now, there will be no power left in the Valley of the End, and you won't be able to defeat me."
Upon hearing this, Sasuke immediately prepared to retract his Amaterasu, but the Ten Tails acted first, shedding the portion affected by Amaterasu from its main body. At this moment, Obito had just finished his time with Kakashi emerging from the Kamui space. He appeared exceptionally weak, and Madara immediately recognized that this man was on the verge of collapsing. He prepared to have Obito make one more sacrifice for him, using the reanimation jutsu to help him resurrect. Obito felt as if his entire body was being hollowed out. Without Kagaya supporting him, he probably wouldn't be able to hold on. Madara began releasing multiple black rods from his body to control his hand seals. The forces of the Shinobi Alliance knew that if Madara were to be revived, it would spell true disaster, so they rushed towards Obito, determined to stop him before he could complete his hand seals. Suddenly, two figures appeared before Obito, each throwing kunai at him. Obito's blood gushed out as he fell to the ground. The attackers were Minato and Jiraiya, both leaving their flying thunder god markings on Obito. Minato looked at Obito, the instigator of the Konoha invasion, feeling a surge of pain. But the past was past. Minato could only sigh. This Obito really didn't learn his lesson, getting a tattoo reading friend of women on his forehead. What kind of nonsense is that? Jiraiya initially wanted to comfort Minato's emotions, but upon hearing Minato's remarks, he couldn't help but retort. That's my flying thunder god mark. What? Teacher, you learned the flying thunder god technique too. I was curious about how you got here. I thought it was the bond between master and disciple that brought you here with me. Minato was immediately surprised. Jiraiya had already seen through the illusions and patted Minato's shoulder, saying, As long as we stop Obito, everything else is unimportant. At this point, Sasuke and Naruto also arrived by Obito's side. Looking at the fallen Obito, Naruto couldn't help but exclaim, Kakashi took down Obito by himself. Is this guy usually just acting tough in front of us? Sasuke thought to himself, damn it, someone else got to show off first. I must regain my face. Thus Sasuke aimed his sights on Uchiha Madara. Just as Sasuke was preparing to endure the beating from Uchiha Obito, the entire Ten Tails began to change, gradually shrinking and ultimately vanishing into nothingness, centered around Obito. Sasuke and Naruto immediately leaped into the air, astonished that the Ten Tails had disappeared without a trace. Sasuke thought to himself, could it be that my strength scared the Ten Tails away? As everyone was bewildered, they saw Obito's body turn completely white, and small wing-like appendages sprouted from his back alongside a target that seemed designed for aiming at others. However, Obito was bare from the waist up, his body marred with numerous uneven wrinkles. Clearly his appearance had been affected, but since Rin could no longer see him, what did it matter how he looked? As long as his strength was formidable enough, that was all that mattered. Thus Obito charged out from the ruins, ready to showcase his power. In an instant, Hashirama summoned the sealing technique of the Divine Spirit Gate, aiming to restrain Obito's power. However, Obito easily broke through the Divine Spirit Gate, and even tore apart the four red yang formation with his own strength. The assembled ninja alliance was left dumbfounded. What kind of power was this? Was this truly the level that a ninja could reach? The four red yang formation, which even the Ten Tails tail beast bombs couldn't destroy, had been shattered by a single force. Whenever there was trouble caused by Uchiha, Tobirama was never far behind. The second Hokage immediately stepped forward, engaging Obito in a physical combat. However, with the power of the chakra fruit, Obito instantly destroyed half of Tobirama's body. Yet Tobirama's mind quickly flashed with the entirety of his forbidden techniques, and he immediately utilized a technique that complemented his Edo Tensei body, the mutual explosive tag. Concentrate a bit, continuous explosions, said Tobirama firmly, despite only having half a face. Obito found himself covered in explosive tags, and through the summoning technique, he continuously summoned explosive tags that caused a series of massive consecutive explosions. After a series of explosions, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the scene, obscuring everyone's vision and leaving them uncertain about what was happening inside. However, Tobirama remained confident in his technique. In such a scenario, this scale of continuous explosions would ensure that anyone who wasn't a deity would likely meet their end. So Tobirama confidently declared, "If there is a threat to the village, I will eradicate it with these hands." But as soon as he finished speaking, Obito appeared before everyone, completely unharmed, surrounded by wall-like manifestations of the chakra fruit, indicating that Obito had altered its form. Obito scoffed at the mutual explosive tag technique, saying, "I survived 6 trillion explosive tags. What do your few explosive tags mean to me?" Seeing the second Hokage being struck, Hashirama could no longer hold back. He stepped forward, ready to reason with Obito, but Uchiha Madara intervened, blocking Hashirama's path. "Red Romance 3608, I've been waiting for you in this room for quite some time. Why haven't you come yet?" Madara said, dressed formally with his fan in hand. Hashirama found it difficult to reject Madara this time. After all, his desire for an intense confrontation was too strong, and failing to satisfy him would likely lead to trouble. With a shared glance, one summoned a complete Susanoo, while the other called forth a wooden giant. The two titans clashed without hesitation, creating a spectacular scene that left everyone in awe. Jiraiya noticed that his wooden giant could not compare to Hashirama's. Hashirama's was both magnificent and sturdy, while his own was weak and floppy, failing to meet Madara's desire for a fierce battle. However, Jiraiya had no time to dwell on the battle between these two gods. The issue with Obito remained unresolved, and he was currently in a strong offensive position. Seeing this, Jiraiya prepared to step forward, but Itachi stopped him, saying,
"Our bodies are not created from Edo Tensei. There could be complications."
However, when Jiraiya attempted to use the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport next to Obito, he discovered that there was no more Flying Thunder God mark on Obito. The third Hokage then utilized the Shadow Shuriken technique, sending numerous giant shurikens flying towards Obito. Yet the shurikens seemed ineffective against Obito, and instead drew his attention. However, the third Hokage had already deduced that the chakra fruit was similar to Inoki's dust release, but in terms of nature it likely surpassed the standard 3 elemental chakra bloodline limits. Seeing Obito prepare to use the chakra fruit to attack the third Hokage, Itachi immediately summoned his Susanoo and hurled the Yata mirror towards Obito. But Obito quickly used the chakra fruit to block it. The third Hokage, being an old man, couldn't evade in time and lost an arm. Yet the third Hokage remained unfazed, creating a cage of flames directed at Obito, saying,
"Stay put and behave yourself here."
However, Obito was no longer afraid of such explosive outputs. He poked a chakra fruit through the gaps of the cage, directly piercing the third Hokage's chest, followed by an explosion, as Obito emerged from the cage unscathed. Itachi then stepped forward. Although he could no longer use Tsukuyomi, he could still utilize Amaterasu. He directed an Amaterasu flame at Obito.
"Do you think this level of ninjutsu can still affect me?"
Obito countered with a Shinra Tensei, easily deflecting the Amaterasu. He then prepared a universal pull, intending to draw Itachi towards him. The current level of universal pull was capable of pulling Itachi out of his Susanoo. Jiraiya, using the toad mouth binding technique, summoned Gamaken to pin Obito down, also saving Itachi. Gamaken appeared puzzled, saying,
"Wasn't I supposed to bring Gamabunta?
Why do I have to come here instead? What kind of grand scene is this?" Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a sharp pain, as if his rear had been struck, causing him to collapse onto the battlefield. Obito immediately used the chakra fruit to knock Gamaken down, leaving the massive toad to fall like an ornament on the battlefield. Just as Obito emerged into the light, Itachi thrust a Tensigen directly into Obito's body, saying,
"At least I can send you off painlessly. Did you come to the wrong filming location? But you think you can seal me with this level of power?"
Obito suddenly used the chakra fruit to encircle himself while launching an attack on Itachi's Susanoo. Jiraiya immediately stepped forward and used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport Itachi away, saying,
"You just told me not to provoke him at this time. Be careful not to lose your body."
Just as Obito prepared to press the advantage, his body suddenly swelled grotesquely, and he could no longer support himself, collapsing to the ground, his expression filled with agony. Seeing the abnormal Obito struggling on the ground, seemingly devoid of any offensive capability, Sasuke sensed his opportunity and rushed forward, preparing to claim the kill. However, this time Sasuke had not yet approached Obito, only to see Obito immediately rise, grabbing Sasuke's head and incidentally seizing Naruto's head, who had come to watch. Obito was prepared to kill Sasuke and Naruto as the truth-seeking orb was ready. Seeing this, Minato thought of using Flying Thunder God to rush over, but the Flying Thunder God mark on him had already disappeared. Suddenly, a gigantic red arm swept across Obito's front, interrupting his attack, and then another massive hand grasped Obito, lifting him into the sky. Sasuke and Naruto realized it was Itachi, Uchiha, and Jiraiya. Jiraiya was controlling a wooden girl to grasp Obito, attempting to crush him directly. However, Obito remained unperturbed, with no expression on his face. He merely waved his hand, and the truth-seeking orb transformed into a spear shape, directly breaking the wooden girl's arm. As a result, Obito fell to the ground.
Just as Itachi Uchiha was about to move forward to restrain Obito, his body underwent another significant transformation with bulges forming all over. At this moment, the Ten Tails began to backfire against Obito, attempting to seize his memories of comrades' friendship and love. The group photo of Team Minato was slowly being stripped away. Along with the disappearance of the photo, Obito's body was also fading. He was seen bound to something resembling a cross, his limbs being gradually stripped away. But just as Rin's photo was torn apart, Obito could no longer contain himself. What meaning is there to exist in a world without Rin? Without Rin, what significance does my existence hold? Thus he immediately regained his faith, slowly reclaiming what the Ten Tails had stripped away, thoroughly overcoming the Ten Tails' backlash, and successfully becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Looking at the reborn Obito, everyone was astonished. The current Obito was already different from before. At this moment, Obito's eyes began to sharpen, and his body underwent slight changes. The patterns behind him had disappeared, with several truth-seeking orbs orbiting his body. Itachi Uchiha unexpectedly began to blame himself, thinking it was his fault for not stepping in to finish him off earlier. Otherwise, he might not have given this thing a chance to regenerate. However, it was too late to complain now. The most important thing was how to stop this person, and everyone began to stir restlessly. Only a world of despair has no value in existence. There is neither hope nor light, only despair, Obito said, having now defeated the Ten Tails and become the strongest form. Obito was now holding the Sage of Six Paths staff, completely unfazed by Minato's attack. With a slight use of the staff to block Minato's kunai from Flying Thunder God, was instantly severed. With a wave of his hand, a truth-seeking orb followed. Minato's arm was directly severed. Although he used Flying Thunder God to return to his original position, the black orb followed him back. As the black orb was about to explode, the second Hokage suddenly appeared beside Minato, and without saying a word directly took him away. Soon after, the second Hokage appeared next to Obito and took him away as well. A loud explosion was heard from afar, and the second Hokage successfully returned. However, Obito was nowhere to be seen. It was evident that he would face the explosion alone. "Hey mister, how come you can use my dad's Flying Thunder God too?" Naruto said, feeling very incredulous as he saw the second Hokage using Flying Thunder God. In his impression, this should be his father's unique technique. "It should be your father who learned my Flying Thunder God, and your teacher Jiraiya, as well. They both learned from me." The second Hokage was a bit displeased to hear his patent referred to as someone else's. However, Minato thought his arm would grow back just like when they were attacked by Obito before. But this time was different. Obito must have used Yin-Yang release. "So you'll have to use just one hand from now on. Won't it be tiring to only use one hand?" Jiraiya secretly approached Minato and asked. "I haven't tried it yet." Minato suddenly felt that having two hands his whole life was indeed a very fortunate existence after Jiraiya said this. At this moment, Hashirama and Madara were also reaching their climax, each unleashing their signature techniques. However, Madara now possessed Hashirama's chakra, and Hashirama could no longer gain the upper hand. "I could summon the Great Buddha before, but now I can only show you a barehanded white blade," Hashirama said, watching Susanoo readying to strike his wooden figure. The wooden figure firmly received Uchiha Madara's attack. However, before Madara could prepare for another attack, another wooden girl appeared out of nowhere and kicked Susanoo. "With a man and woman pairing, work is less tiring," Jiraiya said to Hashirama, who had always wanted to fight alongside the god of shinobi. It seemed the opportunity had come. "Do you like threesomes?" Uchiha Madara said, looking at Hashirama with confusion, feeling very uncomfortable with Jiraiya's presence. "You should hurry back, I can handle this alone." Hashirama quickly advised Jiraiya to leave, as he finally had a moment alone with Uchiha Madara. Indeed, their fighting levels were already beyond what the Ninja Alliance could intervene in, so Hashirama and Madara were naturally undisturbed, enjoying their time together. Feeling a bit embarrassed after being told this, Jiraiya decided not to linger here any longer. Since he wasn't needed here, he would return to Obito's side. Even though Obito was bombed, he remained unscathed, as the truth-seeking orb had transformed into a wall protecting him perfectly from the explosion.
However, even with absolute defense, there are always moments when one cannot react in time. As long as we attack fast enough, the black orb won't catch up to us, said the second Hokage. Everyone agreed and prepared to launch a coordinated attack to damage the Obito before them. Sasuke had been eager for this. He had been feeling quite uncomfortable not showing off his abilities. The second Hokage took on the supporting role, allowing Naruto and Sasuke to focus on offense. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances and charged forward together. Wind-released spiral shuriken combined with earth-release directly stacking the damage. However, they were not attacking Obito, but were targeting Minato. The father-son seemed distracted Obito. The second Hokage immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive behind Obito and exchanged positions with Minato through the instantaneous technique. Naruto and Sasuke's skills directly struck Obito's face. Minato looked excited and declared, "I shall name this technique Scorch Release Radiant Wheel Gale Jet Black Arrow Zero style. If it were any other time, I would definitely be amused by your technique's name, but the situation is not optimistic right now." The second Hokage looked at Minato with a dumbfounded expression. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, concluding that he truly was Minato's biological son, with intelligence not far apart. However, everyone was still too early in their celebration, as Toby stood unscathed and mocked. "You may be strong, but you cannot do anything to me." If that was the case, Sasuke would not be pleased. "You will never escape this jutsu." He immediately summoned Susanoo and shot arrows at Toby. Itachi stepped forward to support, summoning Susanoo, and using the Tensigen to restrict movement. Their collaboration was indeed a match made in heaven. However, Toby showed no intention of dodging, standing still and allowing Sasuke to attack. The truth-seeking ball, specialized in dealing with flashy techniques, turned into a wall that blocked all assaults. Sasuke remained unwilling to accept defeat, drawing his Kusanagi sword and using Chidori to charge at Toby, determined to win while bearing the name of Uchiha. But as the outcome would suggest, with a wave of his hand, Toby sent Sasuke flying back, leaving a long trail on the ground. Jiraiya returned to this side, preparing to launch an attack. If ninjutsu was ineffective, he would resort to taijutsu, and if that failed, he'd use sage techniques. He must find a way to hurt him. Jiraiya instantly activated the Nine-Tails Sage mode, determined to make a name for himself this time. "I now possess two hands, and I feel my taijutsu has risen to another level. With the Nine-Tails Sage mode and Flying Thunder God, my taijutsu should not falter, right?" Jiraiya thought to himself. However, just as he envisioned defeating Toby and reaching the pinnacle of life, marrying a beautiful and wealthy woman, Toby suddenly approached him, ready to strike with his staff. Jiraiya immediately used Flying Thunder God to evade, but he threw another kunai above Toby's head. After disappearing for a moment, he quickly returned, shouting, "Sage Art Rasen Shuriken!" He infused the Rasen Shuriken with Sage Chakra, saying, "If ninjutsu doesn't work, Sage Art should." The Rasen Shuriken struck heavily against Toby. Indeed, this move proved effective, as Toby bore wounds on his body. However, such an attack was still insufficient to truly defeat him. Jiraiya prepared to continue the assault, gathering chakra in his hands to summon Fukasaku and Shima, intending to have them assist him. Seeing Jiraiya glowing with yellow light, Fukasaku couldn't help but say, "Why is the color in your head showing? If you're going to say such nonsense, little Jiraiya, I think he should be green." Shima immediately countered Fukasaku. Jiraiya was left speechless, but he solemnly told the two sages, "This person before us is quite formidable. He is stronger than Pain, a true Six Paths level being. Then we shall take our leave, goodbye." Upon hearing that their opponent was a Six Paths level figure, Fukasaku and Shima exchanged farewells and departed. Jiraiya was stunned. What was this operation? But before he could accept this reality, the two sages returned, looking serious. "We just returned to review the data. To deal with such a person, only taijutsu and sage art can harm him. He can ignore all ninjutsu," the two-toed sages said. "I already know this." Jiraiya silently confirmed his earlier speculation. "Since you know, we can leave now." The two-toed sages prepared to depart upon hearing Jiraiya's words. Jiraiya immediately stopped them.
Wait, after the battle I'll send you some insects to eat. Ha ha ha, little Jiraiya, do you really think so? We've lived long enough, what kind of storms haven't we seen? Just a mere 6 paths.
The two-toed sages were actually just joking with Jiraiya. However, the Ninja Alliance could not afford such jokes at this moment. But now, with the assistance of the two sages, Jiraiya's confidence surged. Villains often die from talking too much, so as long as Toby stayed silent, he would not die. He charged forward and attacked Jiraiya relentlessly, while Fukasaku took the opportunity to ensnare Toby with his tongue. However, Fukasaku immediately retracted, exclaiming,
"Too terrifying! If I got hit, my tongue would be gone. It's fine, aside from the tongue there are other ways to set the mood,"
Shima said.
"We're an old couple, does it really matter?"
Jiraiya then unleashed the Sage Art Thousand Needle Jutsu, preparing for a large-scale attack to force Toby into using the True-Seeking Ball to encase himself. Indeed, faced with such an assault, Toby had no choice but to use the True-Seeking Ball to wrap himself, as he could no longer use Kamui. But every time there's a closing, there must be an opening. Jiraiya aimed to exploit that moment for a surprise effect. As Toby waited for the attack to finish, he slowly opened the wrapping. Suddenly a flying thunder god Kunai appeared before him, and before he could react, Jiraiya stood in front of him. The enormous Sage Art Super Giant Rasen Shuriken surged towards Toby's face. Toby instinctively used his staff to block, but it was already too late. Accompanied by Jiraiya's assault, Toby was forcefully driven to the ground, leaving a long trail, just like Sasuke had before. Jiraiya's success made Naruto cheer.
"Arrow-Senin, you are amazing!"
Upon hearing this, Jiraiya got fired up, and along with the two-toed sages unleashed the Sage Art 5 Right Gate Guards, with one spewing oil, another wind, and the last fire maximizing the power of fire release. The enormous flames engulfed the surrounding battlefield, forcing even the observing Ninja Alliance to retreat, catching Uchiha Madara's attention.
"Now this is fire release!"
However, such an ungrasped technique allowed Toby to successfully evade, continuing to soar into the sky, with no one able to prevent his dream of flight. Now Toby had played enough, it was time to begin the Eye of the Moon plan. He extended several black rods from his arm, inserting them into various corners of the battlefield. Accompanied by a series of hand seals, Toby unleashed the 6 paths of the Red Sun Array, sealing off the Ninja Alliance, and preparing to start his performance. The crowd looked at themselves, surrounded like beasts trapped in a predicament, feeling a hint of panic. After all, the 4 Red Yang formation could only be wielded by the united efforts of 4 Hokages, yet Obito alone was able to use an enhanced version. Moreover, the Ten-Tails Tail Beast Balls could not break through the 4 Red Yang formation, so how could the Ninja Alliance possibly escape? As these thoughts crossed their minds, they began to feel despair once again. Just when everyone felt hopeless, something even more despairing happened. They saw Obito summon a gigantic object resembling a tree branch from which 4 flowers bloomed. Each flower was identical to those on the Ten-Tails, slowly blooming and then condensing into tail beast balls. The massive tail beast balls were enough to suffocate everyone trapped within the 6 Red Yang formation. Everyone was shocked. Did he intend to take them all down at once? Such a scale of tail beast balls combined with the inescapable 6 Red Yang formation signaled an impending annihilation. "Wait, I will use the reverse summoning technique to take you, Itachi and Shingo, out of here," Sasuke said, realizing that staying here would mean certain death. "I won't abandon everyone," Naruto said, and then he merged his chakra with Minato's, the power of Yin and Yang Kurama overlapping, allowing Naruto to gain strength once more. Immediately, Naruto distributed his power again to the Ninja Alliance, including Sasuke. Although Sasuke was reluctant to be under Naruto's protection, he couldn't refuse such an opportunity. With the explosion of the tail beast balls, the Ninja Alliance emerged and scathed directly outside the 6 Red Yang formation. For the first time, the 6 Red Yang formation felt utterly disregarded. Everyone looked at themselves unharmed under such a massive jutsu, feeling pleasantly surprised, realizing that Naruto indeed had a plan. However, Naruto proudly announced to everyone that this was Minato's Flying Thunder God technique, specifically emphasizing that it was achieved through chakra transfer, maintaining synchronization with Minato's chakra to use the Flying Thunder God technique. After hearing this, the second Hokage nodded, suggesting that Naruto could elaborate further, explaining that this technique utilized the principle of shadow clones. "Uncle, do you know so much about my shadow clone technique?" Naruto expressed disbelief after hearing the second Hokage's description. "If you keep casually infringing on my intellectual property, don't blame me for using the sea escape technique. It's precisely because of the Hokage that one must maintain a ruthless attitude." The second Hokage glared at Naruto. "I don't think being Hokage necessarily requires a ruthless attitude," Jiraiya interjected, stepping up to defend Naruto after hearing this. "How can someone as lecherous as you become Hokage?" The second Hokage expressed doubt towards Jiraiya. "Then why can Tsunade, a gambler, still be Hokage? You didn't mention that at all." Jiraiya quickly retorted. "Can you even compare yourself to Tsunade? She is a renowned ninja and an outstanding Hokage. Speaking of Tsunade, I must emphasize that just before the Great War, Tsunade's essay won first place in the 5 Great Nations." The second Hokage stated. "There's that too." Jiraiya expressed his ignorance. "The title of the essay was My Hokage Grandpa." The second Hokage continued. Jiraiya was instantly speechless, not wanting to say anything further. Meanwhile, Kurama found Naruto and whispered a secret. "Actually, when you use the Ninetales mode, you can also access Sage mode." "What? What does that mean?" Naruto was clearly confused, not understanding the situation. "Let me put it this way, when you were learning Sage mode, I was the one who held you back. Otherwise, you could have combined my chakra with Sage mode." Kurama explained to Naruto in detail. "Really? Can I use both at the same time now?" As soon as Naruto heard this, he became excited, knowing that only Senjutsu could harm Obito. With this in-depth exchange with Kurama, Naruto immediately activated the Ninetales Sage mode, in which he could use Senjutsu chakra, and his eyes transformed into a cross shape. Then Minato and Naruto joined forces to launch Tail Beast Balls, accompanied by the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique, and 2 massive Tail Beast Balls flew directly towards Obito. However, Obito anticipated this attack in advance, and the omnipotent truth-seeking orbs blocked their assault. Sasuke looked at Naruto, jealousy distorting his expression. He never expected Naruto to have reached such a level. It seemed he needed to find a way to showcase his own abilities. However, Sasuke's tools were exhausted, leaving him at a loss, forced to watch Naruto shine, while imagining his own impressive displays in his mind, making it yet another day of being dazzled by himself. Nonetheless, Obito sensed the situation was slightly unfavorable, and decided to activate the infinite Tsukuyomi in advance. After all, he could never underestimate the combative prowess, especially against a few gifted individuals who boasted protagonist auras. As Obito formed seals, the 10 tails successfully emerged from his body, the complete 10 tails once again appearing before the Ninja Alliance. The 10 tails suddenly sprouted enormous branches from its body, growing upwards and reaching for the sky. The Ninja Alliance had never seen such a colossal tree in their lives. However, this tree marked the beginning of their nightmare. The divine tree immediately began to grow, numerous branches spreading across the battlefield, injuring all in its path. The chakra Naruto had shared with everyone was devoured, leaving them as lifeless husks. Naruto himself was inadvertently ensnared by the divine tree, gradually losing his consciousness. Jiraiya rushed forward and executed a wind-release vacuum wave, directly severing the branches that trapped Naruto. He then pulled Naruto from the tree, helping him to regain his chakra. Seeing the ninja suffering heavy casualties, Naruto erupted in fury, and Obito disdainfully remarked, "Your rage form is nowhere near my level." As Obito prepared for the infinite Tsukuyomi, Madara's expression changed. This technique was supposed to be initiated by him, yet he never expected that Obito would seize the opportunity first. With 15 minutes remaining until blooming Uchiha, Madara planned to replace Obito after these 15 minutes, using Hashirama's Sage Chakra to personally activate the infinite Tsukuyomi. However, he felt it necessary to inform his beloved. Uchiha Madara relayed the information about the divine tree to Hashirama, secretly saying, after this, it will be our world. I am willing to share half with you. Half for each person so our bond won't break. He continued, I am the dream. I once told you about an unreachable dream, and today, it is about to be realized. Uchiha Madara declared.
You are truly insane, Madara. Do you really have to proceed like this?
Hashirama clearly did not want Madara to go through with it.
Then it cannot be helped. Let's enjoy the moon together later. Uchiha Madara realized that he couldn't persuade Hashirama for now, but he wasn't worried at all. Hashirama quickly conveyed this information to all the Ninja Alliance through Ino.
However, this did not yield the expected results for Hashirama. Instead, the morale of the Alliance plummeted. What should they do? Even Naruto's spirits were affected, and his fighting spirit began to wane. Yet, even if the entire world deemed it hopeless, there was still one who believed he could make a difference. Indeed, it was Sasuke. Sasuke summoned Susanoo, effortlessly severing the branch before him. He then absorbed the curse mark from Yugo, transforming into a curse mark-infused Susanoo capable of utilizing sage techniques. From the very beginning, Sasuke wore a disdainful expression, be it against Kagaya's Obito or Uchiha Madara, even against the Ten Tails. The world was vast, and he was the greatest. No one could overshadow him. Seeing everyone else downcast, Sasuke finally felt a sense of satisfaction. He could flaunt his power openly now. He felt as if he was in a realm of his own, ready to take off. Just as he finished speaking, Sasuke's dream came true, as Obito launched an attack from below, sending Sasuke's Susanoo soaring into the air. Witnessing Sasuke's persistence ignited Naruto's fighting spirit as well. Seizing the moment, while Sakura was absent, Naruto quickly teamed up with Sasuke, and the Ninetales Sage mode appeared as expected. The second Hokage observed the two before him, noting that in terms of intelligence, character strength, and arrogance, they resembled Uchiha Madara and Hashirama, and he couldn't help but exclaim,
Here comes another lovey-dovey pair. Since these two rarely cooperate, let's have a proper battle with Obito. With Sage Chakra now available, they could finally harm him.
Sasuke swiftly readied his bow, an arrow coating them with black flames, and shot towards Obito. Obito was sure to dodge, but Naruto's Ninetales descended from above, striking Obito into the ground with a tail. Jiraiya and Itachi immediately moved to assist. Jiraiya entered Ninetales Sage mode and summoned a wooden golem, while Itachi, influenced by Jugo's curse mark, also entered the curse mark-infused Susanoo state. Looking at the four colossal beings before him, Obito's hand involuntarily twitched. Was he really getting nervous again? He clearly understood their strength.
I stand before you. How much do I resemble my former self?
Naruto said to Obito, as he had entered a new state. At this moment, the five Kages had returned to the battlefield. After treatment and recovery, they could clearly move freely. However, to maintain their combat levels, they still needed some time. Nonetheless, with the arrival of the five Kages, the Ninja Alliance felt a boost of confidence, and Hashirama's encouragement helped them regain their morale.
Why has Grandpa's wooden golem turned into a female? Did it change gender during our time apart?
Tsunade remarked upon seeing the enormous wooden figure on the battlefield.
Why is there so much combat power? And two Susanoo. Were they just pretending before us?
The Raikage found himself dumbfounded by the overwhelming might before him. Jiraiya turned to Tsunade, but he couldn't break free. The battle was fierce, leaving no room for error, otherwise the truth-seeking orbs with Yin-Yang release could severely injure him. However, Obito spotted the five Kages. Since battling these four powerful individuals was quite strenuous, he decided to address the five Kages directly, as they were troublesome and needed to be dealt with sooner or later. Seeing Obito flying towards the five Kages, Jiraiya manipulated the wooden golem to quickly block the way. With Tsunade present, he wanted to protect her. As long as he was there, he didn't wish to witness her getting hurt again.
Little Tsunade, you've grown so much,
Hashirama remarked after glancing at Tsunade.
I've always been this size since I was a child.
Tsunade retorted with a proud expression. After being blocked by Jiraiya, Obito inexplicably felt anger rising within him, and shifted his attention to Sasuke, saying,
"Regardless, you're going to get beaten up."
Obito transformed the truth-seeking orb into a new form resembling a tentacle preparing to ensnare Sasuke's Susanoo. But before Sasuke could react, an 8-span Yata mirror struck him. Yet with a loud explosion, the 8-span Yata mirror had no effect, and the black tentacle continued to reach for Sasuke. Itachi stepped forward using the 8-span mirror in an attempt to block the attack. However, Itachi's Susanoo was easily knocked aside, and Obito managed to seize Sasuke's Susanoo, stating,
"I won't pretend or be greedy, I simply want Sasuke's Susanoo."
Sasuke initially stood still, allowing Itachi to protect him. After being captured by Obito, he still refused to back down, saying,
"If you have the skill, catch Naruto and show me. I'll fulfill your request."
Upon hearing this, Obito promptly captured Naruto's Ninetales, who felt that he was truly facing an incompetent teammate.
"Just give it up, Obito,"
Itachi, who had been knocked aside, said helplessly. Meanwhile, Kakashi remained in the Kamui dimension, which was now completely empty, as he slowly healed. During this time, Kakashi realized one truth: Obito never truly intended to kill Naruto. He was merely testing him to see if Naruto would still cling to hope in dire circumstances. Kakashi thought that if he wasn't mistaken, Naruto outside should still be safe. However, if he was wrong, then the outcome could be dire.
"What's wrong? Why are you silent? Weren't you quite skilled just now?"
Obito said to Sasuke. Sasuke tried to break free from the restraints, but found it impossible. In the face of absolute strength, all he had done was in vain. The gesture was none other than himself. Yet Naruto still did not give up, shouting at Obito,
"Even if you kill or injure the Ninetales, I will never yield to you. I have my own ninja way and beliefs."
The Ninetales, hearing Naruto's words, contemplated escaping. However, realizing he would be enslaved by Uchiha Madara outside, he chose to stay put, although no tailed beast could refuse the blue armor being forced upon them. However, Kakashi's speculation proved correct. Obito did not intend to kill Naruto, but rather to test him to see if he could still hold on to his convictions in such circumstances. As for Sasuke, Obito simply wanted to beat him up. After all, the sight of Sasuke made him itch. He couldn't feel at ease without giving him a good thrashing. Watching the two individuals firmly grasped by him, with no means of escape, Obito released Naruto.
"Do you still wish to uphold your beliefs? I have always believed in it without doubt. And you are the most pitiful one, never understanding true bonds,"
Naruto replied. Upon hearing this, Obito realized that his verbal skills were no match for Naruto's, and he began to prepare for his own whitewashing tactics. The Ninetales knew that by pretending to be defeated, he could don the Susanoo, so he discussed it with Sasuke and successfully tricked him into wrapping him in the Susanoo. Naruto gazed at the purple Ninetales, utterly astonished. It was simply stunning. Such a majestic sight deserved to be filmed for the super beast armor, so he began to admire it. However, with great fortune comes responsibility. Possessing something so magnificent, Naruto promptly called over the Konoha 12 to experience the ambience within his Ninetales tail.
"Naruto-kun, you are truly amazing. This feels so exhilarating."
Hinata, completely enveloped by Naruto's tail, felt an unprecedented comfort.
"There's even greater pleasure to come next. I will show you my big treasure,"
Naruto said, as he formed a Rinnegan atop his tail and presented it to Hinata. Naruto knew the principle of sharing. Every little one deserved a piece. Lee couldn't help but sigh, wishing that one day he too could wield such powerful chakra. Not only that, but being a good person to the end, Naruto also gifted each person a cloak of Ninetales chakra, taking advantage of a promotion where buying one got 9 free. Seeing Naruto gather a motley crew, Obito decided it was time to reveal his true prowess. Suddenly, a Diana-shaped weapon appeared in his hand.
"Big brother, your weapon is not as impressive as mine,"
Sasuke boasted, immediately showcasing his Susanoo sword. Who wouldn't love such a purple blade? Obito scoffed. This was his strongest weapon, the Sage of Six Paths Divine Sword, the Spear of Heaven.
"You have never witnessed the true power of this sword. Your mere Susanoo sword is hardly remarkable."
In response to Obito's taunt, Sasuke chose to confront him head-on, as he had never seen anyone more arrogant than himself. Thus the 12 little ones along with Naruto and Sasuke launched their attack against Obito. In an instant Obito felt the profound bond of connection behind Sasuke and Naruto, and his thoughts briefly wandered, but their assault did not relent. Sasuke's Susanoo sword clashed with Obito's DNA sword, but due to Obito's momentary distraction, they seized the opportunity, causing his DNA sword to be gradually dismantled. With the last remnants of DNA, Obito's body was cleaved by the Susanoo sword. However, he sustained no major injuries, merely resonating with the chakra of the tail beast and Naruto's tail beast chakra. All the tail beasts rushed towards Naruto, attempting to escape from Obito's body unimpeded by anything, driven by their yearning for freedom. Seeing the corresponding tail beast chakra, Naruto immediately released the tail beast power within himself, preparing to forcibly extract the tail beast from Obito's body. However, he did not possess the chakra of the 8 tails, and one tail unable to grasp their heads, he could only watch helplessly as they begged in front of him. Through the sharing of chakra, Naruto glimpsed a fragment of Obito's memories. It turned out Obito had experienced so much that he had been completely unaware of. After reviewing Obito's memories, Naruto couldn't help but exclaim,
"So the spark that ignited the Ninja World War was due to Obito's early romance. Thankfully, I did not walk down Jiraiya's path of pursuit. However, this is not a battle of one man, it is the glory of the entire team. Welcome to the front line of resistance."
Suddenly Killer Bee and Gaara joined in, one grabbing the 8 tails, the other the 1 tail. Though Sasuke and the tail beast shared no resonance, considering that he would need to absorb the tail beast's power to defeat Naruto, he still chose to help Naruto in pulling together. Hinata saw that Naruto had already exerted all his strength to extract the tail beast's power, so she actively began to assist him. She couldn't let Naruto do it all alone. Jiraiya and Itachi, noticing the situation, rushed over to help. Minato also stepped forward, spreading the 9 tails chakra from his body, reaching out to the Shinobi Alliance so they could pull together.
"Lee's grandmother is knocking open up."
Might Guy once again regained his youthful vigor, unleashing the 8 gates to join the tug of war. Lee was greatly inspired.
6th gate open.
In the consciousness space, Naruto began to engage in a deeper dialogue with Obito. After all, without an in-depth exchange, he wouldn't succeed in his verbal tactics, and Obito could not continue his redemption.
"You and I are very similar in terms of experiences and various aspects. We are simply cut from the same mold. Seeing you sometimes reminds me of myself." "I haven't lost an eye,"
Obito retorted.
"But I have always done this for the peace of the ninja world. My original intent has never changed. Yet you have already betrayed your original intentions. Is the destruction of the ninja world truly what you wish to see? This is not for peace, it is merely an excuse for slaughter,"
Naruto stated.
"I didn't expect you to have such a powerful way with words. As expected of the master of verbal jutsu among the ninjas, who have battled me in verbal exchanges, I, Obito, would call you the strongest," Obito remarked.
Accompanied by Tobi's praise for Naruto, his last psychological defense was also defeated by Naruto, and Tobi seemed to see a brighter future, a future led by Naruto. "If you can't beat us, then join us. Let's work together to defeat Uchiha Obito and achieve peace for the entire ninja world." Naruto extended his hand toward Tobi. "I have never seriously held a girl's hand, let alone a boy's hand, and am a little shy about it." Tobi hesitated upon seeing Naruto reach out his hand. This scene resembled Tobi's earlier admonishment to the confused Naruto. Had it not been for Hinata's slap at a crucial moment, Naruto might have followed him. However, Rin could never give him a slap. Now, with everything changed, he found himself outsmarted by Naruto. Yet with the larger picture settled, Tobi seemed to have no choice but to accept this fact. Gradually losing his will to resist, Tobi was ultimately stripped of all the tail beasts within him by the allied ninja forces, returning to his original state. Lying on the ground without any resistance, Tobi looked at his hands, unsure of what was on his mind. Perhaps he was thinking of Rin at that moment. All the tail beasts returned to their original state, and the ninja army began to celebrate, not expecting victory to come so swiftly. They only needed to pull together. Seeing Toby lying on the ground, Sasuke understood the importance of a finishing blow, so he drew his Kusanagi sword and stepped forward to claim Toby's head. However, at that moment Kakashi, whose wounds were already healed, emerged from the Kamui space, racing ahead of Sasuke. This head was a must-have. Just as Kakashi was about to strike with a kunai, Minato arrived in time to stop Kakashi's hand, temporarily rescuing Toby from crisis. Kakashi then calmed down. It was indeed an impulsive moment, otherwise he wouldn't have thought of killing Toby. He still believed in Toby. Sasuke, what do you mean? Who doesn't know that Toby is my disciple on the battlefield of the ninja world? You come onto my territory and kill people without a word, and you dare to kill my person. Minato said, your disciple? The murderer of the Uchiha clan, the instigator of the ninja world war, how dare you say he is your disciple? Sasuke expressed his doubts, questioning, here I must clarify that this Toby has nothing to do with me. Seeing this, Minato immediately distanced himself. Didn't you just say that everyone knows Toby is your disciple on the battlefield? Sasuke mocked. You slander me, you slander me. I'll sue you for defamation. Minato immediately pointed at Sasuke and shouted, looking around. Coincidentally, Toby, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Teacher. What teacher? Minato interrupted Toby immediately. Toby continued. What do you mean? How dare you initiate the ninja world war? Minato interrupted Toby again. Don't think about escaping into the Kamui space. Don't think about waiting until the war is over before coming out, and then moving to the land of earth, the land of wind, or returning to Konoha. After this statement, Minato quickly covered Toby's mouth, preventing him from continuing to speak. Everyone watched Minato's actions, momentarily unsure of what to say, only able to observe Minato's display of skills. Even Toby himself looked bewildered. When did Minato become so good to him? However, ultimately, with so many people around, Minato urged everyone to quickly help Hashirama seal Uchiha Obito. Kakashi and Minato still wanted to spend some time with Toby. After all, they had feelings for him. Currently, Toby, due to the presence of the outer path golem within him, would not die immediately from the tail beasts being stripped away. He was merely left in a state of extreme weakness. Perhaps you can still save everything now using the samsara of heavenly birth technique to resurrect the fallen ninjas. Minato advised from the side. Really? Toby looked at Minato, falling silent, clearly lost in thought. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito was not concerned about fighting. He cared more about the infinite Tsukuyomi. Sasuke and Naruto assisted Hashirama in sealing Uchiha Obito. However, the Uchiha trapped by the divine tree remained unperturbed, maintaining a dignified demeanor, and even revealing a lewd smile, clearly having prepared for this. But everyone was still unaware of why Uchiha Obito was smiling. Sasuke even thought that Obito was trying to compete with him for the seat position among the Uchiha's 4 crazy laughs. For safety, Sasuke chose to use the sealing technique Tiger's Eye, and immediately a tiger sprang from the scroll, fiercely biting Uchiha Obito's arm. Toby had already decided to use the samsara of heavenly birth technique to resurrect everyone, as he could understand why Nagato had betrayed him. However, just as Toby was forming the seal, suddenly a black substance engulfed his entire body, and his hands were also restrained, preventing him from autonomously using the samsara of heavenly birth technique. Put your hands together and shout whatever comes to mind. Minato sensed something was wrong and quickly instructed Toby to do so. But it was too late. Toby had already become a puppet of Kaguya with no space for autonomous action, only able to act under Kaguya's control. As expected, Kaguya used the samsara of heavenly birth technique to successfully resurrect Uchiha Obito. After being resurrected, Uchiha Obito's first action was to stab the little tiger that had bitten him. Then he slammed it into the ground, saying, "I'll teach you a lesson." Although Uchiha Obito regained a flesh and blood body after resurrection, his Rinnegan had vanished as it was still within Toby. After resurrection, Obito possessed the powers of Senju and Uchiha, greatly enhancing his speed and strength, making him even more formidable against Hashirama, who was already at a disadvantage. Obito used his black rod to pierce Hashirama, leaving Hashirama helpless for the moment, as Obito absorbed Hashirama's sage chakra to enhance his abilities. Seeing that Uchiha Obito had no eyes, Sasuke instantly became invigorated, seizing the opportunity to attack and immediately stepped forward, preparing to eliminate Uchiha Obito. No one could compare to Sasuke's ability to secure a kill. Yet in just a few moves Obito deflected Sasuke's attack and controlled him, questioning, "Is this the last bloodline of the Uchiha clan? I intend to revive the entire Uchiha clan and become the new clan leader," Sasuke said foolishly to Uchiha Obito. "You are just a young kid, so I will spare your life for now." Uchiha Obito thought to himself, but ultimately decided to let Sasuke live, as he was the last inheritance of the Uchiha clan. However, Obito had no such patience for others. Sasuke was just an exception. However, Uchiha Obito had little interest in Sasuke. His primary concern was to quickly find his Rinnegan and activate the infinite Tsukuyomi. At that moment, Gaara arrived before Uchiha Obito, with all the tail beasts attempting to thwart his actions by launching a series of attacks. "Once I open my eyes and see you all, you will regret it," Uchiha Obito remarked, unaware of which tailed beast was striking him, feeling simply surrounded and beaten. Sun Wukong seized Uchiha Obito and hurled him like a sandbag, sending him crashing onto King Mu's head, who then promptly lifted Uchiha Obito. In an instant, Choming soared into the sky and struck Uchiha Obito down once more. However, the ground was already coated with the slime of the rhinoceros hounds, rendering Uchiha Obito immobile. Seizing the opportunity, Gaara and Shikaku rushed forward, using sand to seal Uchiha Obito. The execution was seamless, and all the tail beasts expressed, "We've wanted to hit Uchiha Obito for a long time. What a bunch of forgetful beasts." Uchiha Obito, now sealed, declared with a calm demeanor, mocking them for repeatedly sealing him with sand. Just as he finished speaking, a Susanoo broke free from the sand's constraints, allowing Uchiha Obito to see the light again. However, Naruto was quick to arrive. If anyone wished to take down Uchiha Obito, it was undoubtedly the Ninetales. With a bond among tail beasts that was as strong as steel, all the tail beasts, upon the suggestion of the Ninetales, used their tails to strike Uchiha Obito on the ground. Thus, all 9 tail beasts raised their tails and brought them crashing down upon Uchiha Obito. According to the arithmetic series formula, the sum of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 equals 45 tails striking Uchiha Obito, certainly causing significant damage. However, Uchiha Obito possessed Hashirama cells for self-healing, and even if he sustained slight injuries, it was no major concern. He would quickly recover, as if nothing had happened. Just as Uchiha Obito was healing his wounds, Kurizetsu presented him with the Rinnegan, a light gift with deep sentiment. Upon receiving the Rinnegan, Obito could use it immediately, mastering newfound powers in an instant. His first task was to take revenge on these tail beasts. A gentleman does not forget his grudges. Uchiha Obito immediately utilized the summoning technique to summon the Outer Path Golem from Obito's body. Seeing the Outer Path Golem emerge from Obito's body, Kakashi quickly activated Kamui, preparing to twist off the golem's head. "Today I must face the Outer Path Golem Hiden." However, his power was insufficient, merely twisting off one of the golem's arms. But even with one arm missing, the golem was still able to spit out chains from its mouth, ensnaring the tail beasts. Standing atop the Outer Path Golem, Uchiha Obito unleashed the Rinne Rebirth technique. No tail beast was spared, all were struck by Obito's attack, yet nothing visible seemed to occur, as if they were attacked from thin air. No matter how the tail beasts resisted, they could not escape Uchiha Obito's grasp, all being drawn into the Outer Path Golem, including the Ninetales, and 8 tails being extracted from Naruto and Killer Bee. Yet the Ninetales, being the Ninetales, managed to communicate with Gaara, as it was drawn from Naruto's body, waiting until Uchiha Obito made another pull before being sucked in. Before departing, the Ninetales informed Gaara to quickly treat Naruto, mentioning that Minato had the chakra of the Ninetales and could assist in healing Naruto. At this moment, Naruto was already on the brink of death, having been stripped of the Ninetales, lying on the ground with his eyes closed, appearing as if his body had been hollowed out. Gaara dared not delay, immediately flying towards Minato with Naruto, but the distance was still significant. worried that Naruto could not hold on. Gaara stopped among the ninja army.
What happened?
Tsunade explained in shock upon seeing Naruto, unable to believe that he was in such dire straits.
I need you to help me treat Naruto along the way,
Gaara said succinctly, wasting no time knowing Naruto was nearing his end. However, Tsunade's chakra was nearly depleted, having been used to heal the wounded on the battlefield. Jiraiya immediately stepped forward, using his healing techniques to treat Naruto on the way. The two departed without a word, a testament to their mutual trust. Jiraiya glanced back at Tsunade, leaving with a meaningful expression. However, Naruto's life signs were far too weak, and Jiraiya's ordinary healing was proving ineffective, prompting him to instruct Gaara not to look back. Yet the more he was told not to look, the more Gaara was compelled to sneak a glance. Such curiosity could not be curbed by anyone. Gaara stole a peek. What he saw left Gaara dumbfounded. Jiraiya was kissing Naruto. Gaara could not help but be stunned, wondering if Jiraiya had truly become so desperate. A bond of mutual appreciation and irresistible emotions. However, upon seeing Jiraiya's hand delve into Naruto's body, Gaara understood this was artificial respiration, and Jiraiya's hand acted as a makeshift heart pacemaker. Meanwhile, having absorbed the nine-tailed beasts, Uchiha Obito prepared to reward himself. With no other way to celebrate, he decided to take down the second Hokage. Just then, the second Hokage, seeing Uchiha Obito was distracted, utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to throw a kunai at Uchiha Obito. However, Uchiha Obito sensed it early, tilting his head to evade, while also catching the kunai.
Friend of women.
Seeing the writing on the kunai, Uchiha Obito felt perplexed. The second Hokage felt a chill in his heart.
I've messed up, I threw the wrong one.
Yet he could not show it in front of Uchiha Obito, so he threw another kunai of his own. Just as the second Hokage teleported to the kunai's location, Uchiha Obito had anticipated this, directly grabbing the second Hokage empty-handed and slamming him to the ground. As the second Hokage prepared to rise, a black rod was suddenly thrust into him. This black rod had the effect of sealing chakra, causing the second Hokage's body to begin to slow down. One wasn't enough, Uchiha Obito threw another. Still not enough, Uchiha Obito wholesale distributed a box of black rods, inserting them one by one into the second Hokage, saying,
I've long wanted to take you down.
Seeing his brother being attacked, the first Hokage was displeased and wanted to help, but his own body was also filled with black rods, severely limiting his chakra. At this moment, Sasuke was leisurely chatting with Uchiha Itachi beside the first Hokage. The first Hokage immediately called Sasuke over, indicating that he had something to give him. What? You wish to bestow your power upon me?
Sasuke fixed Hashirama with an incredulous gaze, part defiance, part skepticism. Do not misunderstand me. I am currently unable to act directly, so I shall lend you my chakra, enabling you to confront Madara Uchiha. My chakra far surpasses yours. Using yours would only dilute my strength,
Sasuke retorted disdainfully. Not even Itachi Uchiha, the ever stoic and solemn, could suppress a wry smile at Sasuke's words. Yet irony hung thick in the air. They now had no choice but to rely upon him.
Defeating Madara Uchiha will crown you the pinnacle of existence. Moreover, your visage bears a striking resemblance to his late brother Izuna. Surely Madara will spare you. He spares someone merely because they resemble his dead brother. That logic is absurd. Sasuke is the younger brother.
Itachi could no longer hold his tongue. Still, Sasuke reluctantly accepted Hashirama's chakra. After all, refusing such power would be sheer folly. Hashirama could never have foreseen that this decision would become the gravest error of his life. Sasuke summoned a great eagle which bore him aloft, straight above Madara Uchiha, then plunged downward in a silent lethal strike the moment Madara's attention wavered. Yet Madara did not even turn his head. With effortless command, he froze Sasuke midair, immobile, suspended like a pinned insect, while the Kusanagi blade clattered helplessly to the ground, as though every motion had already been anticipated.
What is the meaning of this? I spared your life once. Why return to court death?
Madara asked, eyes narrowing upon spotting Sasuke.
I have acquired new power. By all logic, I ought to endure a thorough thrashing.
Sasuke replied calm and utterly unafraid.
A thrashing?
Madara scoffed, clearly affronted. He strode forward, retrieved the fallen Kusanagi blade from the earth, and drove it deep into Sasuke's body without hesitation.
Join that nine-tailed brat in oblivion.
This time Madara showed no mercy. His gaze burned with singular purpose the infinite Tsukuyomi. A brother was but a hindrance, slowing the draw of his sword.
What? Naruto is dead.
The news struck Sasuke like lightning. He refused to accept it. Naruto dying before him. Unthinkable. He would not be outdone. Before Madara could strike again, Sasuke flinched violently, kicking, glaring, desperate to die first lest his pride shatter beneath unbearable imbalance.
Damn, this youth!
Madara murmured, watching Sasuke's frantic defiance with quiet astonishment. The moment Sasuke fell, Itachi surged forward, snatching him from Madara's grasp with swift, decisive motion.
You are Itachi Uchiha, and you've lost one eye. So you are the one who severed the Edo Tensei seal.
Madara's gaze pierced Itachi's scarred socket, instantly unraveling the truth.
Since you have laid hands upon Sasuke, do not expect courtesy from me. Though I am your elder brother, and admittedly weaker in strength, my love for my younger brother rivals yours, unyielding and absolute.
Itachi immediately activated Susanoo.
How tragic! Only one eye remains, yet it summons Susanoo. And yet it is not the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Pluck Sasuke's eyes now, take them for yourself. You shall become the strongest Uchiha after me.
Madara urged, voice edged with cold calculation.
The title of strongest Uchiha belongs to me, no one else may claim it.
Sasuke bolted upright, defiant even while wounded. Madara hurled a black rod towards Sasuke, aiming to end him outright, but Itachi interposed, the Yata mirror deflecting the strike with flawless precision. Yet no one could shield Sasuke from the beating fate demanded. Madara deployed the Rinnegan Tensei border prison, ensnaring Itachi in its spectral chains, then vanished, reappearing behind Sasuke to deliver a crushing blow. Sasuke collapsed paralyzed. Seeing his brother fall, Itachi unsheathed the Totsuka blade, preparing to seal Madara forever.
Very well, I shall indulge you. Let me witness the true mettle of the Uchiha lineage.
Madara summoned his own Susanoo, and the two titanic constructs clashed in thunderous fury.
Red and blue, always entwined in legend. It seems Madara has cast me aside.
Hashirama watched the crimson and azure Susanoo battle, a pang of melancholy stirring within him. But Itachi, valiant as he was, could not prevail. After several fierce exchanges, Madara shattered his Susanoo, leaving Itachi standing frozen, defeated.
To reach this level is no small feat, yet you chose the wrong adversary. That is not your failing.
Having toyed enough, Madara pierced Itachi with a black rod and departed without another glance. Madara approached the Ten Tails, and with seamless mastery drew its colossal form into his own body, becoming its perfect Jinchuriki, far more effortlessly than Obito ever had. Upon absorbing the Ten Tails, Madara donned the Rinnegan's mantle. 6 black orbs, true-seeking balls, hovered behind him. His skin turned porcelain white, and even his forehead protector shimmered with ghostly pallor. All preparations were complete. Only one final piece remained, retrieving his second Rinnegan from Obito. With Minato and Kakashi guarding Obito relentlessly, even the slightest absence of Black Zetsu would trigger their immediate seizure of the Rinnegan. Madara had no choice but to go himself. Mid-flight, Madara felt a sudden oppressive weight in his chest, and from his mouth 2 legendary artifacts erupted, plummeting from the sky.
I sense an ill omen,
Might Guy murmured, just as the twin relics struck him and Rock Lee with perfect, devastating accuracy. Guy sprang upright.
Youngling, have you ever witnessed the blazing essence of youth? I am Might Guy, the living legend of the Shinobi World War. Sensei Guy, was that truly Madara Uchiha?
Lee asked, breathless with awe. Tenten paid them no mind. Her eyes gleamed instead upon the fallen relics.
Another treasure. Fortune favors the bold. Truly the loot drop rate in this war is extraordinary. Whoever he is, I shall kick him straight into the finale.
Fueled by righteous fervor, Might Guy seized Lee's hand and charged headlong after the fading trail of Madara Uchiha. The allied shinobi forces suddenly found themselves face to face with a miniaturized version of the true Thousand Hands, as a masked man stood before them once again.
Indeed, just when one wave subsides, another rises,
Tsunade remarked, gazing at the enormous statue before her. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, the third Hokage inadvertently shifted his gaze to her chest, only to realize he had misunderstood her intent, causing his face to flush. However, the presence of such a colossal creature on the battlefield left the allied shinobi forces feeling uneasy. To make matters worse, the statue unleashed chakra attacks of 5 different attributes towards them. Before anyone could react, the third Hokage stepped forward.
By nature's great multi-size technique.
This technique successfully negated the statue's chakra assault.
If it weren't for your large target, I would have loved to show you a mouthful of cage and fire.
The third Hokage expressed his regret, feeling as if he had fallen from grace. Nonetheless, the masked man remained unfazed, continuing to control the massive statue as it advanced. At that moment, Kaguya suddenly sensed that Sasuke's chakra had diminished, becoming extremely weak. Unable to contain herself, Kaguya erupted in a frenzy, her hair exploding outwards as she desperately sought Sasuke. However, the masked man and the giant Buddha obstructed her path at the most inopportune time. But Kaguya could no longer concern herself with such matters. She needed to hurry and send her chakra to Sasuke. She charged towards the giant Buddha, intent on attacking the masked man. However, the masked man also wielded with style, and with a swift insertion technique, he pierced Kaguya's body, causing it to explode from within. Yet, being a member of the Uzumaki clan, Kaguya immediately bit down on her arm to replenish her chakra. Taking advantage of the distraction she created, Suigetsu swiftly approached the masked man. With a sharp explosion, Suigetsu's water gun shattered the masked man's head, causing him to fall instantly. However, the group did not linger in battle and hurried towards Sasuke's location. Kaguya sensed that there was something unusual about Sasuke's chakra, fearing for his safety. With that thought, she could not afford to hesitate and rushed towards him. On Gaara's side, he had already brought Naruto to Minato, preparing for Minato to lend Naruto the power of the 9 tails.
The 9 tails within Naruto has been stripped away by Uchiha Obito and can no longer hold on.
Upon seeing Naruto in such a state, Minato wasted no time. After all, he was always a dad. When his son was in danger, he had to step up, or else he would never be able to pat his head again. However, just as Minato placed his hand on Naruto, Black Zetsu emerged from the ground, crawling onto Minato's hand and draining the 9 tails chakra. The group prepared to capture Black Zetsu, but he deftly burrowed back into the ground, attaching himself to Obito. At the same time, Uchiha Obito appeared before everyone, and upon seeing Obito standing opposite him, he began to chat.
"Why are you over there? Come here quickly." "Why should I come over?"
Obito replied.
"I have Rin's photo collection here,"
Uchiha Madara said. Upon hearing this, Obito immediately moved towards Black Zetsu. At this moment, Black Zetsu not only had the Rinnegan, but also the chakra of the 9 tails. If Uchiha Madara acquired Black Zetsu, he could return to his peak. Seeing Obito approach, Madara extended his hand, prepared to shake hands with Obito to reconcile, as Obito had previously betrayed him. Obito also extended his hand, but instead of shaking hands with Uchiha Madara, he thrusted directly into Madara's body.
"Only I have the rare photo of Rin."
As Obito extracted a portion of Tail Beast chakra from Uchiha Madara, the two finally severed their ties. Obito returned to Minato's side, expressing his stance. Kakashi immediately used Kamui to teleport Naruto to the Kamui dimension, a place free from disturbances, allowing for proper healing. All that was needed was to teleport Obito into the Kamui dimension as well. However, Uchiha Madara would not allow this to succeed. He knew that the speed of his attacks was faster than the duration of Kamui, so he prepared to interrupt Obito's Kamui with an attack. Yet as the saying goes, when the Tao is high the devil is higher. Obito and Kakashi prepared to use Kamui together to send Obito over. But Uchiha Madara countered their moves, attacking both simultaneously. Surely, they could not both use Kamui, meaning one must take the hit. In such circumstances, the two remained in sync, allowing Obito to enter the Kamui dimension while Kakashi faced the attack alone. Obito immediately began treating Naruto in the Kamui dimension, while Jiraiya watched closely to prevent any mishaps from Obito, still harboring a little distrust. Kakashi watched the black rods flying towards him, ready to activate his passive ability, when suddenly a green figure appeared before him. Upon closer inspection, it was my guy, arriving just in time to help him deal with the black rods launched by Uchiha Madara.
Kakashi, are you out of your mind? The person in front of you is not easy to deal with. It's not that I'm reckless.
Kakashi replied, clearly feeling indignant at Guy's sudden appearance, overshadowing his prowess.
Is this Uchiha Madara? Stop pretending to be a one-eyed dragon. Do you really think that being one-eyed is a man's romance?
My guy said, looking at Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, sensing no chakra from the man with bushy eyebrows before him, dismissed him and prepared to pursue other matters.
Ninjutsu won't work on him. The only options left are sage techniques and your taijutsu.
Kakashi hinted, even going as far as to gesture at Guy.
So does that mean it's time for the Azure Beast of Konoha to make an appearance?
Upon hearing this, my guy perked up, crossing his arms over his chest, ready to gather energy.
With chakra, you are the strongest king.
Kakashi continued to encourage from the side.
Lee's grandma is knocking open.
With my guy shout, a powerful aura erupted around him, surrounding him in blue steam. The overwhelming aura forced everyone present to shield their faces to avoid being blown away by the shockwave. Even Uchiha Madara, who was about to leave, was captivated by the scene.
It seems a worthy opponent has arrived, however it's just blue steam. I must have underestimated this.
Uchiha Madara thought, his expression devoid of emotion, clearly still not taking my guy in his full state seriously. On Sasuke's side, Xianglin and the others had already arrived, only to discover a massive rod embedded in Sasuke's body, continuously delivering something into him. Xianglin shyly closed her eyes, but out of concern for Sasuke, she opened them again. Standing before everyone was none other than Sannin Du. The appearance of Sannin Du here indicated that he had been rehabilitated. As long as he helped the protagonist resurrect, he could successfully obtain the position of director of the orphanage in Konoha. The method to save Sasuke was still being personally taught by the second Hokage, which should be relatively reliable. Although the second Hokage was very eager to kill the Uchiha clan, he was still quite rational at the moment. Seeing that Du had turned over a new leaf, Orochimaru felt delighted. After all, when he was trapped in Izanami, he couldn't save him, and could only watch.
Great. As long as we join forces again, the technology of the entire ninja world will advance 100 years.
Orochimaru looked at his most capable assistant, and couldn't help but want to recruit him once more. However, this time Du did not rush to express his stance. It was clear that he had not yet decided what to do next, leaning more towards becoming the orphanage director. On Uchiha Madara's side, my guy had completely entered the state of the opening of the gates, and taking advantage of the surrounding dust to obscure vision, he swiftly approached Uchiha Madara, performing a daytime tiger attack directly to his face. However, Uchiha Madara used the body technique, instantly transforming it into a ceiling technique, blocking this strike. Nevertheless, he was still pushed back a distance by the impact of the daytime tiger. However, this was nothing serious in this era of divine beings clashing. Not altering the range of the battlefield was already quite commendable. Moreover, this type of battle scene was far inferior to the fights of the lower ninjas of Konoha. Guy stepped forward to engage with Uchiha Madara a few more times, but all were blocked without inflicting any substantial damage. Uchiha Madara calmly said,
"Come on, is this all your strength? It's still far from enough."
Guy looked at the person before him and thought of his father. To protect himself, he was willing to sacrifice his life to open the 8th gate of death. Looking at his companions behind him, my Guy seemed to have found his own motivation, and gradually understood his father's actions back then. Thus no one could stop Might Guy. Rock Lee knew that Guy was about to open the 8 gates, but felt powerless, crying, while trying to open the 6th gate, crying even harder.
8th Gate of Death. Open!
As all 8 gates opened, a blood-red steam enveloped Guy's body, and before Uchiha Madara could prepare, a sunset-shaped attack descended from the sky, striking Uchiha Madara.
Do you know about a technique that descends from the sky?
Might Guy said to Uchiha Madara, and then a massive wave of air fell from the sky, directly hitting Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara was immediately knocked down by the tremendous impact, creating a large hole in the ground. Might Guy prepared to pursue the advantage, but due to his body being in immense pain, he couldn't attack. When Uchiha Madara emerged from the hole, Might Guy quickly circled around him, at high speed, surrounding him layer by layer. Then Might Guy launched a series of attacks. Uchiha Madara was unable to move due to the force of the impacts, having to endure the damage of these techniques. However, Uchiha Madara was still too strong. Guy's techniques were not enough to be fatal. Still, Madara cautiously activated the truth-seeking balls to shield himself, preparing to block Might Guy's next attack. Seeing this, everyone urged Rock Lee to quickly throw the Flying Thunder God kunai, as doing nothing else, and just throwing a kunai was still quite reliable. The Flying Thunder God swiftly flew in front of Might Guy, taking advantage of the truth-seeking balls, not yet reaching him to seize the moment. Watergate immediately caught several truth-seeking balls flying towards Might Guy based on the position of the kunai. Then Kakashi used Kamui to twist the truth-seeking balls, bringing Uchiha Madara right in front of Guy.
Brave Guy, don't fear difficulties.
Might Guy encouraged himself and delivered the final blow to Madara. The powerful impact shattered the truth-seeking balls, and both Uchiha Madara and Might Guy burst forth, with Madara spitting blood from the force. Then, due to inertia, Madara rolled quite a distance before finally managing to stop, slowly standing up, albeit sustaining some injuries. Might Guy held his waist, feeling as if his body had been drained, and could only watch Uchiha Madara from afar. Madara also had some injuries, and slowly stood up. However, Madara was not angry. Instead, he was quite excited.
You have successfully pleased me. Is there more? Can you continue to dance? I haven't seen anyone dance in a long time.
Since he was already doomed, Might Guy could only bring out his trump card. Might Guy turned to Kakashi and said,
Watch closely, Kakashi, this move is for you.
Kakashi looked astonished. It seemed he had underestimated Guy. His father was right. Guy truly was a formidable opponent. After finishing his words, he struck a pose resembling a dragon's head, bowing to the ground, and unleashed his chakra, causing a gigantic dragon's head to appear around him. Uchiha Madara activated his Rinnegan, and saw all the chakra concentrated on Might Guy's heart. It seemed this move was the final strike. However, this technique appeared incredibly powerful, and was not something an ordinary person could master. Observing the immense chakra aura, Uchiha Madara became excited.
Among those who have fought me in taijutsu, I, Uchiha Madara, shall call you the strongest.
Then Uchiha Madara placed the 6 Paths Sage's staff before him, preparing to attempt this world-destroying kick, eager to see just how powerful it truly was.
Night Guy.
A gigantic dragon rushed toward Uchiha Madara across the battlefield. Before even touching Uchiha Madara, he realized that time and space had twisted. Initially intending to give it a trial, he never expected it would lead to his demise. Now, there was no escape. Guy directly kicked Uchiha Madara, causing him to spit blood, and the two intertwined, continuously pushing back until they kicked against the divine tree. I almost got killed by you. After a puff of smoke dissipated, only half of Uchiha Obito's body remained, yet his head was still intact. However, as long as Uchiha Obito still had his head, he would not die. With his extraordinary self-healing ability, a new body soon grew back, and he stood up once again. You can't kill me, you only make me stronger. Uchiha Obito laughed heartily, clearly a bit smug. But on the side, Might Guy did not share the same fate. His entire body had turned to charcoal, and his legs began to slowly carbonize, turning to dust. Uchiha Obito looked at Guy, who was collapsed before him. his heart's chakra dwindling rapidly, indicating that he was about to die completely. This was also something one had to endure after opening the 8th gate. However, Uchiha Obito did not wish to wait any longer. Since it had come to this, he would personally send him off for the last time. After all, Guy was someone who had brought him joy. Yet he had nothing else to give him, so he decided to offer a talisman of enlightenment, as the gesture mattered more than the gift itself. Thus Uchiha Obito quickly prepared a talisman, and sent it flying towards Guy. However, before the talisman could reach Guy, it was kicked back by Naruto, exploding right beside Uchiha Obito's head. Naruto. Uchiha Obito even doubted his own eyes, not expecting Naruto to be standing in front of him. Logically, he should have died after losing the tail beast. How could you kick away that talisman? Uchiha Obito understood that only yin-yang release could defy the talisman, yet he did not recall Naruto being capable of such techniques. This is the strength of a Konoha Genin, Naruto said, knowing that Uchiha Obito would surely be shocked. Uchiha Obito also noticed the change in Naruto. His entire demeanor was now incomparable to before, suggesting he had acquired some new power. Before Uchiha Obito could react, Naruto utilized Sun Wukong's chakra, performing lava-release spiraling shuriken, and launched a direct attack. With Naruto now possessing the 6 paths power, he could use yin-yang release and infuse Sage chakra into his attacks. In any case, this move would surely harm Uchiha Obito. As luck would have it, Uchiha Obito was right next to the divine tree, and Naruto's attack also conveniently severed it, achieving 2 goals at once. On the other side, Sasuke had also gained the yin power of the Sage of 6 Paths, and stood up again feeling revitalized. He prepared to pull out the black rods of the second Hokage one by one, intending to use Flying Thunder God to help him find Uchiha Obito. With Sasuke's appearance, the duo of Sasuke and Naruto was reunited. Naruto activated the Sage of 6 Paths mode, while Sasuke joined the ranks of those with the Rinnegan. It seems I really underestimated you. Not killing you directly was indeed my mistake. Obito vaguely sensed the power of the 6 paths within them. 1/2 for each of us, that way the bond won't break, Naruto said to Sasuke, clearly pleased with his arrival. But Sasuke wore a dissatisfied expression. He did not want to share the power of the 6 paths with Naruto. If he became a sage, he would be an unbeatable force. After chatting for a while, Uchiha Obito couldn't hold back any longer. Come on, let me see your dance. I am the only one who can dance. Sasuke immediately stepped forward, using Chidori's sharp spear against Uchiha Obito. But Uchiha Obito immediately grabbed Sasuke's hand, rendering him unable to do anything. Is this your transformation? With the Mangekyo Sharingan, you're still using such low-level ninjutsu. Seeing Uchiha Obito mocking Sasuke, Naruto immediately unleashed his Rasengan towards Uchiha Obito. However, before he could connect, Naruto felt something blocking him. Sasuke, I feel like there's something near Uchiha Obito, you need to be careful, Naruto immediately warned Sasuke. Sasuke quickly activated his Rinnegan, discovering another shadow of Obito, a presence resembling a physical entity yet invisible in reality. It seems my Rinnegan technique has been seen through, Uchiha Obito said this nonchalantly, as he was confident in his strength against these two. But Sasuke smiled slightly, ready to show off and defeat Uchiha Obito, thus ensuring his name would be remembered through the ages. Sasuke immediately signaled to Naruto, indicating he should attack from the other side. Although Naruto was perplexed, he chose to trust Sasuke when he saw his confident expression. Since he was going to attack Sasuke, Naruto prepared his magnet-release Rasengan, feeling invigorated at the thought. As the two continued to trade blows, Uchiha Obito sensed something was off, though he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Suddenly, Uchiha Obito found himself between Sasuke and Naruto. It was Sasuke using his Rinnegan's ability to teleport Obito to the middle. Simultaneously, Sasuke and Naruto had the corresponding seals. If they worked together, they could seal Uchiha Obito. With a Chidori and a Rasengan, they made Uchiha Obito cry out. However, Uchiha Obito was not so easily defeated. He used a shadow clone to replace himself, and his true body escaped. Yet Uchiha Obito still felt a lingering fear, not realizing he had underestimated the two. With only one Rinnegan, he would have no worries if he had two. With this in mind, Uchiha Obito spotted Kakashi, and a target quickly formed in his mind. At that moment Kakashi was daydreaming, thinking once this battle is over he must hurry to urge Jiraiya to update the tale of the gutsy ninja, otherwise he would die of loneliness. While fantasizing about a better life, a large black rat suddenly darted past him, and then he lost his eyesight. Everything happened so fluidly, as if the black rat had taken something from him. Kakashi immediately covered his eyes, and cried out in pain. Uchiha Obito promptly implanted the Sharingan he had taken from Kakashi into his own eye, adhering to the Uchiha clan's fine tradition plug and play. With the power of Kamui, Uchiha Obito entered the Kamui dimension not to evade the attacks of Naruto and Sasuke, but to find Obito and reclaim his Rinnegan. Inside the Kamui space, Obito urged Jiraiya to use a kunai to destroy his own Rinnegan, as Black Zetsu was continuously manipulating it. If the Rinnegan fell into Madara's hands, it would spell disaster. Jiraiya hesitated, saying, "I really can't bring myself to do it. How could such a precious Rinnegan end up in Uchiha Madara's hands?" He knew that this Rinnegan once belonged to Nagato, and he felt a deep reluctance. "If you don't act soon, Uchiha Madara will get both Rinnegan, and none of us will escape the fate of the infinite Tsukuyomi," Obito stated with righteous conviction. Yet despite Obito's insistence, Jiraiya remained hesitant, unable to muster the resolve to use the kunai to destroy Obito's Sharingan. However, just as they were speaking, Madara suddenly appeared in the Kamui space. Realizing this, Obito quickly moved Jiraiya out of the space, or else Jiraiya would have met his end there. Upon seeing Obito, Madara did not rush to reclaim his Rinnegan from him. Instead, he began to taunt Obito, saying, "Why are you hiding here? I've been searching for you so hard, I thought you had been taken down by them." Obito recognized Madara's feigned concern and calmly replied, "It's all thanks to you. I used Kakashi's Raikiri to remove the curse mark you implanted in my heart." Upon hearing this, Madara finally understood how Obito had managed to break free from his control. However, that was no longer important. His plan was only one step away from completion. But while Obito's consciousness was still his own, Black Zetsu had always acted according to Madara's wishes. Seizing the opportunity, while Obito's power had not yet fully awakened, he gradually infiltrated Obito's consciousness. Outside, Kakashi was being treated. Having lost one eye, he was clearly in great pain, and he could feel the same suffering that Obito had experienced back then. Jiraiya treated Kakashi with his medical ninjutsu, and Kakashi regained one eye. However, it was merely an ordinary eye, no longer the Mangekyo Sharingan. Everyone expressed their sympathy for Kakashi. It seemed that his abilities and strength would be significantly limited. Yet Kakashi smiled wryly, saying, "After Obito dies, he'll still be able to borrow his full power from the Kamui." Just as everyone was conversing, Madara and Obito emerged together from the Kamui space, and by this time Madara had already attained both Rinnegan. It was clear what the outcome had been. Obito's Rinnegan had been taken by Madara. Now standing before everyone was the strongest Madara, while Obito had been swayed by him, aligning himself with Madara. This situation was decidedly unfavorable for everyone. Naruto wanted to start talking again, aiming to persuade Obito to return, but Sasuke interrupted. "Let me just kill Uchiha Madara directly." Jiraiya felt a pang of regret. How much better it would have been if he had listened to Obito back then. Obito had been manipulated by Madara in order to protect himself. Thinking this, Jiraiya stepped forward, preparing to attack Madara. However, before he could even reach him, he was repelled. It was clearly Madara's limbo border jail. At the same time, Sasuke and Naruto were also under attack. Sasuke had previously only seen one shadow. How had it suddenly multiplied? Using his Rinnegan once again, Sasuke observed and discovered that 4 shadows had appeared around Madara. It seemed to be the effect of the dual Rinnegan. One was already quite troublesome, now there were 3 more. But Uchiha Madara was not interested in prolonging the fight. He had his own matters to attend to. Thus, with a disdainful tone, he stated,
"All right, it's time to settle things with you all."
With that, dozens of meteorites appeared in the sky, descending upon the battlefield. Sasuke, seeing this, quickly moved forward, activating his complete Susanoo, and flew into the air to slice them down one by one. Uchiha Madara watched everything unfold before him, surprised that there was still someone from the Uchiha clan capable of activating a complete Susanoo. However, this was not the time for him to be impressed. He unleashed this attack merely to draw their attention, compelling them to deal with the meteorite assault, while he quietly initiated the infinite Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Madara soared into the sky facing the blood-red moon, and opened his forehead protector, revealing a Ninetamo Rinnegan. In the instant he opened his eyes, the entire moon took on the form of the Ninetamo Rinnegan, and the shadow of Kagaya Otsutsuki faintly appeared. The infinite Tsukuyomi was officially activated. The light of righteousness cast down upon the earth. The moon's radiance illuminated every corner of the battlefield, reaching every part of the world. Those illuminated by the light immediately had their eyes transformed into Rinnegan, losing their consciousness. Meanwhile, the god tree sprouted numerous branches enveloping these individuals, and sending them into a deep slumber. Sasuke sensed that something was amiss, so he quickly activated his Susanoo to shield Naruto and the others, preventing them from being exposed to the light of the infinite Tsukuyomi. The four Hokage, due to being reanimated, were not affected by the infinite Tsukuyomi. However, when they looked around, everything was eerily silent, completely different from the world Madara had described. Thanks to Sasuke blocking the infinite Tsukuyomi, Naruto and the others suffered no harm. Just as the infinite Tsukuyomi was being activated, Sakura suddenly rushed over. Sasuke initially did not want to protect Sakura, but she insisted on coming over, leaving him with no choice. However, Sakura made the best decision of her life, perfectly avoiding the infinite Tsukuyomi. Having activated the infinite Tsukuyomi, Madara returned to the ground and spoke to the individuals before him.
"It seems you all have some potential.
But with just you few, it's still too late to turn back. The world you described is worlds apart from what exists now. This is hell on earth." Naruto stepped forward and addressed Uchiha Madara.
"Don't worry, they will all turn into white Zetsu, becoming new sacrifices soon enough."
Madara remained unfazed, not a single ripple stirring within him, even feeling a hint of amusement. Just as Madara was preparing to laugh heartily, Black Zetsu, who had been standing behind him, suddenly stabbed Madara in the heart, saying,
"Darling, I want to share some heartfelt words with you."
Uchiha Madara widened his eyes in terror, completely unprepared for this situation. How could he have anticipated being attacked by an embodiment of his own will?
"I have never been your will's embodiment. Oh, I am the son of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Everything I do is to resurrect my mother."
Black Zetsu said this while standing aside. Each word pierced deeply into Uchiha Madara's heart, like a knife embedding itself within his body. Madara never expected that he who was so close to unifying the ninja world would lose in such an inexplicable manner.
"Why did you do this?"
Madara could not comprehend, nor did he know what he had done wrong. The sudden disparity left him unable to accept reality.
"This is what I must do to revive Mother. The Uchiha stone tablet has actually been altered by me, and you have always been my pawn."
Black Zetsu's words were heartless. Isn't the infinite Tsukuyomi a ninjutsu that brings peace to the world by the Uchiha clan? Madara could not understand. Until his death, he had been following the instructions of the stone tablet, so how could it be wrong?
"That was merely to gather your chakra, allowing me enough to revive Mother."
"In the end, he truly had to thank you,"
Black Zetsu said. He never expected his once invincible self to be schooled by such an incomplete existence. It was indeed hard to die without closure.
The Uchiha who used others as pawns ultimately became someone else's pawn. However, Black Zetsu was eager to revive his mother, so he directly absorbed the chakra of the god tree into Madara's body. Madara's body began to swell like a giant balloon. Soon Kagaya Otsutsuki appeared before everyone, a loving mother with flowing hair and big watery eyes that seemed to see through a man's heart.
"Do you think you are Erlangchen? You even have a Ninetamo Rinnegan tattooed on your forehead."
Sasuke could not help but curse after seeing Kagaya's attire. Kagaya Otsutsuki did not speak. She immediately used her skills to transport Naruto and the others to a volcanic crater, casually throwing them down. Fortunately, after Naruto learned the Sage of Six Paths mode, he was able to fly using the truth-seeking balls, while using his Ninetales chakra to help the remaining ones float in the air. Since they had stabilized their position, it was now time for Naruto and Sasuke's counterattack. However, oddly enough, although both had the power of the Six Paths, their attacks seemed to have no effect on Kagaya Otsutsuki.
Is your Susanoo made of plastic? It's nothing more than a purple plastic bag,
Kagaya commented calmly after receiving an attack from Sasuke's Susanoo, as if it were nothing. Even with the use of Susanoo, the two could not harm Kagaya Otsutsuki. They could only watch helplessly as she did as she pleased before them. At this moment, taking advantage of the two's shock, Kagaya activated a technique similar to the Door fruit, directly entering a different space and appearing behind Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto and Sasuke were stunned, realizing that a woman with long hair could wield such powerful space-time ninjutsu, which was even more disgusting than Obito's Kamui. But since they had encountered her, there was no choice but to face her and defeat her. Jiraiya, upon seeing it was a woman, was eager to jump into action.
"Be good and don't move around, otherwise you might fall,"
Kagaya said while looking at Jiraiya. However, Jiraiya often found himself fantasizing about women. He mistakenly thought Kagaya was concerned for him, and even imagined her winking at him. Indeed, below was molten lava. Jiraiya was not reckless, and could not float in the air like Naruto and Sasuke, so he could only stay put. Kagaya approached the two from behind, directly grabbing their faces and gently stroking them, saying,
"Is this the scent of a man?"
Sasuke and Naruto exchanged glances, but did not move. Kagaya suddenly shed tears looking at them, as if she were seeing her two children. Taking advantage of this moment, Black Zetsu quickly occupied the bodies of Naruto and Sasuke. However, Naruto successfully overcame Black Zetsu with his consciousness and helped Sasuke expel him.
"The history of ninjas will be created by us,"
Naruto said to Kagaya while giving Sasuke a look to coordinate their attack. Understanding the cue, Sasuke quickly coordinated with Naruto. Naruto created multiple shadow clones, all coming to Kagaya Otsutsuki's front, while using the seduction technique Reverse Harem Jutsu. Each shadow clone transformed into a handsome youth like the author surrounding Kagaya Otsutsuki. After being sealed for so long, how could Kagaya resist the temptation of men? She instantly blushed, her body becoming moist. Everything was so sudden yet beautiful, and Kagaya even began to enjoy this feeling. Just as Kagaya was about to further indulge in her fantasies, Naruto suddenly stepped forward and delivered a heavy blow, declaring,
"I am the most handsome."
Upon hearing this, Sasuke immediately stepped forward and kicked Kagaya Otsutsuki, stating,
"Now I am the most handsome existence in the ninja world. Did you hear that?"
Kagaya was successfully hit by the two. Jiraiya also chimed in,
"Hurry and seal her again. Don't mind my feelings."
Although she was a beauty he admired, since she was a calamity disturbing the world's peace, he decided against it, and urged Naruto and the others to seal her away. Naruto and Sasuke responded to each other, approaching Kagaya Otsutsuki from both ends, preparing to seal her with their marked hands. As long as both touched Kagaya at the same time, they could seal her. However, Kagaya did not sit idly by. Before they could completely seal her, she froze both Naruto and Sasuke and transported everyone to an ice world. At this moment, Kagaya realized that Naruto and Sasuke were not easy to deal with, and were somewhat tricky. For her safety, she decided to take them down one by one. Since Uchiha Sasuke was so handsome, she decided to first bring him into her private space and resolve Naruto before properly dealing with Sasuke. Thus, Kagaya slipped into her space-time ninjutsu, opening a portal from behind Sasuke and pulling him inside. Sasuke was taken away by Otsutsuki Kagaya, and how could Sakura endure this? She prepared to roll up her sleeves and confront Kagaya, seemingly still not having lost her mastery of illusions. "Don't worry, I feel that Kagaya's space-time ninjutsu is very similar to my Kamui. As long as I can find the pattern, I should be able to bring Sasuke back." Obito blocked Sakura. Upon hearing Obito's words, Sakura instantly became energized. Perfect. You still have 2 Sharingan that should be enough to find Sasuke. It would be a shame not to use your dual Kamui to find Sasuke. Obito and Sakura conferred and prepared to follow Kagaya into the central space when she entered. Before leaving, Kakashi instructed, you must come back alive and leave me an account. Otherwise, I won't be able to log in later. Naruto summoned countless shadow clones. Seeing so many people, Kagaya felt overwhelmed, otherwise she wouldn't even know who the father of the child was. So Kagaya hurried back to her central space. However, at this moment Obito had already seized the opportunity, and together with Sakura and one of Naruto's shadow clones entered Kagaya's central space. Taking advantage of Kagaya's inattention, Obito and Sakura immediately dove into the Kamui space to hide, while Kagaya assumed it was just Naruto's shadow clone disappearing due to exhaustion. Confronting the Naruto before her, Kagaya immediately unleashed her Otsutsuki's secret technique, bone growth. A bone staff extended from her palm and was thrust directly into Naruto's abdomen. This was no ordinary attack. Anything pierced by the black staff would be petrified and gradually vanish. Naruto began to disappear, turning into a pile of stone, starting from his abdomen. Kagaya then leisurely returned to the snow world. To her surprise, it was mostly filled with Naruto's shadow clones, indicating that she had only defeated one of Naruto's clones in the central space. While Naruto kept Kagaya occupied outside, Obito quickly emerged from the Kamui space. However, relying solely on his own strength, it was difficult to directly open Kagaya's spacetime. He needed assistance from others. Sakura activated the 100 Healings technique, continuously channeling chakra to Obito from behind, encouraging him, come on, you must bring Sasuke back. However, Obito had no idea which space Sasuke was in, so he could only open them one at a time slowly. Yet Obito's eyes began to bleed, and he still couldn't find Sasuke. Obito decided to take a break after all his ocular power had already suffered significant depletion. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping wood. If you're not blind yet, keep helping me find Sasuke, Sakura said, directly rejecting Obito's request. Just as Sakura finished speaking, Obito opened a space filled with acid and large amounts of acidic liquid poured out. Sakura quickly took Obito away, reaching a small hill. Although Sakura moved quickly, her clothes were still corroded by the acidic liquid. She hurriedly took off her outer jacket and threw it aside. Obito realized he couldn't hold on much longer, so he quickly opened the next space. To his surprise, it was exactly the desert space where Sasuke was. This made Sakura overjoyed, and she shouted into it, Sasuke, we're here, hurry back. At that moment, Sasuke was wandering leisurely in the desert. Upon suddenly seeing an opening appear, he instinctively felt compelled to enter. However, Obito could no longer hold on, and Sakura's 100 Healings power was exhausted. They both held on until the last moment, but before Sasuke could reach the opening, Obito closed it. Sakura, having exhausted her strength, was about to collapse. But as she fell heavily to the ground, she saw Sasuke standing before her, still in a high and mighty posture. If it weren't for your clothes saving your life, you would be the one in the desert space right now, Sasuke said coldly to Sakura. For a moment, Sakura didn't know what to do. She not only fell, but Sasuke didn't even help her, and spoke to her so bluntly, making her feel really hurt. Meanwhile, Naruto was still fighting hard outside, and everyone quickly returned to the snow world to assist Naruto in battle. Even if Naruto could defeat Kagaya, it would be difficult to seal her without Sasuke's dark power. However, everyone knew that it would be surprising if Naruto wasn't being beaten by Kagaya. How could he possibly defeat her? Seeing Sasuke return here once more, Kagaya understood what had happened and once again transported everyone to a new space. This space was one of gravity, the immense gravitational force immobilizing Sasuke and Naruto. Jiraiya attempted to use the Flying Thunder God technique to free them, but he couldn't even throw a kunai. He could only watch helplessly as Kagaya attacked the two. Kagaya's hand extended again, producing new bone staffs, one in each hand, shooting towards Sasuke and Naruto. Kakashi and Obito arrived just in time, blocking in front of the two. This scene felt familiar. At that time Naruto was also behind them, and Uchiha Madara launched his black rods at them. Kakashi chose to send Obito into the Kamui space, enduring the attack himself. Although both were ready for sacrifice, this time Obito chose to send Kakashi into the Kamui space. Last time when facing Uchiha Madara, Kakashi sent himself into the Kamui space. Now, it was his turn to repay that debt. Unsurprisingly, without dodging, Obito was struck by Kagaya's attack. Meanwhile, Sasuke's ocular power had recovered, and he immediately used his heavenly hand power to approach Kagaya and launch an attack. However, Kagaya once again altered the space, avoiding Sasuke's attack. At this moment, everyone had returned to the normal central space, and all the negative effects of gravity had vanished. Naruto rushed forward to support Obito, and used his 6 paths power to help prolong Obito's life. Sasuke then activated his complete body Susanoo to chase after Kagaya. "Monster, where are you running?" Kagaya ran and Sasuke pursued. After crossing several mountains and rivers, he still couldn't catch up to Kagaya. Meanwhile, Naruto was using all his strength to save Obito, but Obito was like a withered flower, utterly powerless to turn back time, gradually disappearing before Naruto's eyes. As he was about to leave, Obito told Naruto, "You must become Hokage. This has been my lifelong dream, and now I entrust it to you." Seeing Obito disappear before him, Naruto erupted in fury, gaining an invincible experience card for 1 minute. He leaped into the air, and with a swift motion severed Kagaya's arm. With Obito entrusting a dream to Kakashi, Kakashi acquired dual Kamui, and together, with Team 7, they unleashed the 6 paths planetary devastation, sealing Kagaya once more. However, the matter was not yet over. As long as Sasuke and Naruto continued to use the reconciliation seal, the entire ninja world war would come to a complete end. But Sasuke expressed that he still hadn't had enough of the beating and proposed a final duel with Naruto. Jiraiya watched the two with a faint smile, already envisioning his future traveling the world with Tsunade. This time his story still had to continue.